Ooh.
Well, you're absolutely right. When I was secretary, it was a constant, theme by Netanyahu and his then government, the then defense minister, Ehud Barak, the former prime minister. It was relentless. It was a constant push. I remember.
What would he say to you?
What?
What would he say to you?
He would basically say, you need to support us in attacking Iran. And back then, this was 2009 to the end of 2012.
All the
we
hellos
had
in the world.
More capacity than Israel
Wonderful.
did on several fronts to do that. And so there was a constant...
Click the button a little bit. Give me 1 second. You got a camera for us today, Mr. Bishop? Ah, there we are.
Hello.
Okay, now we just got Hutch to undeafen. Nah! Aha! Success. Okay, everyone ready? Everyone set to go? We starting this shindig?
Whenever you are. Go.
Beautiful. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of WhickTV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. Today, we have a bit of a show for you. About a week ago, I would say, our friend here, Hutch, made a tweet. I'm just going to read that tweet out, and we'll go from there. He says, any Democrat Party candidate running in a competitive race should fully toss both the party and Biden under the bus if it helps their odds of winning. And I and Bishop here had some issues with this statement, and I invited Hutch on and Destiny as well to kind of talk about this and discuss it, because I think it does bear discussing on how do we deal with competitive races. What rhetoric is okay? What rhetoric should be off limits? What should the strategy be? And we're here to talk about it, and I'm happy to talk about it. I want to give the mic first to Mr. Hutch, and he can kind of explain what he means a little bit, maybe clarify, tell people who he is, all these things, and we'll just kind of go around the room. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I should clarify, and I don't know if this fucks up the prompt for the debate, but I think you could say I was being a little hyperbolic. I don't know about fully throw Biden and the party under the bus, but kinda, if it helps. My logic is pretty straightforward. The Democratic Party brand right now is just really bad. I loved Biden's presidency. I thought he was a very strong president, but the approval rating for the party, I think, is the lowest in recorded history. Doesn't really seem to be turning around despite a lot of wins over the last year and a half. And for races like Maine, where you're flipping this red seat, where there's a lot of independent voters, and especially Texas with Tallarico in the Senate race, there is value to him, putting some distance between himself and the party, which is kind of toxic right now. And I don't like generally when left-wing politicians talk shit about the party or Biden, but I think it's necessary in some of these races, and I'll just leave it there.
Okay, we're going to talk about it. It doesn't fuck up the prompt, at least for me. I still disagree. Bishop may or may not, but we'll talk about it. Bishop, I want to give the mic to you. What are your thoughts here?
Everybody, so as far as this topic goes, there's clearly a big problem right now with the branding with the Democratic Party, and there's very low polling on people's opinion on the party. But I don't think what we need in American politics and Democratic politics right now is more shitting on the Democrats. I don't think that that's an element of politics that is underrepresented right now. I do understand and champion the fact that in specific races, there needs to be criticism of unpopular policies. A really good example is Tallarico and him moving forward with a break in a lot of Democratic candidates on the trans issue involving minors. And so I think that on one hand, it's important to remember injustice is real, corruption is constant, so we do need change. It demands that we criticize bad policies. But I really bristle at the concept of throwing something under the bus, because the implication there is that, well, I'm just going to accuse the Democratic Party of being DC elites and the Epstein class, and me, even though I'm running on the D ticket, I am not a part of that Epstein class, and that's why you can go with me. I don't think that we should be endorsing this demolition of our values and of our movement. We should be repairing it.
Thank you. Destiny, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't know how much disagreement there's going to be between everybody here, but I mean, I think it's just one of kind of like strategy. The bluer the district you are, the safer you are. It should be the more you're building the party. Like, those people can afford to attach themselves to the Democratic brand and then hopefully build it stronger. They can take a little bit of a hit if there is some hit to take there because you're trying to boost the popularity of an unpopular thing. But I mean, if you're in a purple district, sometimes you have to create space between you and at least the perception of unpopular Democratic policies. And if we're ever going to have the majorities that we need in the Congress to bulldoze Twitter HQ or to take back every piece of property that Elon Musk has seized to the United States, then we got to do everything we can to get our majorities in Congress first.
Do we think that this creates kind of like this self-perpetuating problem that we have, that the more we criticize the Democrats in order to win specific seats and specific races, the more that becomes the thing to do? And then we ask ourselves, why is the Democratic Party's popularity so low? Well, it's because in every competitive race, we seem to be throwing them under the bus. And so I understand like this desire to do what you got to do to win sometimes. And maybe, and to be clear, I think it's okay to criticize Biden, the Democrats, the DNC when they do something that is incorrect. But I think it's just a problem. And I think one of the reasons we're having this problem is because of this kind of strategy that Hutch is suggesting of just, well, you got to do it to win, so we're going to keep doing it. But it, again, just kicks the can down the road. What would your response be to that, Hutch? I'm really curious.
I don't want to make any assumptions, but do you think that your response to this proposition is colored by your disdain for like the lefty candidates that just fully toss the party under the bus all the time?
Yes.
Okay, so in my head, I'm I should have added more clarification. I kind of hinted at it in the tweet, but Destiny mentioned it. I mean, if you're talking about a candidate like, Chris Rabb in Philadelphia or something like that, that's like one of the bluer districts in the entire country. And so that is just a completely cynical, self-serving rhetoric that I find to be destructive to the party, and I don't co-sign that kind of a thing. Like, Tallarico really is the perfect example of what I'm talking about. He's running just a decidedly like less partisan campaign than any other Democrat that I've seen, basically. And, for a state like Texas, don't you think there's value there in just acknowledging how unpopular Biden was and how unpopular the party is currently, especially in a state like Texas? I mean, that's a pretty tall order to run as a partisan Democrat in that state.
I understand it's a tall order, but we're never going to build the Democratic brand if we keep retreating from it.
Real quick,
the reason. Oh, go ahead.
So I agree to marry these 2 points a little bit, and I would hope we would find agreement here between me and Hutch. The throwing the party under the bus thing, this is exclusively within the realm of people running for office. I don't think members of the media should be doing this. So if you're on CNN or if you're on MSNBC or if you're a streamer or whatever, I don't think you should retreat from the brand there and constantly trash Democrats for whatever reason. I just think there might be times when, if you're running in like a very purple state and there's some unpopular thing related to Biden, creating distance there is probably an okay thing. But different roles for different segments of society, I guess. Yeah.
Would you agree, disagree, Hutch? What do you think?
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're talking about, to your point, you're asking like, how do we repair the damage, or how do we repair the brand?
Yes.
I don't know if that's going to happen until we get power and actually do things. And so in order to get power and do things, I think you have to make smart calculations when you're running.
Yeah, but
Depending
if the way you ran to get power is I'm not the Democrats, and then you do something good, people aren't going to they aren't going to connect that in a way that we want. They're going to be saying, look, he ran as not a Democrat or by distancing himself from the Democrats, therefore he might be fine, and it's very helpful perhaps for the individual candidate's brand.
These
right?
are
But
this type of connection you're talking about. If you're training a dog, you can't spank it after it's peed on the carpet like 10 hours later. Like when you come home, it can only associate things close in time. I think at this point, the average American citizen has proven that they are beyond fucking retarded when it comes to associating policy with anybody. So as long as the Democrats get in office and do good things, nobody's going to remember 2 years ago that some person said this thing about this thing. All that matters is like building the coalition, getting in power, and then doing good things. And then on the media side of things, we have to work at communicating that better. But on the lawmaker side of things, America is a policy-less country when it comes to why people vote for things. So I don't think that should be a concern at all, in my opinion.
One of the big problems that I have with this is this idea that there is some kind of a coalition. I think that one of the things that Whick is pointing out is that if these people make it a part of their brand that they're borderline independents, and that their success is that they're a borderline independent and they're not a part of the Epstein class and they're not a part of the DC elites, then they're going to continue to be beholden to that message through at least a sizable amount of their career, a sizable amount of their time in office. And we've seen that with independents. I do think that there's a big difference in let's say like close competitive campaigns, which competitive campaigns is the terminology that you used, Hutch. I do think that in competitive campaigns there is more room for distancing yourself from particularly damaging policies. But I also take a big issue with the idea that if we can just get into power, everything's going to be okay and everybody's going to love us. I feel like there's like this kind of idea here that it's like just one more election, guys. Just one more elections and we're going to fix everything. And the reality is there needs to be accountability. There needs to be accountability for the aspects of the Democratic platform that have driven people away. There needs to be accountability for why we've lost certain types of voters. And on one hand, you're hearing that, and you're like, oh, well, okay, accountability for these negative things. That sounds like more criticizing of the Democrats. But it's not necessarily a matter of criticizing the Democratic Party so much as it's criticizing specific ideas. And that's how the Democratic Party is going to grow. And the way I see it, that's how we're going to win elections.
Well, I don't think that it's as simple as just winning power. It's what they do with that power is really important. And I think they need to swing pretty big on reforms and some social democratic policies the next time they're given power. And to piggyback off of Destiny's point, I agree with him that I think that people's attention spans are pretty small, especially voters in this country. And, like, I guess I would just pose the question to you guys, like, what do you think a candidate like Peltola or Sherrod Brown should say when they're asked, when they're pressed about like Biden's border policy? When they say like, obviously, like this was a big problem, it's a big vulnerability for the administration and for Kamala's campaign who inherited that baggage. What do you think he did wrong and what would you do differently in terms of policy? Like there's no way to answer that question without somewhat throwing Biden under the bus and acknowledging that he did drop the ball and kick the can down the road too long when it came to the border.
But there's a distinct difference between saying, you know what, I don't think Biden did this correctly, and I think I would do it in a better way, than the Democrats are just weak on the border and we should never trust them. But I am not the Democrats. I'm more of an independent, a maverick, if you will. And I will go in there and I will get what's done for the needs of my people. Like it's about how you say it, how you approach these things. And I think that when you make statements like we should just throw the party under the bus or throw Biden under the bus, what you're doing, and this is kind of like, and you mentioned this earlier, like how much of this is colored by my disdain for some of these lefty arsonists, as I see them in the party, is that what you're doing is you have people, influencers, streamers, people like that, who take this and they run with it in a way that I think is destroying our brand, is destroying our party, and is saying like, hey, the only way we can win is if we distance ourselves from the Epstein class, the DNC, all these things. And this doesn't just happen in these competitive races. It has a much broader effect than what you're saying. Like, we have to realize that what happens in a specific race does not always, and in fact, rarely, stays within that specific race. These things have ripple effects outside that break containment, that go beyond the scope. And that's what I think that's happening. I think that there are too many people who are saying, you know what? Democrats just can't win by being Democrats. We have to be different. And I it's going to destroy our brand long term. It's a bad strategy.
Brand. So okay. So it's just it comes down to recognizing who has what responsibility. It's not on the responsibility of individual candidates running in competitive districts to do brand building for the Democratic Party. Like, you know,
Why not?
Because that's not their job. They can't do it. It's too much. It's just not fair for them. Where do you put your strongest seats, your majority speakers, your Pelosi's and your Schumers, right? These aren't people generally in a congressional seat in like Pennsylvania or Michigan, right? You put these people in like the bluest places possible because this is where the leadership of your party sits, because it's like a safe district, because you know that you can, you know, fight and dictate the party stuff from there. But you don't have people that are, you know, fighting for their lives in competitive areas, also trying to do brand rehab for the Democratic Party. That should be the job of safer Democratic seats, and then media people that are interested in establishing a strong brand for the Democratic Party. That's it. Yeah. It's just
It's not happening in the safe seats. In fact, the opposite is happening in the safe seats. In the safe seats, what we're seeing is some of the biggest damage to the Democratic brand that we've had in my adult lifetime.
Sure. Then the criticism needs to go to that. But the purple people, like if the tankies online, for however little, whatever influence they have, and then if the conservatives in real life are the ones who are dictating what the Democratic Party's brand is, which they are, right, then why would you hitch your wagon to that in a purple area, in a competitive area, and then try to salvage that brand while simultaneously fighting for your own election? It's just not possible. That's an impossible fight.
Well, we're not. Just to be clear, I'm not asking them to defend every single thing Biden or the Democrats do. I'm asking them not to actively tarnish them, right? Like a do no harm type of thing. Like, I do think it does lasting damage, not only to the local area, but to its brand nationally. When you have someone in a purple state in a deeply competitive race that decides to just trash talk the DNC, Pelosi, Schumer.
I don't know. Well, okay, I think maybe, I don't know how much distance there is. We should clarify, I think, what we're talking about then. I can't speak for Hutch. I would be surprised if he disagrees. I don't think any of us are saying that, like, if you're in a purple district, you need to go on TV and be like, fuck Biden, I hope he dies, I hate the Democrats, they suck shit as a party, like, let's go, new, independent, I don't think anybody's saying that. But it's just like, if somebody asks you a question, like, if it's 2027, and somebody, you know, our House majority, if a Schumer or a Jeffries type person has a question on, like, you know, what was going on with Biden and the border, I think they should fight for their life on that position. Fuck you. Biden did better on the border than Trump did. And the 20, 30, 40 million people that came in was a fucking lie. The wall didn't get built. That was a fucking lie. ICE didn't do fucking anything. That was a fucking lie. And fight on that. But that's a job for them after the election. If you're running a competitive race on these upcoming midterms and somebody asks you, you know, what do you think Biden did on the border? We're not saying, like, you know, Biden let in 30 million illegals to kill and eat our children, but more just like, you know, I think that Biden dropped the ball on the border. It was the thing we could have improved on, and, you know, we look forward to doing that in the midterms, blah, blah, blah. Just like that type of thing. I don't think anybody's saying, like, it needs to be a full-on, like, you know.
Well, let's clarify from Hutch then. Is that really all you're saying by throw people under the bus, that, oh, we can just be a little critical of the DNC sometimes?
I mean, ideally, but like when I look at Plattner in Maine, I don't like hearing it. I'm not a fan of his, but it really seems to have worked with that electorate. And so I'm of the mind right now that just do whatever you do, like you need to do to win that seat. Like, that's just so important to me. And then, like, for Democrats to become obstructionists, like, those are typically the most vulnerable Democrats when it comes to primaries. So, you know, if they use that rhetoric and then actually get elected, and then they're, you know, actually adversarial actively, like, while they're in Congress, those Democrats that don't play nice are typically have like a shorter shelf life than the ones that do play ball. So,
but the Democrats aren't winning in Maine. I mean, the first person that Graham Plattner attacked once he won the primary was the Democrats. And so you can talk about him having a D in front of his name all you want, but I mean, I don't. We can. I feel like the whole intention, right, is to be willing to pull some kind of a vote blue no matter who, and so that way the arguments in Congress are between different shades of blue instead of between blue and red. And while I can understand that,
Okay, I will actually, if you make me defend Plattner too much, I will rope on stream. Okay. To say that Plattner attacked the Dems as soon as he came into office, this was after a series of the most weak sauce, insane hit pieces, okay, on the fucking planet, all right? That New York Times piece of like, he took her by the shoulders and he put her in a room 20 years ago. Like, if Plattner attacks the Dems after he wins the primary, I think he's got like a week or two of that where you got to let him slide, I think. A little bit, right?
I don't know. I mean, I think that when Chuck Schumer comes out and fully endorses you and the Democratic Party comes out and fully endorses you, I think that calling the Democrats a bunch of pedophiles is I don't think it's just distasteful. I think it's a whole fucking statement.
What is that?
Sorry, what did he say?
Yeah.
He accused the Democrats of being the Epstein class. He said Democrats and Republicans in the Epstein class. So,
sure.
I mean,
I don't like this. I don't like that saying. And for a
how
variety
is
of
that
reasons.
not calling them pedophiles?
Well, I mean, like that's a much broader thing, right?
Is it?
How? What is the connection to Epstein?
Class is
Well,
it
Epstein
they
is
took kids to
pedophiles.
an island and they fuck them, or at least
Well,
that's the thing, right?
I mean, isn't the idea right that there are a few elites, maybe some Democrats that went to the island? Isn't that the whole idea?
Yeah, but it's more.
So
It's fucking brain rot populism. Which, listen, I hate it literally more than everybody on the fucking planet. But I don't think that's the same as him saying that like everybody in the Democratic Party are all pedophiles and they're all part of the Epstein class.
Sure.
Even
That's
Ossoff
what
like
people
alludes
hear.
to like, yeah, I know, I don't like it. But would we rather have Plattner or I mean, here's a question: would you rather have Plattner or fucking Mills?
I don't like the fact that I am going to have to point to the fact that that I've never supported Graham Plattner if I ever criticize somebody's morals ever again. And I'm
Why
gonna
would
have to
that
do
matter? Who's playing that game? Didn't Lindsey Graham say something on TV after the Garland thing? Where was it Lindsey Graham who was like, we would never block any Supreme Court justice or whatever, and then like they instantly changed their rules the second they have the chance to put in was it Gorsuch that they nuked the filibuster to put it like
Yeah,
these
I mean,
people Americans don't
Republicans lie
care.
as they
Americans,
breathe.
yeah, Americans in
Yeah, but
general.
I don't want to become that party, right?
But
I don't want to
let's-
become that. party.
But
There is no
what
virtue
choice-
on the road to defeat. It doesn't matter if we can't win
But
seats.
but we're not talking just one election. I'm talking
Yes.
about a more long-term. I want to consistently win, not just win the next one, right?
Yeah,
I want to
like
go ahead.
we're talking about one seat out of a 50-person Senate. And we're talking about accepting all
Collins,
this
not
damage
Mills. Fuck, I
over
keep mixing their names
one
up.
seat in Maine. And
But what
like
choice do
where
you
we're
have?
at.
What,
I mean,
what
well,
choice do you have? Like not
the
not
choice
vote for
we have-
not support Plattner. I mean, I don't understand how at this point after 10 years of the Trump era and the Republicans have been losing their minds for the last 30 fucking years. It's just I mean, I don't like Plattner. I don't like him as a candidate. I don't like his politics. I don't like his rhetoric. But I don't have any hesitation in me whatsoever to support this guy. I donated $50 to his campaign. Like there's just
didn't
what
have
choice
to.
do we have?
Yeah.
What choice?
The Democratic Party isn't polling at 30% because we don't have a seat in Maine. That's not the change. That's not what's going to change this crisis that the party and that the movement is facing. If we can just accept Plattner and we can just accept his, everything he's doing, everything he's saying, that's going to change everything.
You don't need to do
That's
that.
not how
You
it
don't
Yeah,
need
but
to
also
do
the
that.
Democrats aren't
You just-
polling
you just
low
need to-
because
you just need-
vulnerable
you just need
Dems
to
haven't
accept that
fought.
he's the
One at a
candidate.
time, please.
You just have to accept that he's the candidate. He's the guy that the voters of Maine chose. You don't have to fucking gargle his nutsack. You don't have to
You
like.
don't have
fuck
to
it. You
give
don't
him
have
$50.
donation is
Right? That's
gargling his
wild.
nutsack.
you can be honest about the fact that you don't like his character. You have questions about him, but that shouldn't dissuade you from taking the only action that makes sense in this spot in the face of Trump and MAGA.
Do you worry that your support of Plattner, as tepid as it might be, with all the caveats that you've made, might do long-term harm in the future, right? When people go and
well, what do you think is more harmful? Like Plattner winning and being a Democrat in the Senate, or Republicans continuing to control that chamber of Congress?
That's not the question. The question is which is more harmful: the fact that the Democrats elected and supported and donated to a man who lied about having a Nazi tattoo and all these other really big red flags that people have huge issues with, or Senator Collins getting elected again and voting with Trump 80, 75% of the time,
It was
whatever she
one
does now,
senator
whatever.
that blocked us from a
95% of the
public
time.
option. Why are we acting like Senate seats are a thing to be gambled with right now? We have problems with the Democratic Party's brand. Those problems need to be alleviated from strong blue seats and the Democratic media. That's it. It's never going to be repaired by people fighting in vulnerable districts when conservatives are allowed to dictate what the party is to the American people. You cannot fight back on that from a vulnerable seat.
You repair the reputation with good policy and competent governance. Like Shapiro is a really good example of this in a microcosm in the state of Pennsylvania. Just replicate that at the national level. It's not easy, but it's
you know what Shapiro did? He stand the Democratic Party. He was an unapologetic Democrat in a very purple state. And guess what, gang? It worked, right? He didn't have to apologize for being a Democrat.
He's had some shade for Biden and Kamala, I believe.
Okay,
I'm pretty sure.
Nobody needs to be a sycophant. I don't think anybody here is arguing
we're not
that
asking for
everybody needs to be a sycophant. But I think I can't get past this idea that's like, oh, well, if we can just push just like a couple of things over the edge, it's going to solve this big gaping hole. And I would say the big gaping hole that we have is the problems that came when we were in power. When we talk about, while Biden was in power, that's where the damage came. The damage came from when we were in these offices, and that's why people don't want to put us back. And in order to do that, you do have to criticize ideas, but you shouldn't be throwing out the baby with the bathwater, because then any repairs that you're doing, it isn't actually repairing the party. It's just repairing that one individual. And I think that's kind of the big difference here. I think the big difference is that I don't think also that Graham Plattner, for example, needs to be going out to all these town halls that he's doing and saying, I know you guys have a problem with the Democrats, but let me tell you about how great they are. I think there's a big line between him having to do that and him calling people and him doing what he's doing. And other candidates doing the same. In fact, Hutch, I think you brought up a really great point that Tallarico is actually doing what you described the best. He really isn't throwing the Democrat Party under the bus. But he is also very, very carefully and very accurately addressing some of these problems. And I would say that he is a case study of what I would say it should look like.
I agree. I think he's doing a really good job. It's like a soft kind of distance, but it is there. It is distance. But I'm also thinking about races like in Iowa, this guy Sand, who's running for that seat in a state that's voted for Trump by 10 points, I think, in the last 3 elections. I'm thinking about like the independent guy running in Nebraska. It's not just about defending light blue seats or being competitive in purple seats. It's also, we need to start targeting seats that are Trump +5 or Trump +10. And in those states and in those districts, you probably are going to have to be a little bit more firm in setting that distance, and you probably shouldn't be pulling too many punches when it comes to.
Where's the line for you on this, right? Like how much, if say someone's running in Iowa, like you said, a Trump +10 district, right? And he wants to win, and he thinks, you know what, the only way I can win is I have to go as hard against the Democrats as possible. Is there a line where you'd say, okay, that's too much, even if it would increase your chances of winning? I don't think you should do this.
I'm sure there is a line, but I'm open to a lot of things if it means like flipping an R+10 seat. Like I'm open to someone, running on some of the MAGA language on the border, for example, if it meant pushing them over the finish line.
Sure, what about abortion? Say someone was like, you know what, I hate abortions and I want to outlaw abortions in my state.
I think I think in like an R, again, if it's about flipping an R plus 10
it
seat,
increases their chance of flipping the seat. It doubles their chances. Or
Stop.
triples
Hold
their
on. This isn't a fair question. That's like saying like, oh, so would you support a Democrat if they would vote alongside Republicans on every important issue? No. We're talking about rhetoric here. We're talking about like, quote unquote, throwing somebody under the buses and distancing yourself from their administration, akin to some kind of like populist type rhetoric. We're not talking about like, well, would you still vote for them if they would vote for, outlawing all
they
abortion?
say they would. That this is the rhetoric they're using to get elected.
I don't know if that's a real thing where you could just totally fabricate or lie about your positions and then get elected after.
What do you think Trump did? What do you think Trump did? He fabricated and lied about all his positions. No new wars. All these things. It worked.
Yeah, but
I'm not.
I think it's a. I don't think. I think that's a. There's a difference there that I can't fully enunciate right now. If it was the policy of like generally Democrats elected people to lie about shit and then get in office and then do shit, then they fucking lied about it, then that would be based. But the idea of like having just like the whole Republican Party does that. The idea of like trying to get a couple hyper-specific Democrats to lie about particular policy to get elected. I mean, I guess in that case, I would be in favor of it if you could demonstrate that was like a possible thing. That just seems like a little bit extraordinary for Democrats to do right now.
We're kind of revisiting a topic that was broached by Ezra Klein like a year ago, the pro-life Democrat in Missouri or whatever state. It was like the worst example he could have given because abortion's not popular for the Republican Party right now. But, on other things like being more hawkish on the border, being, more laissez-faire when it comes to like gun laws, these are, I'm not just talking about lying, by the way. I'm talking about like propping up candidates that will connect and resonate with the primary voters of that state and the general voters as well. So it's not just about like rhetoric. It's about like literally widening the tent and welcoming people that, maybe were a part of this coalition 20 years ago, but now serve or going for a district or a state that has been firmly red for like the last 2 decades. How else do we like build that Obama coalition?
Sure.
If not.
Well,
Yeah,
but this is the key difference here that I think keeps getting missed is like I heard you say that, oh well, maybe they should be more laissez-faire on regulations about firearms, and it's like the Democrats should be more laissez-faire about firearms because it's a popular policy. It shouldn't be the Democrats are the problem and I'm the savior and I'm Graham Plattner and I'm not going to ban assault weapons. The problem is with the policy. An unpopular policy should be challenged on a policy level, but not as a party. And I think that's the big problem, is that we need to be able to grow as a party. And if we move forward on the policies with our candidates, then that's great. But we also need to bring the party along with it. I mean, that's the repair that needs to come.
Well, I think some people have the goal of like perfect unanimity or like more unity within the party. I think I have an opposite goal. Like like my goal is to, be an actual Big Tent party, because I don't think it is possible to get to enough popularity with voters to have like strong majorities in the Congress and the presidency running like a hyper-partisan Democrat, or rather like what the platform has looked like for maybe like the last like 10 years. Like I think we have to be a party of people that, roll out the welcome mat for people who kind of buck the current orthodoxy.
I don't disagree with that, but I do think at the same time, we need to make it more attractive to come into the tent, right? Yeah. We need to make it like these R+10 districts and things like that. It's because they do not like Democrats, right? I forget what district it is, but there's districts, I wish I could remember off the top of my head. I'm blanking on it. But the Democratic candidate drops out so that the independent can run, because
it's Nebraska. It's in the state of Nebraska.
Yeah. The people won't vote for someone with a D next to their name. They just won't do it. Right. And so we run the independent as the actual candidate that we want to run. And
that's actually not even the case. He's not going to caucus with the Democrats. Like, but the Democrats know they can't win that seat. So like it's
better than the Republican, right?
Yeah, that's a smart decision. Yep. Yes.
But the problem is with that strategy is it just kicks the can down the road further and further and further. And what I am talking about is the need, and I think what Bishop is talking about as well, and he can speak for himself though, is the need to rebuild the Democratic brand. And I think that the responsibility, and I'll disagree with Destiny here, the responsibility is on people who run in a competitive or even in a lean R district, right? I think that they do bear some responsibility. Again, I'm not asking for complete and total lockstep purity testing, all that shit. What I'm asking for is you simply don't call the DNC the Epstein class. You don't throw Chuck Schumer, Pelosi, Biden, all of our leadership under the bus, because one, I don't think that it will work long term, not for the Democratic Party. It might work for that specific candidate, but long term, it's led us to the place that we are today. And the place that we are today is not great.
And Hutch, I think for me, I want what you just described, which is a Big Tent organization. I would like for there to be Democrats of all flavors, right? I'm a Virginian. I am a very typical like Southern Democrat, where I think a lot of other Democrats would consider me a moderate Democrat on a lot of issues like the Second Amendment, for example, and yeah, and maybe this is just like me projecting, but like what I want to see from my politicians and from this Big Tent party is us bringing these policies into the Democratic Party so that the voters can say, yeah, but the Democrats do right in our elections. On our state politics, we don't have as much of an aversion to this, because one of these things, like what we saw with Kamala Harris, was she just carried so much baggage. She carried so much baggage because people were associating all these negative things with her, even though she was campaigning on an entirely different issue. And I think it's a matter of if we're going to build that Big Tent, then we need to be able to associate those new ideas with the Democratic Party.
I believe that the reputation that the parties have comes from the media. I don't think individual politicians can do almost anything to change this, and looking to politicians themselves to try to change this, I think it's a fool's errand. I think it's impossible.
I think the president is enormously influential in terms of for the incumbent party.
Yeah.
And so like Obama had a hugely positive impact for like the party brand, not just here in the States, but across the world. He had some problems, like obviously with the ACA being unpopular.
He got crushed. How many was it, 6 sessions in a row, whatever, that they didn't have majorities in the Congress? Didn't he have a fuck Congress for so long?
That's because he spent all the political capital that he had, and not just him, but Democrats voted for the ACA knowing that they were going to lose their seats. So like they did sacrifice. I mean, that is what political capital is. It's just like losing seats to get a policy across the finish line. And at the same time, that happened at after the housing crash. So I mean, he was going to have a rough go of it regardless. But he is by far the most popular politician in the country. I believe to this day, definitely the most popular Democrat in the country. And so, Biden just wasn't, he was a good president. He did good policies for the most part, but he just was just a horrible spokesman. And unfortunately, I think that's a big part of the job. So I think a lot of the damage that you guys are worried about in terms of the brand and like, how do we fix that? A lot of that falls on who the Democratic primary voters pick in 2028. And then after that, it depends on how they govern.
Certainly there are other factors at play here. It's not just any one thing. There's no, unfortunately, magic solution or magic bullet that we can use to fix all the problems of the Democratic Party. That's just not possible, and I think it's beyond the scope of this conversation. I do disagree with Destiny, though, that nothing that the candidates do can really fix this issue, and it's all the media's fault. I would agree that the media absolutely bears a lot of the blame here, and how they talk about it, and how streamers and influencers and journalists and etc. all frame these issues and discuss these issues absolutely matters. I would never disagree, but I just reject the notion that there's nothing Democratic politicians or candidates can do to change that fact. I think that if they are wise and message better and have better rhetoric, that it can mitigate some of the problems that come from a negative media environment or a corrupt media environment that we find ourselves in. And to think otherwise is just, why do anything at all? Why not just fucking get up there and say a bunch of slurs and then just let the media do what they do, right?
You mean like the Republicans do?
I mean, are they winning right now?
I mean,
Let's not do this.
Yeah.
Let's not do
Depends
this
on how
again.
you ask that.
Let's not.
But
I mean, one of the things that I'm really worried about is like we see that like the state of the modern Republican Party is, you know, like a lot of people, and I swear Kamala Harris got so much flack for this, and maybe I just see this more because I'm in the pro-Ukraine space, but the truth is the more moderate run. The calling to these other values and saying, hey, we are defenders of democracy, we are defenders of these values. It did bring a lot of people that are traditionally conservative over to the Democratic side. I mean, I inhabit a space of politics where all of the Reagan Republicans fucking hate Trump and they fucking hate MAGA, and they are at least not voting if they're not converted on the political side. And we've seen groups of people flop from voting for Obama, and then millions of people went from Obama to voting for Donald Trump. And so I think that there is a manner of being able to like win voters over. It depends, I mean, on leadership. And I agree, Destiny, that we have such a very particular media environment, and the way that media influences public opinion and things of that matter is something that our brains are just categorically, they're just not evolved to handle. And the media has gotten very good at taking advantage of that. But I also think that, like, at the end of the day, it's leadership that's responsible for these things. It's party leadership, it's political leadership, and they are the ones that we're supposed to look to move us forward as a society.
I feel like I want to point out that part of Trump's success, or a big part of, you would say a crucial part of his success in 2016, was kind of torching the Republican Party. Like, I don't like that this is the case, but where we're at right now with the electorate is probably a vast majority of the country is dissatisfied with both parties. And we can do the thing where we can get really wonky and explain, well, no, actually the border wasn't as big of a problem because of this and this. Like, you've already kind of lost the debate at that point. It's just, these are really complex issues, especially when you get into like policy. Right. And so for me, it just makes more sense to just not necessarily fight against the current vibes and like use those vibes to your strength. And you don't have to permanently toss the party under the bus, but we're going to have to rebuild at some point. And in order to do that, you can't ignore like how voters feel, even if those feelings are wrong.
I understand, but here one of the things you just said is precisely my worry. You are correct. In 2016, one of the major reasons that Donald Trump was able to be successful, not only in the primary, but in the general election, is because he torched the Republican Party as a whole. That has had disastrous effects for the Republican Party, the Republicans' brand.
It's gone.
It has more. It's basically dead. It's a hollowed out shell. It's now infested by parasites called MAGA.
But Trump is
That's
completely.
not-
they'll be back in 2032, bro. Don't worry, they'll be fine. It's American politics.
No, but
we go back and
But
forth.
look at what's happened to their values in the meantime. I mean, the Iran warhawks in the Republican Party are crying themselves to sleep right now.
Yeah, that's fine, but this didn't happen
because
because exposed Republicans in competitive races decided to torch the party. It was because the guy who won the presidential election, who should be the biggest champion of your party, was completely antithetical to the party. I think it's a different, like, I don't think I would want, if somebody was running for president, I don't know if I want the person running for president to throw the entire Democratic Party under the bus.
Even if it would win?
Sure. You're asking hypotheticals that are almost antithetical to what we'd even imagine of a Democratic candidate to be. Like, if you're saying, like, would you want somebody to win the Democratic candidacy if they pledged to, like, have the Aryan race, secede as, like, the master race in the United States? I can't fathom that.
You're being hyperbolic.
I'm not being hyperbolic. The Democratic Party brand, I would argue, has been relatively consistent through time, at least in my lifetime. Like, if you look at the politics of Clinton compared to the politics of Obama compared to the politics of Biden, there's like a relative amount of stability there. So it's hard for me to fathom a hypothetical where you say, well, what if the next person running for office was able to win by throwing all the previous Democratic establishment under the bus?
You wouldn't have to you wouldn't have to throw all the previous establishment under the bus, but I can imagine an AOC or similar style candidate, even though I think AOC has moderated quite a fair bit, and I actually kind of like her now. But that's beside the point. I can imagine a candidate like that getting up and saying, hey, Democrats have been the problem. The era of Clinton, Obama, and Biden just hasn't worked, and we need to do something different, and we need to really change this and go off on the most populist brain rot you can possibly imagine. And I can imagine that candidate possibly winning in this environment. But I think that would be a disaster.
Yeah, I think that would be bad because it would set the tone from the very top that it would
America.
completely change the party. I think that would be bad. We would want these other people in exposed districts, if they had to win, we would want them to potentially distance from the Democratic Party brand in service of furthering the Democratic Party's political goals. If the president or person running for president throws the entire Democratic Party under the bus, well, then it seems like we're moving now on a different path to further a different set of goals, which, depending on the person, I probably wouldn't be okay with.
Sure. But one of the problems that we're having, and one of the things that I am concerned about, and one of the reasons that I wanted to have this conversation, is because I feel like people like Plattner, people like the guy who just won in Philadelphia, what was his name? Brad?
Yep.
Well, maybe it was. It might have been Philadelphia. It might have been somewhere else. Anyway, what they're doing is they're building a precedent, and this precedent is going to be referenced, argued for, advocated for, and possibly even used by candidates going forward, not just in competitive districts, but districts all over the nation. Because one of the things about politics is it has become nationalized in a way it wasn't 20, 30, 40 years ago. And that has had unfortunate effects. And I think that this precedent that's being set, and this precedent that we set by saying it's okay to trash the Democrats if it helps you win, is going to be used by bad actors to make that the new normal. And it's a problem. And we are playing into it. And I don't think we need to, frankly. I don't think we need to do that to win. I don't think it's necessary.
Yeah, and by the way, if you can only win by throwing the party under the bus and by throwing Biden as a whole under the bus, you don't deserve to win. Like there is just this huge problem. Tell me how we're looking at the state of Maine while Graham Plattner is tripping over obstacle over obstacle over obstacle, and nobody else has the ability to step forward and take charge in that election. Mills was still in the election, and she wasn't able to capitalize on the absolute implosion that he's facing. And so,
that's more on Schumer. Schumer's more to blame for all that than anybody else. He recruited Mills, and then they didn't support her. And so, I think Plattner's a bit of an anomaly. I still think right now, even though we're seeing some high profile like DSA types win elections across the country, they are for the most part almost exclusively limited to already very blue.
Yeah,
seats.
but I'm worried about the rhetoric that they use becoming normalized, because I think that the rhetoric matters. I think that the rhetoric
they've been doing that for
discourse, drives perception, and I think perception matters in how people vote. Like you said, people have the memory of goldfish in a lot of ways, and that comes to policy too, right? You can have the best policy in the world, and I think Biden had great policies in a lot of ways. Didn't matter because the rhetoric, right, wasn't communicated properly, and a whole bunch of other issues as well. And then we have what we have today, not because Biden failed as a president in his policies, but because of how those policies were communicated, interpreted, and all the other things surrounding it. And I think that, we are in kind of crisis mode right here.
And
who said here that wasn't Obama the best or whatever, most memorable president or whatever? Did he destroy the Democratic Party brand? Didn't Obama kind of run as an outsider a little bit, right? That was Hillary's nomination. Hold on, I'm sorry, I'm dramatically underselling it. Obama definitely ran as an outsider. Hillary was the candidate who was supposed to win that election. When Obama entered that primary, I don't want to say he was quite as behind as Bernie, but I don't think many people saw that as that serious initially. And then he gained a lot of popularity, and then that was considered a huge upset. And I feel like Obama talked quite a bit, right? Hope and change about changing, the direction of the country and everything else. So I don't think that did lasting damage to the party there. I think there are ways to message separate.
Well, there's a difference.
I'll
right?
let Bishop take it. Oh.
Yeah, you're completely right. But once again, this is the difference in rhetoric that we're talking about. There's a big difference in talking about repair and, talking about hope and change, and talking about demolition, which is saying that we need to overthrow the entire system because they're all a part of the Epstein class. I think that there's an outrageously important difference. And one of the things that Whick is talking to, it's so funny as we're talking, I'm kind of sometimes getting swayed a little bit, and then I'm getting swayed back and forth as we continue to talk about this. But the rhetoric is so important, because I think about somebody like Zoran Mamdani. Zoran Mamdani, very popular right now, seeming very, very successful. But because he's in office, and because the rhetoric he's used was allowed, and because he is encouraging more of that rhetoric, he's backing somebody who seems to almost explicitly be against aid to Ukraine, because she's the DSA candidate. I mean, she apparently her campaign severed contact with Progressive Victory when they started trying to corner her about her position on Ukraine. And then when you look at somebody like, let's give another example with Bernie Sanders, who didn't even win the election, but because we accepted his rhetoric into the party and we incorporated it into the party, we've just had 10 years of him endorsing nightmare after nightmare in American politics, whether they're political pundits, whether they're political candidates. And it just goes to show that the spread of this stuff, it needs to be addressed, and we can't pretend. I think it is so silly to sit here and be like, oh, well, the rhetoric on a winning campaign isn't going to impact the perceptions of a political party. I don't understand how you could even really make that argument.
I think I would agree real quick. I would agree on both of those points. Although maybe these people could do better for endorsements, but I think that furthers my argument that this is maybe the job of people who are in super ultra safe blue seats. Like Bernie and Mamdani are not facing heavy Republican opposition, and I think sometimes our furthest left in the country maybe spends a little bit too much time criticizing the party rather than trying to build the brand up. I don't know if I would go as far as to say Mamdani has done a poor job of that. I feel like for the most part, I know this particular candidate, people feel a certain type of way about the Ukraine stuff, but I mean, these are not vulnerable seated people that are doing big damage to the party, I don't think.
Of all the sitting members of Congress, how often are we thinking about or centering their campaign rhetoric in the last campaign that they did in the discourse? Like, I feel like that just like never happens. Like,
Well,
once you get
it only happens when it's a problem, right?
Well, what do
like
you mean? Well, what do you mean? I'm saying like a year. Let's say Plattner wins. So, like, do you think in a year we're going to be talking about his campaign rhetoric, or do you think we're going to be talking about his vote?
How much does
rhetoric?
Fetterman right now
At least
define
every
the
6
average
years.
Democrat? How many people in the Democrat are like, man, Fetterman, wow, that's a guy we all should be like? How many Democrats are like, man, Manchin and Sinema, these are, yeah, wow, that's what we got to be like, guys?
I'm sorry.
I mean, I'm a big
I
Manchin fan,
forgot
but it's fine.
Well,
the mix.
I'm saying that Manchin, hold on. Hold on. Why are you trying to trigger the fuck out of me, Hutch? When you say you're a Manchin fan, you mean that you were a fan of the Democratic senator in West Virginia, right? But I imagine you probably wouldn't have been you wouldn't have been happy with him if he was like a California senator or like a New York senator, right?
Correct.
Yeah. What I mean is that like these guys who are in the vulnerable seats that sometimes have like these positions that are a little bit not in line with the party or a little bit out of line with the party, they don't define the rhetoric for the rest of the party. It's not like the whole party became Manchin and Sinema's. The whole party hasn't become John Fetterman's because of the people who are in the vulnerable areas, having off-brand takes.
Yes, but in the area, like the person who sits in Manchin's seat, I believe, is a Republican now.
Yeah.
Because, again, Manchin built his brand, but it did nothing for the Democratic brand. And in fact, I think that Manchin
did while
is
he was
a
in office.
perfect
We got
example of
votes.
the problem that we have. It worked for Manchin, and it worked for no one else because the Democratic brand was brought to ruin.
Yeah, but
Because of our
nothing-
media, not because of our legislation.
It's
Oh,
both.
no.
It's
That's not why
both.
Manchin. That's not why Manchin fell from grace. His popularity tanked after he supported Biden's agenda, and then there was a revolt from West Virginia voters. Like his support for the ARP and the IRA and the infrastructure bill in a state that's like coal country, you can track like his approval rating. It fell off of a cliff when he voted for Biden's agenda. That's what lost him that seat.
Yeah.
Fair. That's a fair point.
Yeah, it's a fair point. And once again, I mean, I think that this might just be me being I don't want to say pedantic, but stuck on the issue. Where I think that when you have candidates, let's say in red areas or purple areas, whatever, that adopt policy issues that run contrary to the typical Democratic Party issues, I think that's fine. But I think what's important is to tie that to the Democratic Party in that area, because like we're seeing in some races, to be a Democrat is just to be poison. And it's up to leadership. It's up to political leadership. It's up to these campaigns to be able to change that. And you could say that, oh well, Nancy
I gotta ask,
Pelosi needs to.
how can they change it? These people are nobody on the media stage, right?
Is Nancy Pelosi supposed to fly to rural Kentucky and craft a political movement, or are we supposed to have political leaders from their local areas?
First of all, even Nancy Pelosi, I think in, what is it, 2 or 3 midterms ago, was it over the BLM? Even Nancy Pelosi was telling people to throw her under the bus if she thought it would help them win their races. That might even be a direct quote from Nancy Pelosi. But what I'm saying is that Plattner does not have a YouTube channel. Plattner does not have a podcast. He doesn't have a media presence anywhere. It's just whoever decides to. Well,
I mean, he has a colossal media presence right now. The whole world is listening to everything he says.
No, I'm saying that he can't craft a message. These people in vulnerable areas aren't able to craft messages. Even Gavin Newsom is the closest thing maybe that we have to it. But for the most part, it's up to the. If you don't have any kind of messaging arm for your party, nobody is going to be able to message for the party. If you were a Democrat, let's say that you're Ken Martin right now, and you want to establish, you know what, the Democratic Party, we're going to have a stronger position on Israel. It's going to be no more aid, no defensive, whatever weapons, if Israel can't agree to ABC, to some, conditions for peace in the Gaza Strip, to some conditions for normalizing relations with Lebanon and Hezbollah, even, or whatever the fuck, I don't know what it is, but if Ken Martin wanted to message that, where the fuck would that even go to? Where would you take that message? I'm asking you a specific question. Where would you take that message? What platform?
You would find an advocacy group that agrees with you, that has this infrastructure in place, and you would push it forward.
There's nobody. There's nobody. If I were to ask you this, if I were to say, Trump, I think that for a Trump thing, Trump should say, we need to nuke Iran, okay? Okay, but that's just Trump. Actually, Trump does have his own media platform. Where did Trump go? Trump could go to Fox News. Trump could go to Joe Rogan. Trump could go to all these platforms. He could put out and that message will be heard crystal clear, and it will ring from the mountaintops, okay, in the United States, all the way down to the valleys of California, okay, and everybody will hear that message crystal clear. But that's not because Trump is a great messenger or because they're on point or whatever else. It's because their whole media apparatus is built out to message these things. I think you're asking too much from vulnerable seated Dems for people who are running for Congress who have smaller platforms than you, Whick. Honestly, they can't message anything. I'm not making fun of you, but I say some of these people running for Congress will have a Twitter account with 2,000 followers, and then they get 1 like per tweet, and nobody knows about them. Their mom fucking runs whatever shit. Maybe for a congressional office is a little larger, but a lot of these people, they just don't have the ability to get out here and have massive messages to repair the Democratic Party brand. So everything they do is just going to be at the detriment to themselves without really helping the Democratic brand at all. Trying to do some impossible mission of rehabilitating a brand that they have no control over. Yeah.
I'm asking specifically for them to do no harm, because you better believe that message of them calling all the Democrats in Epstein class will be picked up by media apparatuses that are.
I don't think they should call all the Democrats the Epstein class. I don't think anybody's done that, though. But I don't think they should do that.
I mean, I also. Sorry, Hutch, you go on.
No, you're good.
Yeah, I find it a little bit odd to be making the argument that we aren't going to be holding political leaders accountable because they don't personally run CNN and they don't have a lot of Twitter followers. I maybe I'm just completely delusional, but I feel like the political leadership is responsible for political messaging within a political party. And I also think that it's I mean, and you could talk, this frankly is a political party responsibility, not a political candidate responsibility, to be able to provide access to the media for those political candidates to get that message out. But it's still the political candidates and not the news anchors that are getting the message out. I feel like this is almost a weird little technicality.
It sounds like a weird, it's not absolving. Okay, why? Okay.
I mean, I completely, I understand exactly what you're saying about okay, well, if Trump wanted to stand at a podium and say something, nobody would be able to hear them unless there was a camera there.
Giving them friendly, suck off coverage, right? Mallory McMorrow
absolutely.
sucked on the Matt Bernstein show. Slotkin sucked on Breaking Points. And when I say sucked, I don't mean they had a bad performance. They did the best they could, but they were thrown to the lion's den. You're never coming out of interviews like that with a strong message and with people looking at you and be like, oh yeah, this is a candidate I want to back. It's like, did you fucking survive the experience? And if every single Democratic politician has to go into some environment where the goal is to just fucking survive and hope you don't give somebody a clip to a character assassinate you with, you're not going to do anything. You're just it's hopeless.
Well, would you agree that the media apparatuses that do that you're discussing are toxic to the Democrat brand?
Fuck no. That's why I said at the very beginning of this, I was like, different responsibilities. Whatever rhetoric we're talking about for the Democratic brand here, if you gotta under the bus them a little bit to win in a vulnerable state, then fine. That's not what I think the media should be doing. What didn't we just get our 57th fucking book announced yesterday about Biden's senility? I think I saw some fucking guy was writing like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I saw
Fuck
that.
me, dude.
What was Jake Tapper book or is this
No,
a different
another
guy?
guy. Some ex-White House fucking loser. Yeah.
Fuck him. Okay. But understand, if you as a candidate know, and you should know, I think it's your responsibility if you're going to run for office to know that these media environments exist, right? Then you know that if you give anti-democratic messaging, this media apparatus will pick it up and propagate it and spread it for you. And if you want airtime, which you probably do as a candidate, right, with 2,000 who your mom runs the account, right? Then you're going to be looking to try to do that. And that's part of the problem. These problems go hand in hand. They're not unrelated or disconnected. It's part of they're different bricks that are making up a wall that are keeping us out of power in a large way. And I'm asking the brick, right, in this incident, it's a candidate, don't give ammo to these people.
But I don't think you can. I don't think you can eliminate that tension. That tension within the Democratic Party is just always going to be there. Like you're gonna have politicians like Ilhan Omar and AOC, and now Chris Rabb, and you're gonna have these other politicians in the Democratic Party. There's going to be a wide cavern between them on policy, and I don't know how to get rid of the tension.
It's worse than it's ever been.
Yeah, I don't think we need to have
I don't think this is
candidates running
problem.
as
It's worse than
socialists.
it's ever been.
Yeah,
but
why is it worse than it's ever been?
Not necessarily.
It's worse than it's ever been. It has nothing to do with the Democrats. It has everything to do with the fact that Republicans have defined what the Democratic Party is for like the past decade.
Well, and
like what does everybody jerk off on the left and right about what Kamala's worst ad was, which I don't even think it was like statistically speaking her worst ad, but everybody jerks off about it. Was like the Kamala's for they them and Donald Trump is for fucking loser fat fuck American trailer park trash. Okay, how the fuck is this even a message when Kamala didn't spend any of her fucking time talking about trans people in her entire fucking campaign? This was a statement she made in like 2019. Is that Kamala's fault for messaging? Was it an exposed Democrats' fault? No, it's because the Republican media apparatus has defined what the Democratic Party is. We're looking to politicians
I think it is Kamala's fault or being perceived as hyper-progressive when in 2019 she was making public advocations for how we could figure out to legislate reparations.
In 2019, in 2024, Donald Trump called himself the president of no new wars, and in 2025, we just lost the worst war in U.S. history. Well, I mean, like it's a media problem.
Trump is absolutely ridiculous, and what he gets away with, and I'm too small-brained to understand how he gets away with murdering
he doesn't get away with it because of politicians.
He
gets away with it because of Fox News, because of the media. Sure. But there's no politician that could have made Trump as popular as it is. It's the relationship between media and political class on the Republican side, where their whole messaging apparatus is done by the media. They don't think about this. They don't think about how to message a policy thing. The media does it for them. And then on the Democratic side, you're trying to message into an entire world that is hostile towards you. That's not possible.
I think two things can be true at once. I think, obviously, we have a really horrific media environment. I think the liberal movement and the Democratic Party at large needs to outrageously look at their failures in the media environment and what they can do to remedy that. And I think that's true. But simultaneously, and I might just be misinterpreting things, but I feel like the direction this conversation is going is that there is no real room to hold political leadership responsible for the things they say, and there is no fun at the end of the day, it's not up to the political leaders that are running to be governors, to be congressmen, to be not president, because and I agree, we've established that some races are more important than others, but I feel like we're making the argument that it isn't their responsibility. They're absolved of whatever they say, because at the end of the day, it doesn't even matter, because the media is going to spin it negatively. So
Yes.
fuck it, say whatever you
No,
want.
they're not absolved of anything.
Because there's a bigger problem doesn't mean this isn't a problem.
There's obviously a boundary. I don't want somebody going up there and saying, like, I don't support Biden because I think he ate children. Okay, obviously there is going to be some boundary, but I'm just saying that messaging and Democratic
Hold on,
Party
Hutch,
brand.
what about you?
What's the question? Is there a boundary? I feel like I answered that question.
Iowa
Didn't I?
could go up and say Biden loved eating children, and they were guaranteed to win.
No, that would be too far.
Yeah,
so
too
yes,
far?
there's
Okay.
there's a
I
theoretical
was just
too
curious
far.
because you've bitten some bullets in the past, Hutch. Okay, you've bitten some.
No,
bullets.
I'm more thinking about like actual concrete policy vulnerabilities for the party. Like I think it's fair game for conservative Democrats running in red districts to basically fully toss Biden under the bus when it comes to the border. Like I do think
I agree.
I do think he fucked up on the border a bit by not addressing it until the 11th hour.
He addressed it earlier, but Republicans didn't want to do anything on legislation. Don't give anything to the Republicans.
They were like at the midnight of passing legislation, and then Trump asked.
They were, but that bill I think had been in discussion for like 2 years. But there was like, it was thing after thing after thing. It was COVID coming in, the recovery from that. It was October 7th. It was fucking Russia, Ukraine. It was so much. And then like by the time we got back on the sorry,
Biden and the Democrats, they I mean they passed.
Hold on.
Wait, hold on.
I think this is a perfect illustration, Hutch.
Real quick. Hold on. Real quick. Biden and the Democrats, they passed a partisan bill through the House. It was filibustered in the Senate, and so it was killed. But that's not really like honestly trying to do something about the border. And we did see just an explosion of border encounters, you know, some way into 2021 to the point where it was like the highest level of border apprehensions I think ever, sustained for like several months. And he didn't really he was spending most of his time in the first 2 years.
Trump got to say nobody comes over because of health reasons, and then we lost it. They tried to fight it back. The issue is that, unfortunately, Biden was not an authoritarian fucking demon who would just arbitrarily executive order what should be done via legislation, right? That the limit caps that we wanted for crossing the border or whatever to cap that if there were too many people who came over, Trump just did that via fucking EO because he doesn't care about the legality of it. That was part of the legislation they tried to do with Biden. They tried to bring back Title 42 to stop the crossings from coming over.
So did Biden. Biden did an EO to cap the border, to cap the amount of people that show. Yeah,
he might have at some point, but maybe at the very end. I know they tried to bring back Title 42, but the Supreme Court said no, you're not allowed to do that anymore. And then you had the whole wave of people that wanted to come in naturally, just because the world was kind of shut down for like 6 months at least during the COVID shit. And then once it was
I'm not blaming him. I'm not blaming him for that. I understand, like, it wasn't his fault that many people showed up. I mean, there were a lot of things outside of his control.
Do you understand how a candidate in a redder district pushing the narrative that it was his fault and he did do all these things paints a false narrative of what happened, and it makes Democrats look worse on the border?
If 5 candidates from purple areas are able to overcome the 200 or 300 other elected Democrats, then fuck us. Then who cares? Then we deserve to lose everything at that point anyway. That's crazy. It can't possibly be that their ability to signal lightly some distance that it destroys the rest of the party.
The straw that breaks a camel's back doesn't mean it isn't a straw on the back that will eventually break.
No, but
right?
wait, by the time we get to 2028, and I'm not saying this is going to happen, but I hope it does. By the time we get to 2028, if the Democratic primary voters choose someone that's like a generational talent like Obama, none of the rhetoric from these senators' campaigns are going to matter. Like, that person is going to be the representative for the party, and they're going to be
I'm not going to rely on that, though. I'm not going to if we have a miracle candidate, then it might not matter. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, they're entertaining
kind of the way
Gavin Newsom and AOC right now. It's not looking good in 2026. I know we have 2 years, but like, it's looking really bad.
For 2028?
Yeah.
Why are we not even at the midterms yet?
I know. I said we still have 2 years, but it's like Kamala Harris is still leading in the polls. Like, I think we need to be a little bit more intentional.
But this has kind of always been the game, though. This is like it's a game of inches. You win every seat you can, and then you hope that the primary voters choose like a strong leader. We had generational talents with Bill Clinton and Barack Obama, and then Joe Biden comes around. He's just not that guy in terms of messaging. But that's kind of always been the game. Like, you just claw every seat that you can get, and then you elect the most capable, charismatic, effective messenger, and an effective politician.
You seem to understand the game of inches when it comes to these things, but not when it comes to rhetoric. The game of inches matters there too. And what you're doing is you're sacrificing these policies and not the perception of Democrats as a whole in order to maybe, right, possibly have a better chance at winning a specific seat. And I'm saying that this is you're drinking poison that will eventually kill us.
Well, I don't even know
Hutch-
whose messaging is being cited so much as like being destructive to the Democratic Party brand. Like, is this even happening?
Right now it's Plattner's. Right now is the biggest example we got is Plattner.
Is that even like really like I don't. Maybe I just am not that plugged into the media. Hold on, no. I know Democrats have an issue with him for decent reasons, but like, are Republicans undermining Democrats in other districts legitimately because of stuff Plattner has said or done? Is this
Alaska's going to be running against Plattner. Texas is going to be running against Plattner.
We'll see how it turns out.
I would be like clip it and ship it.
Sure,
if I'm wrong,
clip it and
right?
ship it. I would be shocked if Tallarico is an ultra competitive candidate in Texas and they're running like the party of Plattner ads. I don't know. I feel like they'd be more likely to still focus on like AOC or something. That just seems crazy to me. Also, the Republicans, I don't know.
I mean, they'll probably do a whole host of it, right?
Whick,
people like
they are going to run ads.
Biden.
They are going to run ads that are going to try to that are going to try to tie the party to Plattner. But his problem is not his rhetoric. His problem is that he has a fucking Nazi tattoo and lied about it, and it's just like a mess. You know what I mean? Like, there's plenty of other Democratic.
Also the problem, but yeah, that is.
No, I don't think so. I mean, not on a national level. Like, you're not seeing like ads go up in the Peltola race. Focusing on some DSA candidate in Philadelphia or whatever.
I think that,
but it does.
Populist, just real quick. I think populist rhetoric is poison and it is harming us.
Agreed. In the media. Not from politicians. I don't think politicians are gonna be caring or dramatically changing the perception of the Democratic Party in vulnerable districts. I just don't think it's gonna happen. But that's my perspective.
I disagree. Bishop, go.
Yeah. I mean, I actually agree with Hutch, and this is sort of the foundation of my argument. And I've said it a couple times, and I feel like this is sort of the disagreement here. Is that, like, for example, Hutch was describing the difficulties of the Biden administration with immigration, and I appreciate the library of timestamps that Destiny has about the evolution of that stuff in Congress. But from my perspective, when I think about Biden and the immigration, I'm thinking about the standoffs between the Texas National Guard and the DHS trying to let people across the border and things of that nature that got really heavily put on Biden. And so I do think that you need candidates that are facing those issues to have the freedom to be able to say, on these issues, on these specific issues, me as an individual or me as a competitive candidate is going to diverge from Biden or the typical Democratic Party. But I think that it's important to differentiate it, that the chasm is on the issues and not on the community, not on the party, not on the D, because that is how we get the big tent. We get the big tent by saying Southern Democrats are just built different. You just have to accept it. You just have to accept that blue dog Democrats, they're going to believe things that people in New England don't. And that's what a Democrat is, and that's what a blue dog Democrat is, and that's what a moderate Democrat is, and that's what a Manchin Democrat is.
A question for you, Bishop, actually, because I'm very curious. Do you think that there's what would you consider necessary beliefs to be a Democrat, if any? Is there a necessary policy position, belief system, value that you have to hold, or you're just not let into the tent?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that fundamentally you need to believe in the core principles of liberalism. And that needs to be, I mean, frankly, I think that our political leadership should be able to explain this on a political science level, not necessarily in their campaign speech, but like they should at least
give us
understand
like the top three then.
I mean, I would say, gosh, I wish I had notes in front of me for like the principles. But
I would just say you need to be more aligned than not. I don't know if there's like a particular North Star policy for me at this point. Maybe if I thought about it,
no core principle that you would point to, say you kind of got to believe in this.
Well, I mean, I would say to define it all, I'd say Lockean liberalism. It would really be where you need to be a Democrat. And I think where I would actually differ from Hutch, where you need to be more aligned than not, is I think one of the biggest problems in the world that the Democrats have right now is trying to understand the difference between a liberal Democrat and a progressive Democrat. And I believe the reason why it's so difficult to understand the differences in these two is because they are way more aligned than not. They are very closely aligned. But some of it doesn't line up, and some of it leads to pretty disastrous differences. And we're still trying to figure that out. And the short answer to why there is that difference is because there's an underlying political, philosophical difference. And that's why you have progressive Democrats that are like, I don't agree with Hassan Piker, but I don't hate him. And then you have liberal Democrats that are like, I think Hassan Piker is the devil. And so that's how you wind up with those two things, even though the progressive Democrat and the liberal Democrat agree on like 99% of the issues at the time.
Is Hassan net positive even among Democrats in the polling?
Fuck no.
I don't think he is. Could be wrong.
He's 77% unknown, minus 10% likability.
Yeah, but there was like a breakdown with like specific demographics in a poll just like a week
I don't know
and a
the
half ago.
demographic breakdown.
I know that the demographic breakdown is that the largest group of people that like him are people who live with their parents.
I remember that. He fucking dominated with them.
Why
Yes.
would you ask that on a poll?
And then parents, it was the craziest thing ever in that poll. And then among parents who had children at home, he pulled at he had 0% favor. So like the kids that are watching his streams that live at home with their parents, it's like they fucking love him, and then the parents fucking hate him. It's amazing. Yeah.
I've never heard of a poll that's like, how do you feel about this person and do you live with your parents?
Yeah. Wow.
A weird question to ask, but they did. But I guess that's one of the problems I think that the Democratic Party has is when you ask them, okay, what does it mean to be a Democrat? What does that mean? Right? Like that's a question that is very, very hard to get an actual answer to from people. And I've asked this question a few times in interviews and in panels I've done and things like that. It's really hard. I'm curious your answer, Destiny. Like Hutch here says, well, you just have to be more aligned than not, like 51% aligned, I guess. We'll do it. And Mr. Bishop was Lockean liberals. Do you have an answer for us, Destiny? I'm curious.
For what, like on a national level?
What does it mean? What does it mean to be a Democrat? What, if any, core principles do you need to hold to consider yourself a Democrat or to be considered a Democrat?
I mean, it's going to be hyper contextual in time. Do you mean to vote Democrat, or do you mean like to closely align?
No, to be a Democrat, not just to vote for us, but to be one.
I don't know. It's probably some general broad principles of like social democracy. So you roughly believe that Americans need some assistance from government redistribution on the economic side to create more opportunities for people to go to school, get jobs, or whatever else. And then all the basic like classical liberal stuff. But I mean, that would have been the old like distinction between a Democrat and a Republican, but right now we have a Republican Party that's just absolutely fucking insane. So I don't know. It's hard to define a single party without like an opposition party. But I mean, I guess
I think part of the issue here, Whick, is with a two-party system, you have to consolidate in a way that is a bit unnatural. So like if you go to European countries that have anywhere between like 5 and 15 political parties, you have these different identities that get to have the different groups that get to have their own political identity. And so it becomes a lot harder to come up with like an all-encompassing sort of category or criteria for what it means to be a Democrat in a party with like, 100 million people or something, or 80 million people, however many registered Democrats there are.
Traditionally, we would define ourselves in opposition to the Republican Party. Like there's going to be issues that we have like tension between. So like if you go back like 10 years to like the neocons, we would define ourselves as people that are a bit more dovish when it comes to foreign policy, maybe more diplomacy first versus just bombing people going to wars. Ideally, we would be in favor of greater social welfare, more redistributive tax policy, more public funding for things like schools or whatever. Like these would be in opposition to the Republicans that are on the other side of that. But right now, I think being a Democrat is just, it's a 95 or higher IQ test or a morality test. And if you're not in that camp, then you're a fucking demon or retarded, in my opinion.
See,
being
anti-Trump. This is also go ahead.
Opposition to Trump is like a big part of the Democratic Party brand right now.
Kind of, yeah.
Sure, but that's a terrible. That's
Yeah,
such a terrible political movement
that's
and political
that's
idea.
a terrible idea.
You resolve
well,
that.
if I'm a Marxist-Leninist,
Look, I
I'm a
will take
Democrat,
I
then
will
that's
take
crazy.
anyone's vote. Like I don't
Yes.
care who you are, what you believe, what you identify as. I don't care if you want to vote for the same person I do. I will take your vote. Like that,
Yeah.
I don't think is in contestation here, right? We're not contesting that. But when I do think we need a stricter guideline than on what it means to be a Democrat, then we don't like Trump. I think it just needs to be more than that.
No,
What does it
agreed, but
mean to be
not
like
more
a?
than
What
that,
does it
we
mean to
risk
be?
our
It
party
doesn't.
changing fundamentally
What
in
does
a
it
way
mean?
that's going to be disastrous.
No, right now, what it means to be a Democrat is probably going to have a lot of overlap between, I would hope, most moral people and like what it means to be an American. Like, if we don't have an opposition party, how the fuck do you even define what a Democrat is? Like, in my mind, the Republican Party is not a real serious political party in the United States right now. So I don't know. I don't know how I would define the Democratic Party in a way that separates it from just like what I think an average American ought to be, and then without an opposition party to define ourselves against. I just don't know what you would. I don't even know what you would say to that.
It's the inevitable. It's the inevitable outcome of being the opposition party. Like, how did the Republican Party define themselves when Obama was president, being anti-Obama? Like, the party is going to have a better identity once we nominate a president
Yeah, but the Republican
candidate,
Party,
and then they win.
At least before Trump, the Republican Party had a through line. Yes, they did do a lot of anti-Obama stuff, and they were kind of seen as the opposition party in a lot of ways. But it meant more to be a Republican back in 2000 or 1990 than it does than just I'm against the Democrats. And
At the
vice
state
versa,
and
but
local
same
level,
thing.
more
Well,
to be a Democrat than just I'm against Republicans.
Yeah, it did,
right?
but that's because we had opposition parties, right? You have your gay, liberal, coastal elites. Your city people tended to be more Democrat. Your rural people tended to be more Republican. Your techie people tended to be more Democrat. Like, yeah, we could draw all of these lines, but that's because we had an opposition party. But I mean, now, I don't know what the tech bros are conservative demons. I don't know how you would. I mean, you tell us, how would you define Democrat in a way that's like unique from just, I guess, what you would want like an average American, I guess, to be right now.
Sure.
Or how would you establish an identity?
How would I establish? Well, these are different questions, right? So I'll answer Destiny's question first. What do I consider someone, or what the Democratic Party should be, right? Are people who believe in free and fair elections, people who believe in...
Hold on, stop. I said that's different from an average American. So our opposition party should not believe in free and fair elections?
Does the average American believe? The average American is looking towards populism, which I don't know if they believe in free and fair elections.
Yeah, but even in their mind, it's still
There's
going to
a
be
lot
free
of
and fair
election
elections. They're not thinking that like the elections
Okay,
are going to be rigged.
Sure.
The polls are pretty serious. Like, there's a pretty substantial amount of Americans that don't believe the polls. I mean, think about all the Trump. There's like 6% of Trump voters believe that Trump didn't legitimately win the election. I mean,
Well, wait, that's different than saying, do you believe that we should have free and fair elections? That's what I thought.
There is a substantial portion of the American populace who are looking for a strong man. This is a real and growing problem in America, right? And I think that that is just one of the conditions. There are others, right? But it's a box that unfortunately we have to ask, right? Do you actually believe in free and fair elections, or would you steal one if you could? I think that is a fair question that we have to ask people nowadays.
I don't think most of them believe that they're stealing the election, though. I think they believe that they do have the popular support on their side. Like, for the average voter, at least. Like, the average January 6th Republican was not thinking, like, fuck, Trump's got to steal the election with these electoral votes. They were thinking that the elections had been stolen from them via some huge rigged mail-in ballot scheme, and that Trump was, like, trying to show that, actually, the American population really did vote for Trump, in the majority.
I don't know if that's true. I think that a lot of them are post hoc rationalizing, and they're living with a cognitive dissonance that is causing a lot of anxiety within a lot of them. But a lot of them just don't fucking care. They're psychopaths. They just don't
the
care.
psychopaths are going to be 1 or 2%. I think the average of them are, for all their fucking faults, I love them to death, are going to be like my parents who watch stupid, retarded shit on Facebook, and they were in the Air Force, and they served their country, and they love this place, and they think that the dirty Democrats stole the election with mail-in ballots because of biolabs in Ukraine and Kamala Harris and the Commie News Network and everything else. Unfortunately, as fucking stupid as it is, I think that's more the average MAGA person than the sociopaths like Ryan Mullally or whatever other people should be fucking shipped out of this country in helicopters over the ocean.
My dad and your parents would get along swimmingly. But Whick, I think right now, tactically in the short term, It's actually the best play for Democrats to be defined as opposition to Donald Trump. While their brand is really bad, Donald Trump is historically unpopular, and then they should ramp that up when we actually get the majorities.
Yeah, but
And,
that's the disagreement we're having here, right? Is yes, I think short term, tactically, it probably will work. Like I don't think. Look, I think I could win an election in this environment. Okay, right? Like I think that anyone who doesn't have an R next to their name will probably do much better in this political environment than they otherwise would. But the problem becomes like what comes next, what comes after. And
What
I'm
happens when
worried that
Rubio's the frickin' nominee and the Democrats built an entire identity off of "We are not Trump"?
he gets
Rubio
fucking smoked.
comes out
He gets
swinging,
smoked.
saying that he believes that in the American dream, where a Latino can come to the United States of America and accomplish
He's gonna have
anything.
he's gonna have the
I
same
mean-
problems that Kamala did, inheriting the baggage from the administration
He
that
will.
she served in.
He will.
And this
He
is a historically unpopular president. I don't want to get too complacent, but Rubio's not going to have an easy job against literally any candidate
like I
right
said,
now.
It's also-
AOC
it's
would beat
also-
Rubio right now.
I think it's also, as much as I hate to say this, and as much as I want Democrats to rule forever for the rest of my lifetime, when you criticize the opposition and then they end up changing in order to avoid your criticisms, in our minds, we see that as like a snaky, sneaky, whatever, fuck these guys things. But we take a step back, it is significantly better. Rubio,
Yeah.
for as much as I love my fellow Cuban American, is a significant improvement from Donald Trump. Holy
sure.
fuck.
For
So,
sure.
He is.
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
Hugely, yeah, absolutely, and that's I don't think that we should be building our entire identity off of being "We're not Trump." I think that there are some Democratic politicians that do, and I think that there are plenty of Democratic politicians that don't, and I think that the ones that don't are the ones that are going to have the most success long term. It's like what coercion can win in a moment, but it loses for centuries. So but I really am worried about. I think that's a great question, Wick. It's just like sort of the ambivalence about like, well, what is a Democrat versus what is a Republican? But I think
we need a better answer.
No,
That's
but
all
we
I
have
got.
we have
Yeah,
but we have
yeah.
a lot of through lines right now. We have a lot of
Yeah,
through lines right
we
now
do.
with all the campaigns that are going. They're focusing on affordability, corruption,
Yeah.
and anti-Iran war. That's what's defining the party right
And
now.
that's the rule of law. I think the rule of law is a huge one. And when you look at what's going on with this, I mean, frankly, the Trump administration and they're skirting around the rule of law and the IRS and all of that jazz. And this is why it's kind of a cheesy answer for an audience to say, oh, yes, this political philosophy defines what a Democrat is. But I think it's, ordered liberty. I think it's social democracy. And I think it's rule of law and equality under the law is the really defining things that make somebody a Democrat.
Talk to Destiny about the rule of law. He's got some ideas.
Yeah, and that's the concern. It's the main question. I think the main disagreement between you and I, Hutch, is the long term versus short term thinking. And I understand how important the short term is, right? You can't live long term if you can't survive the short term, right? Like if we get blown out in the short term, it doesn't matter what happens long term because we are suffering now and people need help now. And we have a Supreme Court picks coming up soonish, right? That we will need to fill now. But I don't know if I'm willing to sacrifice everything and anything, or as much as you are, I should say, to be a little more fair about it, in order to secure these short-term gains, because I believe that they'll be at the expense of the long-term health of not only our party, but the nation as a whole. And we are going down a path that I do not want to go down with regards to populism. And to Destiny's point, the media environment does need to be, we need to do something. I don't know what, right? But it needs to happen. But we can, even in a bad environment, take actions or avoid taking actions that will help us and make it more likely that we can be successful, not just now, but in the long term. That's just the disagreement we're having.
Listen, I agree with you 1,000,000%, but there are things where the answer is like, it's like blaringly obvious where the huge problems are right now. Like you've got a guy who is eating no protein, goes to the gym and sleeps like 8 hours a night, and you're saying like, what if he slept 10 hours a night? What if he slept 12 hours a night? What if he slept 18 hours a night? When the reality is he's just not eating enough, right? You have this glaringly huge issue, And right now it is the media. And it is 99% of the problem. And trying to say that some Democrats just need to figure out a way to message better if they're an exposed district who is at risk of losing a race, when the media apparatus on the right can cover for literally everything. You have a media apparatus. Is Tallarico? I don't actually know. Is Tallarico gay?
No.
Oh,
Okay.
no, he's
know
engaged.
why.
All right, I don't even know. Okay, I don't even know. But the Republicans made it that way. They're like openly, like, I'm pretty sure,
Yeah,
like,
they're doing AI videos.
I'm pretty
and all
sure
sorts of-
isn't
They called him trans, didn't they?
isn't Lindsey
Yeah.
Graham gay? Like, probably.
Well,
Like
Probably.
yeah, almost
I don't know,
certainly,
I've
right?
seen some
But like, we don't talk about it because why? Because nobody in the media talks about that. But Tallarico's getting hit for fucking soy. I don't even know what the fuck they're targeting him on. Or like, what happened to, we're talking about Biden was weak on the border and Trump was going on the border. Where's the wall? Did that ever get finished? I don't know. Mexico certainly didn't fucking pay for it. And there were 30 million illegal immigrants supposedly that snuck in over Biden's term, and we've deported maybe 2 million of them. Like, the media is winning on all of these points, and it is the media that is doing the heavy lifting on 99% of the messaging here. It's not the Republican politicians. Look at these. For all the credit that I give some of them having dropped out, Marjorie Taylor Greene was Trump's strongest warrior, and now that she's out of the camp, her messaging carries as far as the Young Turks will carry it, right? She's just not as influential anymore because the media establishment on the right has now tossed her out. So, like, looking to these politicians to be the one to create the brand is always going to be a fool's errand when the media is like 99% of the issue right now, in my opinion.
Yeah, the disagreement we have here, Destiny, is while I agree with you 100% that the media is the main problem. Look, I live by the philosophy: when there's little you can do what little you can, and a candidate, however talented, is very, very unlikely to be able to fix our media environment. But what they can control, what they can do, is work on their messaging and work on what they can do. And I understand it might not be enough to solve all
Correct.
the problems.
Wait,
in the world,
but the most
they can
important
at least
thing-
do
I
as
agree.
little harm as possible.
I agree. You're asking, though, what is the most important thing that a person running for office can do?
The most important thing.
have a winning unifying
Raise a lot of
message.
money.
No, fuck all that. No, it's to win the office. That is their job at the end of the day. Media and messaging is secondary to that. They have to win office. That's the most of all of the foundational politics in a democracy. Winning office is the most important thing because without that,
you
nothing
would
else matters.
Agree that they
Yes.
should not and they cannot and should not win at all costs.
At all costs, no. But if
Exactly.
a family is struggling to pay their bills, the answer is not to have your 14-year-old drop out of high school to start working at McDonald's because everything is just getting fucked up at that point, even further down the line. We need to fill seats in Congress. That is the most important thing that matters right now. Our left messaging apparatus is in shambles and it sucks shit like fucking horribly. We are never going to have that fixed by vulnerable Dems potentially losing seats in a fool's errand to repair a media apparatus while fighting against Fox News. It's not even.
It's hard to know how to get into like solutions when you talk about the media stuff. Like, do you have any ideas in terms of how to address that? It just seems like
You either mobilize the military and you destroy Fox News headquarters, you deport Murdoch and Elon Musk, and you bulldoze the X fucking server farm just to send a message.
I'm not sure if he's kidding or not.
I'm talking about saving our country, okay? Or on the lib left part, you tell people, hey, you motherfuckers need to message positively for the Democratic Party, and you need to understand everybody has the rules that they play with, okay? And then when it comes to the Democrats, everybody comes in and then they attack us over the head with our own rules. And for some reason, I don't know how to communicate this because Americans are truly fucking retarded and lost on this. Americans have this thing fucked into their skulls about freedom of speech and all this shit, and it's the most important thing in the world, and it's virtuous to criticize your own side, but only the Democrats do it. And somebody has to communicate. I don't know if it's the CEOs of these companies. Barry Weiss, she's got to go to Canada or Mexico or to Iran. She's got to be fucking ejected from this country. But the lib-left messaging apparatus has to understand that if you're going to bring a politician on, go look at the interview that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz did on CNN. If you want to understand the issues in this country, go look at the interview that Kamala Harris and Walz gave on CNN when they were running for office, and then go look at the very first interview that Donald Trump gave to the, I don't know if she's Hispanic or Indian, the one woman on, it's either ABC or NBC, and look at the difference where when a lib is asked questions on a lib platform, it's, you said this, and I know you answered this. Here's a follow-up, and then here's another quote from you. And are you sure about this? It's a brutal interview. And then Trump is like, yes, Master Trump, what do you think about this? Oh, he just told 20 lies. I'm not going to... Okay, and then what about this, Trump? Oh, 20 more lies. Okay, and what about this, Trump? until that gets fixed, everything else is completely fucked. And, you know, we can nibble around the edges for everything else, but I think you're better off, honest to God, organizing mass harassment campaigns to go stay outside the homes of, like, CNN execs until they realize that their messaging is destroying the country. I know that sounds radical. I'm sorry, but, like, that's where I'm at.
No, I mean, I agree. I agree that fundamentally, if we're going to have a change, we are going to have to have a massive overhaul of the lib-left media space. I don't think we're going to be able to do that by going to the current organizers of that mass media space and saying, hey, please do it differently, or we're going to stake out your house. I think we're going to have to do it by simply galvanizing lib-left media. And I think, and by the way, everybody's tired of it. This isn't like a minority of people feel this way. So I do think that there's the motivation to be there, but it's just going to take programs and organization and intentionality. But I do think of that one.
Just real quick on that. I don't mean to. Well, I am interrupting, but like this is part of the problem that again, bringing this back, like these arsonists are. Look at when Chorus. Look at Chorus, right? Tried to put together a media group that would be positive towards democratic messaging, liberal messaging, and push that shit. It got attacked, not from the right, but from the left, right? Like it obviously was. There are arsonists that are within our ranks that are trying to burn any improvement.
Listen, this is absolutely true. This is absolutely true. And fuck them. And fuck all of them. But you know what? What is this stupid fucking quotes we should jerk ourselves off with? What? The only thing necessary for evil to triumph is for great men to remain neutral in times of crisis or whatever. Yeah. Where the fuck was everybody else on the Chorus shit? I'm not calling out you guys, but I mean, like mainstream media. Where the fuck was anybody defending them? Nowhere, bro. You can have people defending. You can have people attack Jack Posobiec, and you will get fucking the Republican parts of the establishment coming up to defend this guy, who's literally a subhuman. And people will. I think he has a book called Subhumans, talking about like fucking Democrats. It's crazy, or Unhuman, I think is what it's called. Like there is. That doesn't exist on the center left. If Biden is trying to tell a story about anything, then the entire center left have their cum receptacles out to jerk off about how great they are to hold him to account for it. And then on the right, they're like, how could we sell this fucking lie? And they hate it. They even know it's a lie. Look at all the leaked messages over the Dominion thing where Tucker Carlson is literally talking about Sidney Powell. We caught this fucking bitch lying. I think that's a verbatim quote. This fucking bitch lied to me on my platform. And they're still airing it and lying for her. You can't compete against that. And the politicians absolutely can't compete against that.
Well, I mean, the way that you compete against that is just by drowning it out with more different voices and utilizing better media strategies. I mean,
the media strategy, where, how? Give me I need an actionable thing, because your media strategy
an
is
actionable thing.
Like where? What do you do? Where do you go? Sorry, I'm not.
I mean, an actionable strategy. No, yeah, no. I mean, you're rightly fired up about this, and frankly, you know, a lot of your arguments have sort of led me into how I feel about this space and how I am trying to position myself in this space. I mean, I think that the winning media strategy is for people that are subscribing to this liberal ideology to organize and to have organized media campaigns and organized political media campaigns. I think that they should be emulating successful media campaigns that we're seeing in other political ideologies. I mean, I think
those are coordinated, but the coordination happens with the mainstream media platforms. They're doing it. They're doing it.
But the reason why they do it, the reason why the mainstream media organizations, why they collaborate with people on the right wing, is because it works for them. And the reason why that the liberal media campaigns don't coordinate is because right now that's what works for them. It's like when
but it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Algorithm. It's because they've decided they're going to be, because everybody over there is mind fucked, and I'm going to assume most of them are not doing it in bad faith, but it's because they're mind fucked into thinking there's some fucking virtue in it. We raised, I'm not trying to drag it up, but like, okay, we raised like $260,000 in a single day in an online fundraiser for my little DGG thing, which is like a not super far left, which I think is a kind of a cool thing. I think that's a pretty crazy thing in terms of like an actual absolute dollar value amount of money raised. I have had one mainstream media reporter reach out to me for a relevant story in the past 6 months. Can you guess what story that was?
I bet it's something not related to the fundraising.
It's the lady who did the story on Hassan Piker is in my email reaching out to me to get comments from me to build that story. That's the difference right now in our media environment. Is the right will do anything they can to launder stories to support their party and their candidates, and then the lib left is trying to find the final piece of the Biden senility crisis to talk even more about how good they are. They'll hold their own accountable. That you can't win in that environment. No amount of Plattner messaging or anybody else is gonna move the needle much when all of your media fucking hates you. And by you, I mean like the lib left media is like adversarial to the Democratic establishment.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
again, I 100% agree with all of this. The problem is, I think that you aren't taking into account, and one of the problems that the reason we have gotten here, and the reason people think this is virtuous, and the reason why Hutch thinks it's perhaps a virtue for candidates to throw Democrats under the bus in certain instances, is all related to the same thing, right? That we aren't fucking standing our guys. We aren't standing there.
Yeah.
Putting our flag on the hill and saying, yeah, I'm a fucking Democrat. I'm fucking proud of being a Democrat. And yeah, we are the best party on the fucking, in this fucking country right now. And fuck you if you criticize us.
But the standing has to be from the media.
We need that energy
I don't expect somebody from an ultra blue area to stand Plattner. And I don't expect Plattner to stand the party, but I expect the media wing to stand the party. That's what has to happen for it to work. It can't be the candidates. It's you're on a national. The Democratic Party is a national brand. Races are run at the local level. Even senatorial races are ran at the local level. It's the state. The state of Maine. The average voter there is not the same type of person as the average American citizen.
That's true, but again, I think that races are nationalized in a way that they weren't before. And these things have ripple effects. As I said,
I gotta say,
they're going to run against Plattner in Alaska. They're going to run against Plattner in Texas.
Yeah.
They're going to run against Plattner.
No, they're not. Nah, we'll see.
I agree with you, Destiny, with your criticisms of the media. I think it's the biggest problem that we're facing right now. I'm very eager to see what the lib left is going to do, if they're going to evolve, if they're not going to evolve. I personally am going to be trying to play as much of a role as I can in that. But as far as these conversations go, beyond that problem that does exist, I do think that we need to hold political leaders accountable for the things that they say in politics. I do think that when political leaders say things that are outlandish in politics, they can be held accountable for it. For example, that candidate out of Texas that said that she was going to send Zionist people into FEMA camps, and that absolutely crucified her campaign. I do think it's possible for political candidates to say things that are important, and I also think that it's actually really important that we hold them accountable for what they say, and we hold them accountable for their messaging. I do believe that your percentage thing is right, is that maybe what a political candidate says is 2% on the meter, and then the way that the political media clips it is the other 98%. I could very much see that being the percentage breakdown. But as far as the conversations on our political leaders go, we need to be demanding more from the people that are leading us. We need to be demanding more from the people that we are putting in positions of power. And we need to be calling out weak leadership when we have it. We need to be willing to sit here and say, hey, you in the elected office, you're fucking up. You ruined this for all of us. And you need to change your policies. These are unpopular policies. And you keep on shoving them down our throat for some fucking reason. We have all of our conspiracies for why you're pushing these unpopular policies. We have all of our conspiracies for why you're pushing this. But it doesn't have to be the be-all, end-all. We as Democrats can be a big party, a big tent party, and we can adopt policies. I think that people have the right to govern themselves. And if people in one part of the country prefer some policies and people on the other side of the country prefer different policies, they should be able to govern themselves. And that should be able to be under the Democratic Party and not this weird fascist thing where everybody is a sycophant and saying, sir, yes, sir, Trump, I'll suck your dick for $20.
Look,
that's
MAGA,
what we're
MAGA and the far left, MAGA and Hassan specifically, operate almost one-to-one. You can't criticize Hassan. No one criticizes Hassan in their camp. If you criticize Hassan in their camp, you get pushed out. Like they are however you fucking say that word. You know what I mean. Sycophants for Hassan.
Sycophants.
I can see him in my chat right now. I mentioned Hassan, and they're there like lightning, ready to defend their daddy, right? Just gobbling his
media people, though. Media people. Mamdani disavowed, right? Mamdani disavowed. Other people had a distance. Media people. You're talking about there's a media issue. I love you.
I understand, but it's a both issue, and I understand one is way more important than the other, and I agree with you, but that doesn't absolve the, like, even if it's 91% on one side and 9% on the other side, let 9% still matters, and it could still, again, elections are won in this country by like 1-2%.
It's not a matter of what it's the difference between necessary and sufficient. It's not a matter of what matters. If you're really thirsty and I ask you what's more important, the glass or the water, I mean, like, you have to have the glass to put the water in. It doesn't matter what the water does absent the glass being there, unless it's going to lick the ground, right? It doesn't matter what the politicians say or do if there's no media apparatus there to accelerate it into the public consciousness, like the Republicans have. And especially not if you're going to lose an election trying to do that. It's just not their job, and they're not going to be successful at it anyway.
Will the election trying to do that? I think that's a lie. I think that's what's feeding these things is the idea that if you run as a proud Democrat, you will more likely lose your election. I don't believe that.
Well, in the cases where it's obvious where being a pro-Democrat would win the election, what do you think me and Hutch would say?
See, but that's the problem. None of us have a crystal ball that can say 100% what's going to happen. We have to make inferences. And one of the inferences that I am making, or that I see being made, I should say, by Hutch, is that there are certain districts where Democrats just can't win.
And we don't even know if
toss the people under the bus. And
we don't even know if Graham Plattner's strategy is going to work for him.
But where was the Democratic opposition?
I mean, do you think that James Salarico would be leading in the polls versus Paxton if he was in Texas saying the Democratic Party is the best party in the world and we're just great?
I mean, I've said him in particular. I think that he's the way that he is. I think the way that he is handling it is exactly the best possible way you could handle it. And I think that the way he's handling it is, number one, a little bit different from how I happen to interpret your tweet. And I think more importantly, it's different from how we're seeing some other people handle it in competitive districts and in non-competitive districts.
Look, you don't have to agree with every single thing that the Democratic Party leadership does. That's not what we're asking here. And I frankly, that's a straw man. What we're saying is,
well, I mean, if that's what you're saying, then that necessarily means voicing your, disagreements, whatever they may be.
Throwing people under the bus is the same as voicing a disagreement on a policy.
That's why I tried to clarify at the beginning, maybe I'm being a little hyperbolic there, but some tactical distance sometimes in some districts, in some races, on some issues, maybe be more aggressive about it and just straight up say, you think Biden was bad on this or the party was bad on that.
It's also, again, messaging is important. And if you want to, you can stress Democratic wins, what Democrats are doing well that is popular.
You should do both. You should do both. I'm not saying you should just. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think we've done a really good job at disagreeing for an hour and 43 minutes on something we all agree on, actually.
We don't. Okay. The different. I know this is the what is that name? The distinction of small differences or the prejudice of small. I don't know the exact saying, but when there's very little daylight, but it's still very important. The little bit that we disagree on. I think that's what's happening here.
Yeah, I agree.
Let me read some super chats to get to.
Yes. Go. Let me read. I just got one for $100. So yay. I guess I'll read that one first. $100 from Killer64US. Thank you for the $100. To say, glad we're getting our 1984-esque multi-hour of hate on the Democrats again. We need more conversations like these. Really energizes the base. Dude in the top left is so embarrassed to be talking about the Democratic Party, he doesn't dare show his whole face. I don't know if that's why he's covering his face, but fair enough. $2 from Meta42TMR. The handsome baldy owes Mike $1,450. $10 from Radel. I'm fully behind criticizing Dems for their faults and separating your platform from those faults. However, you should always note one side is worse and never use lies to denigrate the party for approval. Do you disagree with that?
I think for this, I think we should have come. Whick, this is your fault. I think you should have come with 5 or 10 sample messages. And I think that of the 4 people here, I feel like we would probably agree on 80% of it. I feel like the positions that we have right now have the illusion of being further apart than they actually are.
You fucked up, Whick, is what he's saying.
You know what? This is another one. I am the most Democratic here because I'm the one catching the blame. Okay. It's always throw Whick under the bus. Okay. Just like you advocate for the Democrats, just throw all the Democrats under the bus.
It's all your fault, Whick.
As Biden's strongest soldier, I get it. I will take that mantle. I will take the blame for you. $10 from Trevika. Why are we comparing what Dems could have done who follow road signs and lights when Republicans and MAGA push full pedal down on the car till it crashes into a wall and ask Dems to fix the car afterwards? Tyler
You
Karen.
want to win elections? That's really what this is about.
Yeah, well, this is a strategy meeting, gang. $20 from Tyler Karen. Bishop, the damage came from when we were in office, end quote. So do you think we shouldn't elect another Obama because he wore a tan suit? Don't you think the scandal goalpost will be moved like it has been for the past 20 years?
To answer your question directly, I don't think any American that isn't a political pundit gives a flying fuck about the tan suit. And frankly, during the period of time, I don't think anybody gave a fuck about the tan suit. And frankly, if you want to talk about ridiculous scandals, we can talk about the CNN articles that were talking about Trump gets 2 scoops of ice cream while everybody else gets 1. The media, don't get me wrong, I want to be crystal clear. The conservative media is significantly more hyped about that kind of scandalizing and bullshit and dragging Hillary in the fucking emails and so on and so forth. I get it. I'm not drawing. They're not equivalent. But what I do want to say is, yeah, I think that it's unpopular policies that have made Democrats unpopular. I think it's democratic failures in certain areas, such as the border, that have led to their lack of popularity in those communities. And I think that what you can do is you can say this policy is bad without the Democratic Party being bad. Because if the Democratic Party is bad, then in this 2-party system, that means the Republican Party is good. And the Democratic Party is too good on too many things to throw the entire party under the bus just because they've got a couple of policies that are unpopular. And frankly, I think that the thing that we demand is that the Democratic Party takes the policies that are successful and moves them forward, and takes the policies that are unsuccessful and unpopular and cuts them out. And that's how you get a good system. That's my position.
Seems good to me. Mackie Hilden for $10. I think rebuilding the brand responsibility is 30% good policy, 10% Democratic rhetoric, and 60% left-wing media. What is the breakdown from each participant?
There's a missing component there, which is like the leadership, like the president. Like when you have an incumbent party that has the presidency, I think that's a big part of it. And so I don't know how to answer that question really.
That's fair. Trib1 for $10. This is for Tiny and Boldy. I think if we had a way to explain our W's better, it'd be more beneficial in the long run. I understand populism's easy to message on, but there's got to be a way. Do y'all think it's possible?
Trump's campaign colluded with Russia. Okay, that's just we know that to be a fact. The Charlottesville thing, Trump was saying Nazis were good people. Like these are just facts that are true that our media was scared away from because the Republicans countersignal on it so much. If any of these things were relevant to the Democrats, then we would believe the exact opposite. I just cannot stress enough how little political leadership even can do anything when the media is so strong on these things. Like we can't even talk about stuff related to Russia anymore. Even the lib-left media is traumatized by it. Like if you don't, I just don't know how you could ever overcome that environment. I just don't see how that's possible. Like even when people, not to take away from anybody saying anything here, okay, but even when people say, well, isn't Trump like kind of losing now? Like how many layers of hell have we had to sink through to get to a point to where maybe kind of sort of
yeah, he's losing a war and he's like kind of losing.
Well,
I'm a big fuck the voters guy. So, like a lot of the problems that we face go beyond the media and politicians. It's just
Do you have the
sad
courage
fact is that a lot of
to hate the
Americans,
American people?
yeah,
a lot of Americans, a majority of Americans heard Trump's
pitch.
pitch and preferred him. And so,
Yeah.
that's a whole
$5
other angle to this.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, please finish.
No, that's it.
Okay. $5 from my listening library. Mom Donnie doing videos explaining his bills is awesome. I'm in a Republican area. People here feel that politicians are untouchable and do not communicate. Thank you for $5.
I know I come off as a one-note record here. I don't give a fuck. Listen, I think Mamdani's done a great job. The biggest reason why Mamdani is successful is because he is a blue mayor in New York City. So Republicans don't talk about him, and the tankies won't attack him because they want to claim him as their own. So Mamdani's able to go out and he does a really good job at all of his advertising. I'm not going to deny this, okay? But I'm sorry, if you think that Mamdani's done a phenomenal job being the mayor of New York City, he's transformed into 6 months, you're retarded. Okay, nothing significantly has changed in New York City, okay? He's only been mayor for 6 months. He hasn't even had the opportunity to make massive significant changes in New York City. The biggest reason why he has the reputation is because the tankies don't touch him and because Republicans are never going to have a fucking mayor in New York City, so he can do all the messaging that he wants on his own, free of anybody trying to fuck with him.
Yeah, but doesn't that like a certain viewer would hear that and think, well, doesn't that just mean we should go towards tanky policies so that they don't touch us anymore and we solve this media environment that you talk about? And that cannot be the answer. I think that's a fail state.
How is that the answer? No, the answer is to build your own lib-left media apparatus. That's like saying we've got all these people, committing the crime of murder over and over again. How do we overcome it? Well, let's just legalize murder. Well, no, that doesn't. Unless you want to beat tankies, no. But I'm just saying that all the criticism needs to go towards having like a mainstream media platform. I love alternative media, but mainstream media is still really important, where Democrats can go on and get their message out and have like a good time. And like here, I pray for a world where Democratic politicians can go on to left-wing platforms and be treated as well as fucking Vance was treated on the fucking View. Okay, Jesus fucking Christ. That's all I ask for. Holy shit.
Insane.
They were tougher on him than 90% of the fucking interviews for any administration member throughout this term.
Barely. Yeah. If that's a tough interview, then I can bench 3 plate, okay? There were no follow-ups. He was allowed to lie with impunity on every single fucking answer, okay? Whoopi Goldberg was either asleep or stroked out for like 20 minutes of it. And usually in the limited viewings of The View, she's like the most vocal kind of like super lived person. I go back and listen to Vance's answers. It was like a fucking lie on almost everything. He got to have a clean record. Almost nothing got really challenged or followed up on. Like, I don't know. I think it was a very easy.
It's a low bar. It's a low bar.
Well, they ain't going on people who can actually hold their feet to the fire. They just won't go on their shows.
True.
They just refuse.
This is where I will agree with Whick that there is some things that the political leadership can do. So, for instance, I think maybe one of the reasons why Trump has had an easier time in the media is because he, for instance, when he was coming back into office, he was tweeting out or on Truth Social saying things like he would put Mark Zuckerberg in jail for life because of unfair treatment on Facebook, and then he sued every single fucking media company that banned an account of his. Maybe the next lib president needs to do that. Maybe Gavin Newsom needs to start making death threats or whatever.
That is not no.
Well, I'm just saying.
Pointing
when
this
we look
as
at
agreeing
as
with
much as I
Whick
want to
is
say,
not-
as much as I
No.
want to say, okay, they get friendly interviews, and I hate the media people. I mean, also Trump is kind of like threatening them with bullshit prosecutions and tweeting out shit about putting them in jail forever. So I don't know, maybe that's the way to get a more friendly media environment. Maybe it helps a little bit.
Well, so I try to ask this every chance I get in a Discord call with you, Destiny. So it's been a very big part of this topic is us exploring a little bit on the problems with the current left media. So what's your prescription? What are we doing? How are we fixing this? Because I'm a small bean. But I like to make a difference. I'd like to get involved. What do you think is the solution?
He already said you got to deport Rupert Murdoch and Barry Weiss.
I think there has to be, you either need legislation that mandates some type of media equality or whatever between both sides. I think that's less likely though than the other thing, which is you need to communicate your CNNs, your MSNB, MS Nows, whatever the fuck, you need to understand like, hey guys, you need to like work with the Democratic Party more. And you need to figure that out. And if they're not, then you get like the president to say some shit where it's like, hey, I was looking at Anderson Cooper and my FEC guy or FCC guy actually thinks that he's not funny and he's about to lose his program like Trump did with Stephen Colbert or like Trump did for a couple days with Jimmy Kimmel. I don't know, maybe we need to apply that kind of pressure until we have our own little media apparatus built up on the left.
To your point earlier, though, I think aggressive media training for like center left or, left to center libs that are not quite in the crystal ball Kyle Kulinski sphere. Like we need our preferred politicians going into those spaces, but not. They need to understand what they're walking into, and they need to have like a legitimate strategy for how to navigate those conversations.
I mean, like a little, but barely. We had the fucking main character in Saw was the head of DHS. It was saying the most retarded shit constantly, and she was still surviving interviews because everybody was there to like fucking hype her up. Okay, like the guy who was the voice actor for the guy in home movies on Adult Swim. Anybody know what I'm talking about? He released a jazz album. Anybody know who I'm talking about?
The freaking Coach McGurk.
Yes. The
yeah.
voice actor for him, he doesn't know how to play piano, okay? But he released a jazz album, and he thought it'd be funny to hire a bunch of backing musicians while he does random fucking shit on piano, but the backing musicians are really good. The album is listenable. I'm not joking. You should look it up after the stream. It's listenable, but it's because he's got a really great backing ensemble. He doesn't know how to play piano. It's retarded, but it's a funny concept, and it is the current state of our media, okay? Donald Trump will ramble out the most insane fucking answers ever, and I do agree. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be like, oh, none of this stuff matters. I'm just saying that, like, if I was Kamala Harris and I heard people compare me to Trump and say that they voted for Trump because they didn't feel like I had the qualifications, despite being a district attorney, despite being an attorney fucking general, despite being a senator, and despite being the vice president, and all Donald Trump has done is fucked a porn star and lied about it and inherited wealth from his daddy and bankrupt fucking casinos and then make a living on reality TV, I would kill myself. That's all I'm saying. If people were to tell me, like, you got to do better on the media thing. And I know you're not just saying that. God, the media part is so fucking important, though. That's all. Okay.
It is. $20 from Lockies. This debate sounds like Republican framing. If someone asks a candidate to bash, turn it on the questioner. Where was this energy with all the Republicans? I have my qualms with Democrats, but I'm focused on MAGA. That's also a great strategy. Yeah. Like, oh, you want to talk about Democrat Biden and the border? Why don't we talk about the what was it, $600 million bribe that Trump got from Qatar with the plane that they sent him? Why don't we talk about the crypto scams of Trump's, like, basically fleecing billions of dollars?
The FBI director whose eyes look like he's trapped at a permanent LSD trip, who wrote 3 books calling Donald Trump the king. I mean, Jesus fuck.
You don't need to buy into the Democrats bad at all. You can simply go on offense every single time. And to Hutch's point, yes, media training would help you do that. Just say, oh, you want to talk about that? Well, we can talk about that after we talk about Trump, who's losing the war in Iran and getting people, our service members, killed for nothing. For nothing.
Did you guys see the news story about Kash Patel from yesterday?
The new one? Oh, you're gonna have to look. You got. There's a lot of stories.
It is one of the wildest stories that has come out of this administration. He set up $1 million taxpayer funded slush fund that he was giving to FBI agents that were basically acting as his own like personal weapon against perceived enemies. And they were giving them money in $8,000 per week because it was under some threshold where it didn't have to be reported or something like.
Yeah,
what's that?
That's one of the $7,000 Israel payments or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
Is that really the wildest
crazy.
one? I don't know. I kind of like the story about Kash Patel getting so wasted that one night that the FBI had to bring the battering ram to his door when they were knocking on it to see if he was up.
My favorite Kash Patel story was him trying to go jet skiing when he was at the Five Eyes conference in the United Kingdom.
Jesus.
And instead of being at the Intel meetings, he was going jet skiing. That's my favorite Kash Patel story.
Jesus Christ.
The Trib one for $5 says, I'm talking about politicians for my last dono. There's got to be a way to construct messaging to where it's solidifying them W's and improving on them. I'd also take shitting on MAGA. We should do both. But look, again, do no harm is my advocacy here. You don't have to shit on Dems ever at all. I don't think it helps. Shit on MAGA if you want to shit on people. Anyway, $5 from my listening library. Whick, Republicans default to Christian values. They aren't lost, just hypocrites. They'll bury the bad parts and go back to acting like good Christians. Okay. Trib one for $5. The constant Dem bashing is just so toxic, in my opinion, and our policies have been amazing for the working class. We save people. It's so fucking annoying. True. $10 from Protest. Whick and Bishop, you need power only that matters. You guys are soy-jacking over Plattner. We need seats. That's all that matters. Also, the Dem brand was already down pre-Plattner, and these new candidates. Want to respond to that, Bishop? Or?
Yeah. The reason we don't have seats is because we've pushed away the American public. I mean, pretending that there is no problem with the Democratic Party and that if we can just coerce people into one more election, we're going to dominate and we're going to suddenly control Congress, even though we've been struggling for all this time and we have these historically like unpopular positions. I think that's completely unrealistic. I believe that it's possible to for a period of time be able to claw elections here and there. And
wait, can I ask real quick? What did the Democrats do to push away the average American?
I think that they adopted a series of social a series of social policies and
Which
some
one?
other policies.
One policy.
I think the overemphasis on things like defunding the police and things. I think that the way that the party handled the conversation of things like white privilege and the way that they've handled some of the conversations about how bigotry
Then just curious,
violent.
if you were to turn off all Republican media and listen to Democrats talk, how often would the concept of like white privilege or anything come up?
I mean, I think we haven't used the white privilege terminology in quite a while, but that moved on to anti-racism and all of this stuff. And I want to be clear because I'm going to get clipped. I obviously there's problems with systemic racism and modern day racism and things of that nature, and obviously bigotry exists against trans people and so on and so forth.
To be clear,
All the
also
usual
I
caveats.
agree with you. As soon as I hear somebody say the term, by the way, anti-racism, I know that this is the most retarded fucking person in the universe to talk to.
Your brain,
but I'm just saying
you're
that
okay.
where do like the only place you see this is on conservative media. It's because Jim Jordan has dragged some insane person. Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying that our definition of what the Democrats have done is just whoever conservatives can dig up and then put in front of us. There are no like policy. Biden didn't make like, white servitude day or like black worship day or
But
like,
politics is politics and framing is everything and the way that you
Sure, I understand, but I'm just saying
and
you
fill
can't
your
fight.
political
You can't
campaign.
fight on a policy level against the right-wing media apparatus. You can't do that.
Well, you're right, but you also have to play politics. I mean, we've had people that have lost political campaigns because they had a funny laugh, and pretending that isn't a part of this and won't always be a part of this is silly because it always will be, and there always will be conservative media.
That stuff peaked in 2020, though. And I feel like every time I see a prominent Democrat, like Gavin Newsom, for example, in his podcast with Ben Shapiro,
We're repairing the damage. Yes.
Obviously he was like deliberately putting distance between himself and like the peak kind of 2020 woke era stuff. I don't see that really in the Democratic Party currently.
I mean, I think when the DNC is opening with land acknowledgements, we've still got a problem.
Wait, did we do that?
Canada? I don't know. Are they doing that in the United States still?
Yes, the Democrat National Convention, yes.
Okay, here's the thing.
When?
If this is happening, this is mega cringe. It is a billion times more cringe to fly a fucking traitor Confederate flag in the South, that is widely accepted and adopted. Every time there is a Confederate flag, we should do a land acknowledgement. For every time one of these fucking losers talking about how great Robert E. Lee is, we should have a Che Guevara fucking flag. Not really, but like I'm just saying the difference in fixation is.
Yeah. Let me get through these. We got a couple callers that I want to get to too. Natural Phenomenon for $10 says, I can forgive much if pro-Constitution candidates win. Pro-Constitution is the only brand right now. Pelosi tells candidates run against her. She says, just win, baby, even if calling for new leadership. Thank you for the $10. $10 from Pondering Politics. I'm just starting, so I don't know if this has come up. There's evidence that Kamala telling The View she wouldn't change anything from Biden was a major factor in her defeat. What should she have said?
I think this was such a fucked. It's so hard to figure this out because this was just fucked. The reality is, this is a historically difficult position to navigate. She didn't have enough time to run a campaign, and she was the vice president of the current administration, and she's running in a populist climate where people want to see massive change. But you're obviously tied to the current administration that you're part of. So I don't know if Kamala could have ever messaged her way out of that.
I don't think she had enough time, period. I don't think that's even talked about enough. We've had a historical problem with candidates not having enough time to campaign. She was a classic example.
Got a lot of issues.
She could have. I mean, like, I wish that somebody mentioned the fact that Pelosi told people, throw me under the bus if you have to. I wish Biden would have done that instead of telling her to basically protect his legacy. It was incredibly selfish of him. She could have distanced herself from him, like, very obviously on the border and maybe a little bit on Israel, although that one would have worked tricky.
She should have just called Trump the N-word over and over again until he called her the N-word, and that would have dominated. The media cycle would have been fucking epic. Unironically, it would have been based.
Okay. $5 from Blacklist OTA to say, to be fair to Chris Robb, he's moderated a surprising amount. He did an interview with Breaking Points where Crystal was visibly disappointed by it. Didn't see the interview. Can't speak to it. $10 from Lydia Wilder. Core principles for Democrats. Protect and aid our global allies, belief in the value of markets, and belief in a robust welfare state in the form of expansive healthcare coverage and food assistance.
I like it.
Ordered liberty, absolutely.
Fair enough. $2 from Bogsy. Did Bishop say Lockean or Lockheed liberalism?
Although I am a huge proponent of Lockheed liberalism, I said Lockean liberalism, which, to sum it up real quickly, natural rights.
Fair enough. Oh, Ryan Mullally
Just as a
would
quick
love
thing,
you. Okay.
just as a quick thing, the next election cycle, if the lib left doesn't get their shit together, which I don't think they will, also quote me on this because this is a risky prediction, and I hope I'm wrong. I actually don't think that Rubio is going to have much trouble distancing himself from Trump because I just don't think the Republicans are going to talk about it at all. They're going to move on to the next thing, and the lib left doesn't have enough resonance in their media cycle to fixate on a particular point, and that'll just be it, right? If we
And
couldn't
he's not
do,
even the vice president.
yeah, and if we couldn't do the Epstein fucking files, if we couldn't do that, then there's no shot that we're going to be able to tie Rubio to Trump. It'll just be
I
it.
guess we'll find out.
Rubio's going to inherit all of the good things about MAGA and none of the bad things.
You guys, no, you guys. I think I hope you're wrong.
Even
hope
Vance,
I'm wrong.
even
I
Vance
hope
is
I'm wrong.
distancing himself from Trump right now. He's doing it. He did it with the leaks to the New York Times. He kind of did it on The View. It was like
I just don't think it will work. I
Okay.
hope it won't work. I'm less.
I hope you're right.
My confidence level is not high on that, but I'm hoping it won't work. So
I think you're working from an outdated premise, Destiny, because I think the media was way too chummy with Trump in the first year, but they're pretty brutal with him right now. Like he is getting savaged in the media.
I'm sorry. This is
Probably
I use
harder
this,
than Biden was.
the media right now feels like I'm trying to like if you go into a village and you kill 100 people every single day, and then a month later you know people are criticizing you, and then you go into a village and kill 20 people, then people are like, okay, like that's where we're at. When you say like the media is being pretty savage to Trump right now, everything has gotten so normalized in this country. It is comical where we're at with Iran is so beyond bad of anything that could have ever been. Like, Israel can't accept this peace deal. I wouldn't even blame Israel for not accepting it. Like, we have destroyed the balance of power irreparably in the Middle East in ways that might come down the line decades from now. So when we say like the media's being harsh towards Trump, it kind of, but it's one of those things where like if we win the next election, like if it's not like a 50-state landslide, I'm like, what is happening?
Yeah.
That's
Speaking
I'm
of,
just
if you
saying.
believe that,
just go to
if you believe that
just
the U.S. has won the Iran war, I want you on my show next week. Please get in contact with me. I'd love to have it.
just go to CNN's YouTube channel, go to MSNBC's YouTube channel, go to ABC News's YouTube channel. It's all like negative coverage of Trump. So I mean, I just I don't think he's getting friendly treatment right now.
It's not just negative coverage though. It's how that coverage permeates and how it's handled, right?
He put a junior officer in charge of the Department of Defense, and then he single-handedly lost a war. I mean, the fact that they aren't seriously, the fact that there aren't serious talks of impeachment means that he's getting an.
It's
easy
crazy. It's like the story of
Fucking
every
insane.
fascist empire that comes into power and they're gone in one generation. Yeah. We have a person who renames, an alcoholic renames the Department of Defense to the Department of War, and then the U.S. loses the first war, and its whole history, as bad as it ever has before, is unbelievably fucking ironic. It's like bad writing and a shitty fucking Netflix series for how over the top stupid it is.
Technically, they didn't legally change the name.
No, that's true. It's
a
just the
symbolic
title of it.
on.
Thank you.
See,
There
okay,
it
thank
is.
you,
He's doing it
Hutch.
right now. Hutch did it right now for Trump. There he is. It's the guy who thinks we just need to win the midterms
No,
and do
I
nothing.
don't want you giving him
I'm
too
just
much
kidding, I'm just
credit.
kidding, I'm
is
just
the
kidding.
point.
$5.
Let me finish these. $5 from Lawson Harrison. You guys are wrong. Hassan Abi heads don't live with their parents. Their parents live with them. It's different.
Because they're providing
$5.
homes for, like what Hassan does. True.
$10 from It's Vishy. What do Whick and Bishop think of the Blue Dog Caucus? They are moderate Dems who have better rhetoric than leftists, but will also critique the party. They also have been voting worse than the squad. Bishop, I have an answer, but do you want to answer that, Bishop? Oh. Is he? Did he? He might be gone. Okay. Yeah, I think that the Blue Dog Caucus, such as it is, yeah, it has an abysmal voting record in a lot of ways. I haven't looked at their rhetoric lately. I can't speak to it. But again, my problem isn't I criticize some of the things that the Democratic Party does. That's not what I'm beating the drum about today. My issue is with, again, buying into Republican narratives on Democrats, promoting them in order to win, and also simply just being anti-Democrat in general, even in competitive states. I think it does long-term harm to the party, long-term harm to the brand, and it makes it harder to win nationally overall. Hopefully Bishop gets back soon, and he can answer, but he's not here now. Okay, $2 from It's Vishy. As a Hutch hating leftist, I think him and D won. Well, you're wrong, but thank you for the $2. $2 from Lydia Wilder. The Mamdani media. Oh my, there he is.
I got to get going here pretty soon, Wick, just so you know.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what. We'll read the rest of them later. Let me bring in a couple callers, okay?
All right.
Hello.
Whoa,
You're live.
whoa.
Hello. You're muted on your end. If you're trying to
Hello.
talk. Hi, what do you got for the panel?
I want to disagree with the tiny streamer.
Go ahead.
So I think your idea about fixing the liberal media, I don't think that's going to work at all. I think you can. I agree with you, like the approach to the right wing media, but the left wing media, I don't. I think people will smell or like sniff out if it's a pro. Like if CNN is suddenly going to go really pro Democrat, I don't think that works. I think it comes across as kind of condescending to voters.
I don't think so. I think that's a bullshit talking point that the conservatives put out, and then they come and they beat us over the head with it. And the conservatives are like, but don't you guys want to be like criticizing your own? And then you're like, oh shit, yeah, you're right. That's just not true. For any listen, I think
you're gonna have bad candidates. They're gonna get ripped apart by the opposition.
Why?
If they can't handle like you were watching that CNN interview with Dana Bash.
Yeah.
With I think that was a very neutral and fairly not soft, but it was a neutral interview that any normal journalist would be, and any normal politician should be able to handle.
Sure.
And
first of all, you're retarded. But secondly,
interview,
show me a Trump interview that was like that.
The one with ABC that he walked out of.
What was the question they asked that made him walk out of that interview? Do you remember? I don't actually remember. That's not like a bonus, or that's not like a test question.
I also don't remember.
She was firm with him. I'm gonna stick up for the caller here. She was firm with him. She asked him follow up. She didn't let him get away with stuff.
No, I agree. She was, and Trump left. He walked. Elon Musk, didn't he walk from his Don Lemon interview?
He did.
And that was on his own fucking platform. The reality is conservatives don't
want that. That's a win.
No, yeah, but Trump's already fucking 7 elections deep now into fucking our country. Like, it's too late at this point. Where were these interviews prior to this? They don't have them. They don't have these challenging interviews. Like, yes, now, after tariffing the world, after unlimited fucking corruption and bribery on orders of magnitude that are just previously unheard of in American politics, and after losing the worst war in all of U.S. history, now he's getting kind of tough interview questions. Like,
don't disrespect Jonathan Swan like that, because he tore him up in 2020.
Was he the meme guy?
The Australian guy.
Yeah, with the pictures.
Yeah.
Like, we still have people going in front of Congress who won't acknowledge who won the 2020 election. By the way, every single one of those motherfuckers.
That's the liberal media not holding Republicans to account, not necessarily giving Democrats a hard ride. I think these are two separate things. I think.
Why are Republicans so dominant when they don't have any challenging interviews on their side?
Say it again, sorry?
Why are Republicans so dominant? How were they were able to sell the idea that the election was rigged in 2020 and nobody on their side challenged them for it?
That's the right-wing media. I agree with you on the right-wing media. I think the left-wing media can be hard on Republicans. The right-wing media is not hard on Republicans at all. But I don't think the left-wing media being more soft on Democrats, I don't think that benefits you at all.
It does, because it lets them get a message out without it constantly being challenged everywhere. So we can at least start.
What question would you have liked Dana Bash to ask Kamala Harris that you didn't ask?
I don't think her questions were necessarily bad, but like the follow-ups related to the fracking thing, right? There's a layup way that you can answer that question. Like, I know in the past, Kamala, you seem to have been a bit more hostile towards fracking, but now it seems like your opinion has changed. What would you say to Americans that are a little bit worried that you might change your opinion on that again? Was it the fact that we are making so much money off of fracking now that you think it's a good policy that the United States should continue? And then Kamala would go, yeah, I think it's so good now. I agree, blah, 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 blah. And then that would be how you advance that.
So she answers the question for her?
Yeah, welcome to every Trump interview ever. That's every Fox News interview with every single Trump person ever. Yes.
I don't think you want that. At that point, you don't really have a media. Like, is the media called like the fourth estate or something, where like it's supposed to be like?
Oh,
I don't
shit.
think, at that point, you don't actually have a functional media whatsoever.
No, you're true, actually. That's actually kind of true. I actually do think there's a lot of virtue in the lib left constantly holding ourselves to this like really high standard of like First Amendment principles and good, strong media criticism. And I think we're getting so much out of that. I come, by the way, to that question. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, but okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Rick. Sorry. You can.
Yeah, no, you're
continue.
fine. Dev, do you have anything for the panel?
Well, that traceless guy in the backstage, he was there for an hour before any of us.
I
and
know
you-
what he
and
wants to ask. and
As
it's
soon
about
as I
Darius.
joined in, he was like, "If you guys get in before me, I'm gonna fucking." He's probably flipping out in there right now. He was gonna
I know
lose
what
it.
he wants to ask. It's about Darius stuff, and I don't give a shit.
Oh, is it? Oh, Jesus. Okay.
I don't give a shit.
So I've been listening. I took some notes, but the other guy left, so I'm gonna not talk about the things I wanted to say to him. Firstly,
Yeah, Bishop, he's right here.
yeah. Oh wait, you came back?
Yeah,
Where is he?
yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm back. What's up, Dev?
Okay, yeah. Real quick, you mentioned Lockean liberalism. You know that Locke believed that atheists couldn't be good citizens, right?
Maybe
Yeah,
when Locke
I mean,
was alive, that was right. Sorry.
Locke. Yeah. So Lockean philosophy is not defined by every little thing that he had. If you want to get into the relevancy of Lockean political philosophy and American thought, you're going to start with two treaties of government, and that's going to be the foundation for everything. So, yeah.
Yeah, I know that the Constitution came from basically the two treaties. I understand. Yeah. So, I guess somebody mentioned. Somebody mentioned platforms like Libs of TikTok digging up the absolute worst of the left and then projecting them out there as if they are the entirety of the Democratic Party, right?
I've said something like that before, yes.
Yes, and that's definitely true. It's also, however, I think it's not just what conservatives manage to dig up. It's also that other left-wing groups across the world do tend to be more left-wing than American left-wing groups. And then you have people saying that, oh, this is what the left is, right? Because, like, the left in the UK is kind of crazy. The left in Canada is kind of crazy. The left in America is a little bit less crazy. So I do think you have a situation right now where a lot of other countries' issues are being transplanted into American politics, and that goes both ways. But they're being transplanted into American politics basically just to service a right-wing agenda that doesn't really exist, if that makes sense.
Probably true. Yes.
Oh, okay. I guess the last thing to think about is I've been watching you guys have this discussion about democratic optics for over a year now. There's been 5 or 6 different panels on it, a few of them on your channel, Whick. And I'm not sure it matters as much as you guys think it matters. The whole media thing's really important. But in my view, Trump won 2016 because he was the only politician who was willing to critique the Second Iraq War, right? Biden won 2020 because COVID happened under Trump. Trump won 2024 because COVID inflation happened under Biden, and then there was the last-minute switch with Kamala Harris. I think the American voter really just remembers the last big thing that happened that they don't like, and then they vote accordingly. And some of that's going to be media, but a lot of it, like, I think the Democrats are set up to win big, and there's a lot of work to do after they win big, but, like, I'm not sure... Even a really solid Republican messaging apparatus plus a really shitty Democratic one, that's still not going to save the Republicans coming up. I think some of this is kind of out of our hands.
Sure. I agree to an extent that yes, the environment is somewhat beyond our individual control, or even the control of the party, or even control of any messaging or any media apparatus. I would agree with that. That's true.
We can
but I
control it.
reject. Hold on. I reject the idea that there is nothing we can do, right? I just reject that idea. And what you're saying there kind of implies that it doesn't really matter what we say, what we do, what we run on, the policies that we present. It's just going to, whatever event happens, we are subject to the whims of fate. And I just reject that as a concept. I don't think that's true.
I mean, I reject that too, but I do think that Trump is so unpopular right now that you could have Democrats raping babies publicly and they'd still win elections. So, like, I think the Republicans are so fucked right now.
That's obviously something you can say. I do agree, and I think that that's one of the problems that we're seeing is a lot of people are going to this is why a lot of the DSA types and the lefty types are shooting their shot right now, because this is the best chance that they're going to get. And when they do win, because if they don't have an R next to their name, they are more likely to win. They'll point to that and say, see, our policies were popular the whole time. And it's going to cause a whole chain reaction of issues that we're all going to have to clean up with, or clean up in the Democratic Party after this. But yeah, I get your point. I get what you're saying. Is there a question for you have for either Hutch, because he has to go soon, or Destiny?
I guess these aren't just questions, just me kind of giving my thoughts on what I've seen so far. I mean, the reason I think this is because I remember at some point for a video that I did a year or two ago, it would have been a year ago, I went over just the data from the 2024 election, and Trump didn't actually really gain any voters. Like he had more raw votes, but proportionally, it was in all the various demographics and locations, they were all roughly the same. The only thing that changed is that the American population grew. So you didn't really get any more votes, really. What happened is that a whole bunch of Democratic voters were demoralized and stayed home. That's what happened. So really, I think, and this time around, the Democrats are not going to be demoralized. They have a lot of reasons to get the fuck out there and vote. So I think this is kind of in the bag. That's all.
Cool. Wonderful. Hutch, you have to go soon. I want you to give an outro and let people know where they can find you, all these things, if you need to head out. So
yeah, thanks for having me on. Appreciate it. You guys can find me at youtube.com/Hutch, twitch.tv/Hutch. I stream usually Sunday through Friday, starting at 7 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. Eastern. And yeah, thanks for having me on.
Of course, always a pleasure, man. I don't know.
Cheers, buddy.
Do you have any other issues that you wanted to bring up while you're here, Dev, or you're good?
No, why? Why do you ask?
I'm just curious, man.
Well, wait, do you want me to say something ridiculous and destroy my career further after Sunday?
Okay, that's good. We're good.
Whoa.
Okay. Traceless, you're here, and Mendel, what do you got for the panel while we're here?
So I wanted to touch base on what Destiny brought up earlier about kind of like media bias and kind of sucking Trump's cock. Fox News kind of does that a lot, obviously, because they're a right-wing media outlet. But they also give them the easiest questions in the world. Like they'll ask him, like, how, for example, earlier, I think it was in January, they were like, how was your weekend? You had a busy weekend, tell us about it. Like shit like that. It's like they're not pressing him on anything. When he does shit that's fucked for the country, there's like, it's not a big deal. And I also remember when Fox was also kind of like genuinely kind of slandering Destiny on that one thing back with the whole Charlie Kirk shit when he was talking about that. They're like, Destiny got fired from his site or whatever. It was like Jesse Walters being a retard. It's just frustrating. In regards to the democracy with the Democratic Party, their identity, I think they need to continue to touch base on what they campaigned on for the 2024 election, but just maybe elaborate more on the points that directly affect the average American. So like the cost of education, the cost of living, affordability, and stuff like that. And they can also now use Trump's economy and the Republicans, how they've handled the country throughout since 2025 and 2026, and we'll say 2024 because they had the majority of the House and Senate, correct, after the election was done. So we can point to the price of the cost of goods, the cost of gasoline still, that is in like the upper $4 range continuously, which is fucked. So I'm just saying stuff like that. We could use that against them, and that's how we win, is basically advertise with that.
Okay.
We gotta start doing those grocery receipt posts. All right, we got to bring those back. I feel like those move numbers.
Yes, I just don't have any receipts from like 2023 or 2022. I just don't. Okay, Mendel, how do you say your name, sir? Do you have a question for the panel?
Yeah, just two things quickly. One, the previous caller reminded me of this thought, but I was wondering your thoughts on this because I was thinking about for 2028, for me personally, the number one thing that I really care about is I want someone to come up and say, I am going to appoint a commission with like, I don't know, tons and tons of people are going to read every email, every White House correspondent, every single thing that this admin did, all the way down to like the runners and the messengers, and find every little bit of corruption and see who was telling people. Like, that's what I care the most about, is the corruption. I was wondering if you think that's a viable strategy.
Yeah, I think that running on law and order, running on the rule of law, ordered liberty, as Bishop here would say, that's a very fine strategy, right? There's nothing wrong with that.
my second question was more for. I've been trying to get on a few different panels recently because I'm a high school teacher in New York in the Jewish community here, and I myself am not a practicing Jew, but just I wanted to discuss at some point all the various left leaning and left wing anti-Semitic tropes that have been coming up and stuff like that, and just want to dig deeper into that at a future time. I'm actually a subscriber for both of you guys. I just wanted to put out there maybe if you guys have time in the future.
DM me, and if you have an interesting topic like that, just DM me, and we'll see what we can set up. But thanks for coming, man.
Thank you.
Okay. And last
Excuse
but
me,
certainly
Whick.
not least, Lawson Harrison. Mr. Harrison, what do you have for us today, sir?
What up, fellas? I just wanted to add one thing to that last caller. The corruption is something I care a lot about. And when you hear people say, like, how do we do this without being political? There's no chance of us being able to tackle the corruption thing without it being political. There's just no way to do it because it's going to be so one-sided. And that's all I got.
True.
There is
Okay,
I wish I
Hey,
could
guys.
remember. There was a fucking, I think a lawyer emailed me and another lawyer had a great quote, but it had to do with the Pisco thing. When Pisco was defending Hassan over his TSA shit like a year ago, it was one of the most retarded positions that Pisco's ever taken. But it, fuck, I wish I could remember what this guy emailed exactly. But basically the idea was that as long as you stick like a bumper sticker on a car with a political slogan, now every single traffic stop becomes a political thing. And the idea that you would, or rather, you could argue it that way. The idea that you could ever try to separate out the political bumper sticker from any traffic stop becomes impossible. But like, if you're a serious human being, you would say, well, obviously, just because he has the political bumper sticker doesn't mean that it was a political stop. But like, if the news wants to say this or somebody wants to argue this, that's always going to be an argument that somebody can put out there. All that to say that, like, you know what Lawson said is correct. It would come off as a political process because there is a political party in power and everybody doing the messaging, like message runners or emails or whatever the fuck else, are all going to be Republican. So it's always going to come off as political, but you can't let that stop you. That's a word that's wielded sometimes by people to scare people out of enforcing anything. It's like, oh, you're politically partisan. You're politically, they don't care about that at all. And also, yeah, it's politics. Of course, it's going to at least appear to be somewhat politically partisan, but yeah, it's ridiculous to say that just because you slap a political action on something that the underlying crimes or whatever become undiscoverable.
I agree. Now, obviously, there's ways to do it that would highlight the political nature of it and ways that will kind of subdue it. And so, obviously, I do think rhetoric matters in that. But you're correct. It doesn't matter what it is. If Republicans don't like it, they're going to call it political lawfare, all these things, right? Even if it's the most legitimate thing in the world. So, no, it can't stop us, but we do have to be cognizant of how we are viewed and take that into account because I do think that matters.
Yeah.
$10 from Skeptical Ninja. It's been bugging me the whole time. Can you have Censor Bar Dude pronounce Talarico and Chasm?
Oh, I mean, I'm probably mispronouncing it. I feel like it's Talarico and Chasm.
Chasm.
Yeah. Also, wait, I'm sorry. Let me read these 3 sentences real fast. I found this email. It was November 25th. A guy emailed me and said, 1.5 years ago, SCOTUS heard a case regarding where to draw the line between political persecution and legitimate prosecution. And oral arguments, Lisa Blatt, a famously spicy SCOTUS lawyer, made a rhetorically catchy argument, and then he links to be a timestamp. And the quote is, I really would advise every criminal to put a political bumper sticker on their car. The argument was convincing enough for Justice Alito to reference it in his concurrence, and then he links to the Supreme Court for this. And then, quote, I think the quote, this might be from Alito. For example, a driver with an anti-police bumper sticker on his car could claim that any traffic stop was due to his protected speech. Any person who carries a sign while trespassing, blocking traffic, or disturbing the peace could similarly allege that an arrest for these offenses was motivated by the sign's message. All I have to say, yeah, don't let people use like, oh, this is political as a stopping mechanism for, trying to figure out, corruption in the Republican Party, I think, yeah.
Wearing my MAGA hat as I stab people.
Exactly.
Call my prosecution lawfare. Yeah,
yep.
That's great.
Basically.
Okay. $10 from Drive Me to Fire. This is a 2-chat question, and he did pay $10 more, so I'll ask him. 1, do you think a big reason for the discrepancy in media loyalty between the left and right is that the right-leading populace is just easier to capture, entertain, and hold, leading to behemoth networks like Fox, The Daily Wire, and Tucker, whereas the left-leaning populace has higher standards and is more willing to incline to fracture their news sources?
No, unfortunately. You used to be able to say that, but the fact that they could capture so much of like the kind of like tech world shows that obviously even smart people can fall for this style of messaging.
Yeah.
Mamba Claude for $5. Wick, tell Hutch that Destiny thinks one battle after another is a bad movie. I'll have to DM it to him. Sorry. $2 from the Trib One to say we need IRI to make course for Libs Online. Make a course for Libs Online. Sure, I'd watch that. $10 from the Ramen Don. Question for Bishop. How do we force out the pro-2 Second Amendment argument among safe blue areas in a more effective way? Also, shout out the 47.
Yo. Yeah, I think the largest argument for the Second Amendment anywhere is obviously the constitutionality of it. I think that we're very lucky right now that the Second Amendment community has moved away from the NRA, which is they've really, let's say, at least slowed down on their ability to advocate for gun rights. And so I think that really it's going to have to happen in a courtroom. I'm following the ongoing legal challenges against the new firearms legislation in Virginia right now, and it seems like even though Abigail Spanberger is quite a moderate politician, it seems like the quickest and most efficient way, which is like 6 months to 3 years from now of seeing change, it's going to happen in the courtroom. So thank goodness for the Constitution as far as that goes.
Fair enough. $10 from the Skeletal Big. The only way to fix the media apparatus is to make the internet a public utility and regulate cable news like the radio waves. Also, everyone chat needs to flood the zone with their free AI prompts. Well, first of all, no, making the internet a public utility would be I think the term is common carrier. That would be horrific. We don't need that. I think that would be a bad thing for the ability of media companies and social media companies to moderate their platforms in a way that they would, that would be okay with free association. But yeah, that's my thoughts. Any disagreement on there?
What would they do that they can't already do that they aren't already doing?
So if you become a common carrier or a public utility, then you are not allowed to discriminate based on certain factors that you otherwise would be as a private company. So
asking again, what are they doing right now that they, or what would they be able to do that they're not already doing? The Republicans in power.
Well, no, I don't think it's an issue of what the Republicans would or would not do. I think it's a freedom of association issue, just as a principle, right? You would have social media companies be unable to make decisions for their own platforms, and I'm just fundamentally opposed to that. It's not a Republican or a Democrat issue in this case, in my opinion.
My belief on the issue is that the human brain is not going to be able to develop in a way to effectively handle the information operations that are happening over social media and the internet at large, and the damage is going to become so great that eventually there's going to be legislation passed that is going to significantly censor those parts of the internet, if not the internet as a whole. I think that we're already seeing that in the UK right now, and maybe it'll be a crazy amount of time in between Europe reaching that point and the United States, but it will happen eventually. That's my take.
I don't know. Okay, 5 gift TV memberships. Thank you, True Striker. $5 from Mamba Claude. Hutch is always fighting against Destiny Solutions. Has Hutch thought of he who saves his country breaks no law so we can deport Barry Wise?
True.
Okay, $5 from Dylan Blair. Would you support...
To clear the record, I don't think Hutch was fighting against any of my solutions, though, to be fair. Okay.
Fair enough. $5 from Dylan Blair. Would you support reducing the threshold for impeachment in the Senate to 30 senators? It's mutually assured destruction as deterrence. 30 is perhaps too low of a bar, in my opinion.
No.
Okay, $5 from True Striker. The Batman was just okay. Too dark, and the actor who played Commissioner Gordon phoned it in. If you like that movie, you have bad movie takes. Did we mention the Batman? Is that... Look, thanks for the $5, I guess. $10 from Thunder of Transtifa. The Clintons have done the most damage to the party brand at no fault of their own. You don't fight that by running candidates in red and purple districts who attach themselves more to the party, LOL. What do you mean the Clintons have done more party brand damage than anything else? I disagree with you.
I also disagree.
Yeah, I think that Hillary Clinton was treated like a pariah when she ran for president, and history has done nothing but vindicate her.
Yeah, if anything, like the people running against her, Bernie Sanders, etc., have done more damage to the Democratic Party brand.
Whoa.
It's just true. It's just true.
The Bernie Bros. He can still win, by the way.
Okay. $5 from Mr. Miggs, just $5. I love that. Nothing I have to say. $10 from Vishu. Never understood the hesitancy with Plattner. Just own him and his mistakes. GOP had worse candidates that won, and they don't care. If he's attacked, bring up another bad GOP candidate or Trump. Well, again, my issue with Plattner and people like Plattner is I don't want my party to be the party of you can go to Main Street and shoot 5 people and not lose a single voter. I don't think that's a healthy party dynamic, and I don't want that I don't want to be a part of that party.
I just
So
hate Plattner because I hate vets.
Yeah, fair. Sorry about that. I don't want to give Plattner the 51st vote. I don't want to give him the most power out of the entire Senate. I think that somebody who is dishonest about virtually everything and who doesn't have any values at all, right? He doesn't value his service. He's completely abandoned what is supposed to be probably the most important thing to him. He clearly doesn't value the sanctity of his marriage. The fact that this man is supposed to be the 51st vote and resist corruption in the Senate, I think is a bit of a stretch.
Okay. $20 from Temi Dank. What mechanism, norms, would you want in place to ensure unity, but enable self-criticism in the party so that it doesn't run into an echo chamber problem? It always feels like it's not the right time to criticize. You're big on the media stuff. What mechanisms would you want in place
For
to ensure that we can
who's
still criticize?
saying you can't criticize what?
I don't know, right? But,
Well, I mean, you can criticize. It's just we also need a place where we can have like friendly things. Okay, if I get accused of not that I can get it, imagine me being accused of anything. If I get accused of murdering a child, okay, and I look and I've got like 8 platforms available to me, and I know that all of these interviews are going to be tough, all right, and nobody in the public knows, well, what's Destiny's side of this story for murdering a child. I'm gonna be fighting for my life on every platform I go on. If I can do like 3 interviews first, where every interview is like a layup, we're like, okay, so we know you've had a bit of drama lately, so let's talk, okay? So you're in Miami, Florida, where the children are really fucking annoying, okay? And, I've seen the police report. This kid ran out in front of your car. Apparently it was late at night. A lot of us can't even see while driving. Can you give your side of what happened, Destiny? If I have the opportunity to do that in 3 different interviews, then my narrative is set. And everybody that's like on my team kind of knows, like, okay, this is the story. Now when I go and fight on other interviews on hostile platforms, I have that narrative set and I can kind of like reference back to it while I'm in more combative areas. Democrats don't ever get the opportunity to start from a position of here's our story and then we're going to go out and defend it. They have to try to like refine the story on adversarial platforms, which is impossible. I just don't think you can do it.
That's fair.
And, to your point, Destiny, I also happen to believe that on the Republican side, they get a lot more of a luxury on media. They don't get treated as poorly, in my opinion, on like live like interviews and stuff. They don't really get pressed as hard as they should be.
It's a double standard.
Yeah.
It is, absolutely. Dev, did you have something to say? No? Fair enough.
Sorry, what?
No, never mind. I thought you unmuted to say something, but you did not.
You owned him.
Okay. $5 from Trevica. Chorus would have been the Dems media apparatus, but it got astroturfed by lefties over fake concerns over corporate Dems being evil. It has to stop. Well, yeah, I think that, like, I guess as the obstacle or one of the obstacles to us building an alternative media structure like the one that the Republicans have are these arsonists in the party who are just, we are basically fighting for control of the Democratic apparatus, and we need to win that before we can do anything.
And by the way, the only way that we're going to be able to do that is by having people that are willing to endure the criticism from those arsonists. The problem is there's too many weak leaders that they don't even believe half of the things that the arsonists are pushing for. but they're too afraid to face the criticism. And so they capitulate to things that they don't even agree with. And that's where we're at.
Trillion%. And it's not even that they're too weak to face the criticism. It's that they won't defend the other people that are having to deal with it. As long as that environment exists, yeah, because everybody's fucking petrified.
We need a streamer. I've talked to Crowd about this, but we need a streamer NATO, okay? We need a liberal NATO, social media NATO, basically.
Yeah. Could you imagine having a streamer NATO where anytime somebody says anything bad about you, there's like a whole network of people that light up across Twitch and social media, and Casey Tron and Frogan and Mike from PA and Emma Vigilant and Hassan Piker and all of the Snarker people and all of the Reddit subs and like Fow Moy and all these, right? Yes. Like that's what happens, right? Anytime one of them get dinged, every single person lights up to come out and provide like the most uncritical support of these people imaginable.
Yep.
Yeah.
We need that. We do.
The deep state is in the works, boys. Just send me a DM.
We'll get it. We'll put it together. The power behind the throne will rise again. Okay. We'll get it.
I mean,
we'll get it done.
I think the problem with that is that liberals tend to be more self-reflective because they actually do want to improve and be better. So it's a hard pill to swallow sometimes.
It's not. Do it somewhere else. Then do it somewhere else. Parents can want to change the way that they parent, but that doesn't mean that mom and dad have to disagree in front of the child. And right now, the media is the messaging for the political party, so treat it as such. There's no virtue for, like, managers can disagree, but you always present a unified front to employees. You're not going to have your manager and his boss disagreeing in front of employees. It's just not professional. It's not good. No business is ran that way. No household is ran that way. And no country should be ran that way, unfortunately, right now, how it goes.
Yeah, I agree.
10 gift TV memberships from AK Batozai. Thank you. $5 from Benji Boy. Thanks for hosting another great discussion. Oh, you're welcome. Did I already say this? $5 from Hedonic Samuel. Good stuff, Whick. Tell Steve to tell Dan's cat that I said pss, 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 pss. Okay. Eliglick Liffy. Democratic messaging and Democratic media at large should mention Alex Preddy and Renee Good in every other sentence, like it's Lincoln Riley.
That should definitely be a much larger part of discourse than it is.
Well, there's just one of the I guess strengths of the Trump regime in 2.0 is that there's a new thing to be mad about every week.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
Things get forgotten, unfortunately. So we don't realize just how bad it is because we are always kind of just going on to the next thing, moving on to the next thing.
There needs to be fucking posters with the service members that we lost in this god awful war on every fucking corner. And it's unbelievable.
Yep.
How many people died? How many times did we hear about the Afghanistan pullout stuff? How many times did we hear about that? Crazy enough, also, another thing negotiated by Donald Trump. Isn't that fucking crazy how that works? Yeah. So, what a fucking loser, dude. There are so many fucking things that I can't say on these stupid websites. Oh my God.
We still hear from
the least.
So we still hear about that one woman who was killed during J6, like she's a hero. And it's 6 years later.
The one whose family they paid out $5 million of blood money to? Unfucking believable.
Yeah, money from my taxpayer money. Yeah.
Isn't that bullshit though? You're allowed to just that can just happen. Like you don't get a say in that as American. Like if I say like I don't want my money going to some random person that didn't deserve it, Pretty crazy. I'm just saying.
300 billion to Iran. Get ready. Have fun paying that off.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I am curious how, and this is the black pill in me. I'm curious if this is too far away from the midterms to be relevant.
Probably.
Unfortunately.
That's why my biggest fear has always been they find a way to resolve this and then gas prices and everything start to settle and come down and Americans are like, actually, okay. I'm kind of happy right now.
Dusty, do you think they would suck Trump's dick after that happens too? As soon as the gas prices go down, they'll be like, look what Trump did. He got our gas prices back down. The Republicans campaign on it.
Look what happened
That's
after.
What they do.
Yep.
Yeah, look what happened after the third or fourth assassination attempt. They used it to push the ballroom, right? Like, and they were on point. It was lockstep, and they just pushed that shit.
You want to know who I'll vote for? I will donate all my money and support them. Is the person who's running for president, who after the next assassination attempt goes on media and is like, man, why do so many people hate this motherfucker? That's what I want to hear, okay?
Okay. $20 from Dirty Deeds to say Democrats mean nothing. Liberalism is what we should strive for. If the shackles of the party must be thrown off, then so be it. Playing a political endgame will leave the other endgame near unwinnable. Both are important. Thank you for the $20. Well, that's the thing. Democrats and liberalism should go hand in hand. I think that we
Yep.
should tie these two together.
Yep. That is how you have a like lasting a lasting system is by core principles that are going to belong in a political philosophy.
Yep. $10 from Zarek. Question for Destiny. Correct me if I'm wrong. It sounds like you believe the Democrats need to tell a more coherent American story. Any idea on how to create that environment?
No, that's not at all what I'm saying right now. That is an issue down the line that Democrats need to deal with. But right now, we just need to not lose ourselves to whatever the fuck is happening.
Fair enough. Okay, my username. You called in. What do you got?
The overall topic of discussion. Yes, you should, if you have to, bully some other Democrats to gain seats. Assuming that their principles or stances that they would bring forth are not liberal in nature, and more in a more neutral environment. This is a far more extreme environment in general. But for political necessity, I think that is actually very much required based off of America's very fucking large. And there's a lot of different people who live in America, and you have to, if you want to win votes, you have to kind of tailor a lot of your things to each individual cultures. We have 37 million people in America across 50 different states. They're all vastly different with different needs, different worries, different responses. I would, for the original question, I would suggest that. And then for Destiny's comment, no, this is why the Democrats lost. The quote unquote spirit of the nation kind of died under Democrats, based off of.
What do you mean by the spirit of the nation died under Democrats? What do you mean?
Too many trans people. King.
No. It's not. What it meant to be an American, and this is an incredibly amorphous subject, and it completely is different for, not completely different, but is different for every American, what it means. But it seems that like somewhere along the line, and it's not only Democrats, that we've lost this monoculture that this is what is American, and we've kind of split it from that a lot. So the Republicans more so, I would say, as a reaction, not as an instigator.
Okay.
Yeah, I disagree. I loosely understand what you are describing, but I have no idea how that's associated with the Democrats, and I also don't really feel like my understanding of what you're describing happened under the Democrats necessarily.
No, it's been a long. I would have the same critique towards Republicans if they weren't massive quivering pussies.
Like death of the monoculture. I mean, that's kind of like the rise of the internet and so on and so forth. But I don't think that's certainly not like 2020 to 2024.
No, this has been a long. The separation of both parties moving away from each other has been around for longer than 2020 to 2024. This is just, I don't want to say this is predetermined, but this was,
okay.
Looking back at it, this kind of seems like Trump is a bit of a fluke, but the polarization does seem to be like a natural progression so far. Trump is very weird.
Trump is weird. That is true. Okay, other guy, new guy. What do you got? Quickly.
Yeah. So whatever describing a Democrat, you keep talking about the adherence to liberal principles. And I kind of want to reiterate here, kind of what Destiny said earlier, that like an adherence to liberal principles should be the floor across the board. Republicans, Green Party, Libertarians, Democrats, like this should be what unites us as Americans. So when you ask like what it means to be a Democrat and what it means to have the Democratic brand, you just saying liberalism doesn't really say anything. And then on top of that, kind of what Hutch was getting at is that if adherence to liberal principles is really what we need to defend here, which it is, then sometimes shedding adherence to a party whose brand isn't doing anything for the fight I'm trying to have might be beneficial.
So my
Sorry,
concern, and I'll just read just real quick. I'll just reiterate my concern. Like, it might be beneficial, but I think that the long-term harms of that is it's like if your doctor prescribes a medication, you can't. Well, a lot of these things are harmful if you keep taking them over a long period of time. That's why they only give you a certain amount and a certain time. My issue is none of you guys know how to properly apply these principles or these things. And I don't think it's necessary either. I think that you're prescribing ivermectin for COVID,
Okay, well,
and
let me
it's
ask
not
you
going to
this
actually
then.
work, and it's going to, at best case, do nothing, and at worst case, cause you a lot of problems.
Sure. Let me ask you this then. Would you give up the Democratic Party for the continuance of liberal democracy?
If that was on the table, yes. Would you give up your position that we should that we need to criticize the Dems if I can demonstrate 100% that wouldn't work ever? Like, yes, the answer is obviously yes, you would. Like, we don't have
Yeah.
crystal balls,
So what I'm
these
saying
things
is,
are 100%.
so what I'm saying here now, right? Kind of what Hutch was getting at earlier, and kind of what Destiny was getting at, is that we're not really in a battle between Democrats and Republicans right now. We're in a battle between liberal people and illiberal people. And if maintaining a liberal democracy means shedding the veneer of a party affiliation, then I will do that, because what undergirds all of
I don't
that
think it
is adherence
means
to
that.
liberalism.
I don't think it means that right now. The people who are trying to shed the veneer and change what the Democratic is are illiberal people. It is people like Hassan.
Yes,
It
but
is
if we
from the
see,
left,
but if we
right?
don't,
These are the people who are asking. May I finish? These are the people who are asking you and pushing you, and these are the primary driving factor of the people who are like, you need to throw Chuck Schumer, the DNC, Biden, all these people under the bus. These are the main movers and shakers of this rhetoric. Why do you think that they are trying to do that? Why are they think that they are trying to convince you that it is necessary to do that in order to
we're not talking about, sorry, I'm going to mispronounce his name again, Tallarico. We're not talking about him taking an unpopular stance like transgender issues on minors or some aspects of the border. We're not talking about him taking these unpopular policies and abandoning them. We're talking about people that are specifically pushing bad faith, illiberal, dishonest arguments. And so when you're saying, oh, well, this is the fight between D and R is liberal versus illiberal, it's like, yes, that's true. But on top of that, we're also facing a lot of illiberal elements in the D camp, and we need to
but it's
take that
because
seriously
I'm
as
sorry.
well.
I'm sorry if I may. It's because we're allowing them to define the ground that they want to fight on, and always reacting to what narratives that they put in play. Right? Like Destiny says all the fucking time. Right? Democrats are always responding to Republican narratives. Republicans drive the narrative on anything they want about what Democratic messaging is, what Democratic positions is, and we're always reacting after the fact. So what happened is, I don't know how much you know about like RTSs or like any type of like tactical strategy. One of the most important things that you can do in any engagement is to establish some fortified position on the ground on which you're going to fight. And by allowing them a first crack at what they believe liberalism to be, now we're fighting on their territory, under their framing, and on their terms. And we will always lose that fight when specifically the infrastructure that we have is behind them as well.
Yeah, the linguistic ground is very important, and rejecting their linguistic territory, their linguistic framing is a very important part of establishing boundaries. Yeah.
Yeah, but you understand my point though, right? Like that the point of being willing to shed this veneer of like party affiliation is us allowing ourselves the ability to fight on ground equivalent to them.
I disagree.
Right?
I disagree.
Yeah.
I think that what you're doing is you're buying into their narrative framework, that you have swallowed the pill that they have sold you, right? That they have tricked you into buying, that you need to
Do you know how to break
this
somebody out of a
immersive-
cult, Whick?
Huh?
Do you know how to break somebody out of a cult? Like somebody who's deeply bought in. Like, do you know what the first step is?
Separate them from the cult.
No. It's to establish some sense of understanding of their reality. You have to make them believe that you understand their reality, and that you have to, at some point in the beginning, engage with them on that reality, because trying to take a sledgehammer to that reality is only going to make them double down. You have to begin by coaxing them into understanding that they're like to sow some doubt in it before you have any hope of breaking it. Right. So
I'm sorry, this is retarded. This is like some Hassan level fucking intelligence.
This is correct. The same way you get people into the cult is the same way you get people out of a cult. It's building rapport.
Okay, we're not talking about getting people out of a cult.
Build rapport.
And we're also not talking about building rapport with voters. Hello?
What do you think a politician's job is to do? Wait. What do you think a politician's job is to do?
Yes, that's
except
what
build
I'm
rapport
saying.
with voters.
That's my point.
Build a connection.
Yes, that's my point. Nobody is saying that the politicians should not be building rapport with the voters.
But if building that rapport necessitates them to
okay,
shed
what if the voters are
Party
racist?
affiliation?
Do you think we should be a little racist to build rapport with them?
Only if it's against white people.
Like, everyone's a little bit fucking racist. It doesn't matter. Like, I don't give a shit.
What they believe. No, it's because what they believe is like fundamentally opposed to what like
so
we
if someone
believe as the values of liberal democracy.
That's fundamentally opposed to what we do, right?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
So if someone believes in illiberalism or illiberal values, that's fundamentally opposed to what we do, right?
Well, I would say so. Yeah.
Yes. So why are we adopting their framing? Why are we adopting this illiberal framing that the Democrats are bad, that the Democrats are evil?
I'm not saying that we should adopt it. Wait. I'm not saying we should adopt it.
Or feed into it.
No. I'm saying we should understand it and we should engage with it as it exists, not as we wish it exists.
I understand, but you don't have to engage it by feeding into it. You can engage it by opposing it.
No, I'm not talking about feeding into it.
Important. I don't disagree that you shouldn't. Like, obviously, you need to understand even the worst people. You need to be able to have a theory of mind for how they operate and understand their worldview, how they see things, in order to better communicate with them. I don't agree with that at all. I don't disagree with that at all. My issue with your advocacy here is that you seem to have brought the framing that I think is just incorrect, that people need to do this in order to reach voters. And I don't think that's true.
So those people in Texas, right, the ones that turned down all of that, what was it, FEMA money, because like Biden was going to get to come and take their fucking homes right before the warning system that it would have paid for wiped all of them out in a fucking flood, right? Like, do you think that it would be better for a Democrat to go in there and have the message that, yeah, Biden could have probably done a little bit better, right? It's not inherently a lie, right? But it's much easier to sell to them than Biden was perfect on the fucking border and nothing happened and everything was a lie. Like, which do you think would be the better way to go?
I don't think this is a false dichotomy. The false choice, I should say. I'm not asking people to say Biden's perfect or never criticize the Democrats or to criticize what they're doing. What I'm saying is buying into these narratives that they're pushing is hurting us nationally. And it's very important.
What you're saying is that
if I may finish, the brand of the Democratic Party, as we all agree, it's the liberals versus illiberals, and it's very important that liberals win, and it's very important in this context for America as it is today, now, to strengthen that brand and not weaken it.
No, but you just said it. It's important that liberals win.
Yes.
Not necessarily that Democrats win. If we could form a liberal party that would make up 50% of the electorate, that would come from traditional like establishment Republicans and establishment Dems, I would advocate for them because right now, liberalism is what we need to be fighting for.
But you understand, in this environment, if Democrats don't win and a liberal has won.
No, that's only because we live in a two-party system. But what I just laid out is like where.
In order for your thing to work, we have to change the entire fucking.
No. What I'm saying is, what I'm saying is we advocate for Democrats because Democrats are the liberals in the room. If there were liberals in the room, that would be Democrats.
Your problem is that you are looking at one election. Whick and I are looking at all of them. You're looking at this as a binary. For example, the main election, where if Graham Plattner doesn't win, Susan Collins wins, and bottom line, end of story, start of story, one liberal loses, Graham Plattner because he's a D, and one illiberal wins, Susan Collins because she's an R and going to support Trump. What Whick and I are saying is that we are convinced that the after effects, the ripple effects of this one election, and maybe not this election because it's a Senate, and Senate seats are particularly important and could potentially raise to the level of importance. I could totally buy into that. I think some elections are worth more than others, but certainly not all competitive elections are worth the ripple effects of the damage to the party brand, because there's more than just one election. There's all elections until we're dead, and then a whole lot more.
Okay, okay. Do we all agree? Do we agree? Do we all agree that the Democratic brand is shit?
Yes, dog shit.
Okay.
That is
would we
currently
care?
As it is perceived, yes.
Okay. Would we care if it's a fresh, warm pile of dog shit or a week-old, white, crusty pile of dog shit? Would we really care about that much?
You understand that the
Sounds
Democratic
like a false
Party
equivalency to
brand
me.
might be...
No. Because what you're
Hold on.
saying is you're all agreeing that the Democratic Party is shit,
It's
and what you're
perceived
saying
as
is
shit,
that the
but it is
Democratic
not
Party is
actual
only going
shit.
to get worse.
No, I think that it's shit because they've had bad policies.
Yep.
That's why.
What bad policies?
I mean, we've listed many of them throughout here. I think that they've overemphasized certain things. I think they've underemphasized certain things. I think they've underdelivered on certain things. We could go into that at a different time, but I'm not going to do that in passing for like 6
that's fine.
minutes.
Okay.
Just done it for 3 hours.
Okay, gang, we have run the gamut here. We have circled the wagons. We have circled the drain as well. Thank you all for coming today. Tomorrow, well, first, if you like the show, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. And tomorrow, we are going to have Dev and Tali versus Bree Lives and Get Money Dre on whether or not anti-white racism is an issue in left-wing spaces. Tune in for that. It'll be at 6 p.m. Eastern. I'm excited to host that. Any final words from anyone before we end this shit show?
Yo, I just wanted to say that Destiny mogs Hassan every time. He's so much smarter than Hassan. Fuck Hassan.
True. Thank you. That a great point, caller.
Preach.
I'll talk to you guys later. Wait, bye-bye, everyone. Bye-bye. Bye.
Wow.
Bishop, don't leave. I want to talk to you.
Okay, DM me.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'll talk to you guys
Wick.
later. I'm going to leave. Bye.
Bye.
See ya.
Wow. Good job, guys. I'll be back 1 sec. Oh. All right. What did we miss today? Ah. Will you do European politics? No. Fuck you. And fuck Europe. Ah.
Yes.
Bravo.
Clap, 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 clap. Oh, God.
It's a memorandum of understanding, and if I don't like...
Yeah. So, listen, I didn't want to go on the war in the first place. I thought it was a bad idea. You all know that, right? But our job right now is not to say, oh, Obama's deal was better. We can have that discussion. But the most important thing is, let's get out of the war. Let's go towards peace.
Kyle Kalinske says Kamala was 100% the better option. Kyle didn't even vote for Kamala. He didn't even vote for her.
peace. So if Trump is going towards peace and towards American sovereignty, I'm 100% in favor of it. And so what do we want this, theoretically, this war for? To end any chance they have a nuclear weapon? Well, this deal ends that. And then after the war started, we need to open up the Strait of Hormuz. It opens up the Strait of Hormuz. So American interests are completely covered. We're done. The only reason why we'd want to stay in Miriam's war is to appease the Israelis. And I think that every single person on air right now saying we have to stay longer is saying we have to stay longer for Israel, so that Israel could fight Hezbollah and Hamas better, so they could take southern Lebanon, so they could drag us into endless wars, so they could destroy their regional opponents, so they could have no one to defend Lebanon, Palestine, Syria, and every other place that Israel wants to expand to. Why? Why do we care what Israel wants at all? It's none of our business. Our business is covered. Trump made a deal. It's perfectly fine. Let's get the hell out of there. We have no business in there in the first place. Our business is covered. Trump made a deal. It's perfectly fine.
Remember, they want the Western world to fall, so a supercharged Iran is something all of these people are in favor of.
Let's get the hell out of there. We have no business in there in the first place, zero American interests. So as you see people betraying us and telling us that we have to stay in a war for Israel, make note of it. And let's also make note of one more thing, Piers. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tom Massey were excommunicated. How dare they criticize Trump and want the Epstein files released? Now I see all sorts of Republicans, politicians, pundits, all daring to disagree with Donald Trump, saying he's wrong, attacking Donald Trump. Where are the consequences? Are they going to be excommunicated? Or as usual, does Israel First get a special rule? They're allowed to bash Trump. They're allowed to criticize Trump. They're allowed to be for war. They always get special different rules. So no, they won't get excommunicated. And we're about to find out who runs the Republican Party and who runs this country. So if Trump says Israel doesn't run it anymore and we're going to leave and go to peace, God bless. I'm totally in favor of that.
Okay, Hagar Hamali, welcome to Uncensored. It seems pretty clear from the rhetoric coming out of Donald Trump that his steadfast support for Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel is at best teetering on the brink and potentially something heading for a complete severance here. Is that your reading of this? And is it really because from the very start of this war, you've had two countries with competing agendas and that Israel's agenda is just simply not the same as Donald Trump's and isn't susceptible to the same political and economic risk that Donald Trump, I think, is now getting out of this war to try and counter?
I watched Anna's appearance on the Wise Nuts podcast and found some interesting clips.
It pisses me off that like they get away with it. Why is this okay? Listen, the Holocaust was wrong. The Holocaust was also a while ago. Your victim card has expired. You guys are committing genocide now.
We're tortured the same way these Palestinian hostages are being tortured.
We can all go back and watch the videos of what the hostages look like when they were being released. By the way, I'm not justifying what Hamas did. Taking hostages, that alone is disgusting and bad enough. However, a lot of Palestinian hostages get returned without their organs intact.
Oh,
Israel won a war.
How many? What?
For, the most organ transplants. Where'd they get those organs from?
No shit. Are you serious?
Look it up.
Was she playing RimWorld? What? Hello? What?
I don't make any of this stuff up. Look it up.
Look, the fact, here's what bothers me is that
we're tortured the same way.
Same thing about Michael Jackson, right? And have you?
I don't believe the bullshit about Michael Jackson. I think Michael Jackson was framed. I think Michael Jackson was punished for daring to speak out on behalf of the Palestinian people.
What? What?
I mean, he has that song though, where they made him change certain words in it. Where, I mean, I'm not going to say the words, but it's the "You Don't Care About Us" song.
Yeah.
Yep.
And if you listen to it today, those certain words that he mentioned in that song are redacted or are blanked out. Yeah, but who was bedside with Michael Jackson? Who was one of his very good friends? Rabbi Shmuley. He was one of them.
Was he?
Of course he was.
They said the same thing about Michael Jackson, right? And
I think that's what's going on. I mean, look, the Israelis were blackmailing Bill Clinton. Netanyahu was blackmailing Bill Clinton. What do you think? What was her name?
Monica Lewinsky.
Monica Lewinsky was a honeypot.
Yeah.
Monica Lewinsky was a honeypot. How do you think Mossad knew about that whole situation before anyone else knew about it? I think that's what's going on.
remember checking Israel was JFK. Because the last president I remember checking Israel was JFK.
Well, I mean, he paid a heavy price for that, allegedly.
First Catholic president, by the way.
I mean, when it comes to JFK, you're right. I mean, he went way further than any of our presidents today would. He spoke out against Israel's clandestine nuclear program. He wanted the first iteration of AIPAC. I forget what the name of the name of the lobby was, but he wanted them to register as a foreign lobby. Isn't it kind of, I'm not saying this is proven. There's a lot of conspiracy theories about who actually assassinated JFK, but put that aside entirely for a second. People openly express fears that Israel is going to assassinate them if they're too critical of Israel. That's why you have all sorts of politicians, media people, influencers, by the way, myself included, who have said openly on the record, I'm not suicidal. Why? Why do we feel the need to say that?
Because of Israel? Okay, these have to be AI clips. Is this real?
Because the last
When you see our Christian politicians put the yarmulke on and pray at the wall, how does that make you feel as a Christian?
Oh my God.
They're not Christians?
Yeah, I'm not even Christian, like, and it pisses me off. Because it's just like your faith, you're not actually sincere in your faith.
would they do that? Would somebody from Israel come here? Would
Never
take
in a
them to-
million years. What are they?
How? She's like speed running every possible neo-Nazi trope. Like she's speed running them.
Think about Jesus. Where's Jesus right now?
Killed by Jews.
Is he drowning in excrement, according to the Talmud?
So for those of you watching, and you guys could fact check me on this one, the Jews are still waiting for their Messiah. They said that when they build their temple in the Holy Land, that's when
It's
he'll
gonna
come.
start a world war, by the way.
So they were exiled from their land. They need to go back to their land and build their temple. Well, they went back to their land in 500 BC. They built their temple in 200 BC, and their Messiah came, but they killed him. That's the fact behind it. But
religion to Cenk, like very. So I opened up about religion to Cenk, like very, very briefly recently, where he's a hardcore atheist. So he like shut it down. Like he didn't shoot it down completely, right? But he just basically said, "No, I don't agree. I'm an atheist." There's so much evil in the world. You know what I'm saying?
AIPAC didn't exist back then, by the way. RFK pressure, the AIPAC predecessor Americans. Bro, JFK was assassinated in 63? Okay. Israel had just barely won the fucking 6-Day War, and it just like, the idea that Israel had the power back then to assassinate a sitting U.S. president? What the fuck? Oh, I'm sorry, they hadn't even won that year. That was 67. Well, this is crazy. That's an insane... Everything about this, everything... Also, I'm sorry, hold on, wait. All of that was stupid. Everything I just said was stupid. Forget all of that, actually. You're telling me that the Mossad was so powerful even 60 years ago that they were assassinating U.S. presidents, but you're brave enough to mention this right now on open media? Without 24/7 billion dollar around-the-clock security? Really? Bullshit.
And I want to make sense of it. And part of me also thinks there's so much injustice, like evil people get away with it. I don't know if Netanyahu and all the people orchestrating this genocide right now are ever going to see a day of justice in their lives. They're very likely in this world going to get away with it. And for me, I hope people understand what I'm saying here. I don't want to be overwhelmed with hatred. So I need to believe that there will be justice at some point.
Jesus.
And so if I'm under this impression that there's never going to be justice, like in the afterlife, then I feel like that's when hatred starts to fester. If that makes any sense. Do you guys know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Is this real?
as president.
Oh, wise nuts, not wisecracks.
And I'm going to speak out against it. And if you think,
2 hours, holy fucking pain. Oh my
Denier.
God.
opened up about religion to Cenk, like very, very briefly recently.
Here's the sad part of all this. When it came to the Ukraine and Russia war, America was up in arms, funding the shit out of Ukraine with our tax dollars again.
Right.
But when this poor Ukrainian refugee girl, 23 years old, came to the United States for a better life, she was murdered.
What the fuck are you? Oh my God, bro.
Cold-blooded, murdered.
Right.
And all of a sudden, the media is just burying the shit out of this story. Why?
Because
Why?
of the racial dynamics.
Oh,
let's
is that
just,
what it
let's
is?
just keep it real.
Now,
It's like-
here's the sad part of all this.
Burying?
Hasn't been in Iran for 47 years is going to be who hasn't been in Iran for 47 years is going to be desired by the Iranian people as their monarch. Why? Because a bunch of Iranian
West Hollywood
diaspora,
Iranians.
mostly Iranian Jewish diaspora, who value Israel before they value the Iranian people. Let's just keep it 100. Because they said this,
And
you're going to trust those people. Okay. How about you guys? Can I curse?
Yeah,
you can do whatever you
Fuck
want.
those people, number one. Beep. Okay?
I
Fuck
love
those people and fuck Rachel. You know who you are, Rachel. Fuck you. I'll come for you. She knows who she is. Yeah. She knows who she is. Come for my husband again, bitch. Who hasn't. But I'm sorry. In my opinion, no terrorist worse than the Israelis exists. I'm sorry, but like, they've trained dogs to rape Palestinian hostages?
No.
100%. The New York Times, of all places, like Zionist Publication 101, recently publicized a story about that.
Dogs.
Dogs, yeah. They're using dogs to rape Palestinian hostages.
You see?
But I'm sorry, in my opinion, no terrorist definitely carries weight.
Yeah.
I got the corporate world, it definitely carries weight.
Yeah.
I don't want to say fired because I wasn't an employee, but I was making appearance. I was flying over to New York City to do CNN debate panels.
Right.
They dropped me. I was an investigative reporter for Real Clear Investigations. I was their California reporter. I wasn't even reporting on foreign policy. I wasn't even reporting on national policy. Just investigative reports from California about California. Got fired because one member of their board didn't like my commentary about Israel. We got to get rid of her. The only reason why I'm still employed is because I'm employed at a company that's critical of Israel. And, Cenk obviously is very vocal about that stuff. And he would never in a million years fire me over my criticism of Israel. But they've tried to destroy the company. Investors or whatever have pulled out over our criticism of Israel. And I'm not going to stop running my mouth, and neither is he.
See, I mean, whatever happened to
The corporate world, it definitely. When you see our Christian politicians put the yarmulke on and pray at the wall, how does that make you feel?
She change outfit?
I mean, it's not.
Wait, why is she in a different outfit in some of these clips? Was it from a different podcast?
But he's good. He's good.
White outfit.
I saw the video of.
Oh, that's 9 months ago.
Getting shot in the neck. The kind of close-up one.
We refuse to.
Jesus.
What it is today. How did it form? It was formed in the 1980s after Israel invaded southern Lebanon in an attempt to annex and take southern Lebanon.
So was Hezbollah funded and trained by Israel?
No. Hezbollah is funded and supported by the IRGC.
No. I'm talking about back then.
No.
You're confusing that with Hamas.
No, I know. That's what I wanted to kind of compare it to. I wanted to see if back then, okay, Hezbollah was formed. You said when was it again?
So in the 1980s.
So okay, 1980s.
One of the many times, it wasn't by the way the first time, but one of the many times Israel attempted to invade Lebanon and take the southern half.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, a resistant group rises, and that resistance group is Hezbollah.
Okay.
Hezbollah forms as a way of resisting Israeli aggression, and they are supported by and funded by the IRGC. That's why Israel hates Iran's regime so much, because Iran's regime, by the way, we're talking about Shia Muslims, shit. In Lebanon, in Palestine, they're Sunni Muslims. Isn't it insane that Shia Muslims are the only ones in that region defending the Sunnis?
It is very strange.
I mean, it's strange,
And
but
we've questioned it. We've said in the past, okay, Gaza's under attack, and you have a bunch of Palestinians who are being massacred by the Israelis.
Yep.
Where are the Jordanians? Where are the Saudis? Where is UAE? Where are all the?
Israel did a great job ensuring that they have weak, pathetic governments in these countries that either do the bidding of Israel or they don't challenge Israeli aggression. That's what we're seeing in Lebanon right now. What's happening in Lebanon right now is a disgrace. How many, by the way, I don't care if we're talking about Muslim civilians or Christian civilians or atheist civilians. Civilians are civilians in my eyes. They're people, innocent people. But a lot of Americans have been brainwashed into thinking by the Israelis.
Wait, did you say, did we get Jewish civilians, or are there no Jewish civilians?
If we're talking about Muslim civilians or Christian civilians or atheist civilians, civilians are...
Are there no Jewish civilians?
Civilians in my eyes. They're people, innocent people. Yeah. But a lot of Americans have been brainwashed into thinking, by the Israelis, by the way, that's the source of all this propaganda, that like, ooh, you got to be really scared of the Muslims. The Muslims are so dangerous. I mean, I don't see a Muslim country sucking up our resources, like forcing us into debt, forcing our soldiers into fighting their wars for them. That's Israel. But okay, putting that aside.
Saudi Arabia with Yemen.
I forgot where I was going with that. Too many whiskeys,
We've been brainwashed big time.
No, a lot of people have been brainwashed into thinking like our number one threat is Muslims. In the United States, Muslims are a tiny, I don't want to say irrelevant, but they're a tiny population of people who have no power.
Well, even during when the Gaza war first started, right? You guys remember for months and months, if not years now, the media was constantly pushing, what will happen if Israelis drop their weapons versus what will happen if the Palestinians, they don't even call them Hamas drop their weapons, right? I mean,
what weapons? What are we talking about?
That's the thing.
Little pea shooters?
Has anybody, have you seen a Hamas member all this time? Have you ever seen any, like,
well,
I don't even know what Hamas looks like.
Hamas, they call them freedom fighters. That's what they call them. But they're basically, it's
militia. I mean,
they're Palestinians. They have their own kind of.
They have no military.
No. They're freedom fighters on their own. But the one thing that I will disagree with Hamas is that during the 2020 Artsakh war, the leaders of Hamas did call Aliyev and Azerbaijan and congratulated them on quote unquote taking back land that was rightfully theirs.
Okay, well, fuck Hamas.
Well, yeah, which I turned around. I was like, you know what, bro?
Again, listen, I'm not vouching for Hamas. All I'm saying is this is how they brainwash people. Is just like they say, not every Muslim's a terrorist, but every terrorist is a Muslim, and that's been embedded in us, right?
Yes, in America, that's the propaganda.
You see,
but I'm sorry. In my opinion, no terrorist worse than the Israelis exists. I'm sorry, but like, they've trained dogs to rape Palestinian hostages.
No,
100%. The New York Times, of all places, like Zionist Publication 101, recently publicized a story about that.
Dogs,
yeah. They're using dogs to rape Palestinian and I say hostages because we're talking about Palestinians that were kidnapped by the Israelis, thrown into these, torture prisons. They haven't been charged with a crime. They've never seen a day in court. They just languish in these facilities for months and months and months. They get raped. They get tortured. If they're lucky, they might be able to make it out alive. A lot of them don't make it out alive.
I'm curious when they released the Israeli hostages, how many of them were tortured the same way these Palestinian hostages are being tortured?
We can all go back and watch the videos of what the hostages look like when they were being released. By the way, I'm not justifying what Hamas did. Taking hostages, that alone is disgusting and bad enough.
How many of them were killed?
A lot of Palestinian hostages get returned without their organs intact. Israel won awards for, the most organ transplants. Where'd they get those organs from?
No shit. Are you serious?
Look it up. I don't make any of this stuff up. Look it up.
Look, the fact, here's what, what bothers me is that, because obviously,
The mass? Oh, bro, whatever, man.
You can take the clip, take it out of context and post it. Oh yeah, look, they support Hamas. Oh, look, they support the IRGC. Oh, look, they support so. But the fact that every 5 minutes we have to reiterate the fact that I don't advocate for this. Listen, guys, we're not a BLM, we're not an ALM, we're not an MLM. We are Human Lives Matter, okay? HLM, that's it. HLM. Nothing else matters. Every single human being has the right to exist. Armenian, Palestinian, Israeli, Egyptian, you name it, Cuban, Egyptian, everybody, Chinese, they all have the right to exist. The fact that we have the audacity to think we're going to create this bullshit propaganda, go kill thousands of people, and then blame them for an attack that never occurred because we orchestrated the attack, we funded the attack, and then it was a false flag, but then we're going to create another propaganda and hire PR. All this bullshit for what? I mean, what's the end game here? And I think that's what Trump, look, all these years I've never seen Trump ever. He called, North Korea's leader the Rocket Man, and he's made threats, and I think it was the Al Qaeda leader where he said, "Here's the your location map, and if you fuck around, we know where you live.
Here's a picture of your house."
But he's never ever threatened the country with a nuclear bomb, except for Iran.
Yep.
Right? And why did he do that? Because I think he knows it as well that we can't fuck around with these people.
Well, he can't. They have blackmail on him, obviously.
No, meaning we cannot have boots on the ground in Iran. There's no way we're going to survive the terrain.
I don't know. I mean, look, I agree.
think he
you
knows
cannot,
that.
you cannot have boots on the ground.
Okay, I'm good. Jesus fucking Christ.
Interact.
No, so there's a lot inaccurate there in that question, because you have to first of all be able to distinguish between the state of Israel and the U.S. relationship with the state of Israel and our mutual interests, and also Bibi Netanyahu. So let's start with that. The relationship with the United States and Israel is always strong. I worked in foreign policy for over 20 years. I continue to work in foreign policy, and we have to distinguish. We have disagreements with world leaders all the time, including our closest friends You know that. You're from
Is the dog thing true? I haven't researched it, but generally all of these things will start from some event, and then when you look into it, no, it's not really true. But Arabs have been obsessed with Jews like magically training every animal to do the craziest things. I think at one point Egyptians were literally like shooting down eagles and shit because they thought that every single fucking animal had been trained by the Mossad to fucking be insane or whatever. It's, yeah, I don't know.
Okay, we've had ups and downs. That doesn't mean our special relationship weathers. They have mutual beneficial interests. And I should add, by the way, I worked, like I said, I worked in foreign policy, particularly in the Middle East for a long time, but specifically in counterterrorism. And it should be known that the relationship with Israel is not because it's out of some kind of charity. The derangement around Israel is really odd to me. And I personally don't deal in hyperbole, I have to tell you. I deal in fact only. And a number of the terrorist plots here in the United States are thwarted thanks to our partnership with the Israelis, because when you look at nefarious actors like the Iranian regime and their terrorist proxies and other Islamist and fundamentalist and extremist groups in the region, they're not trying to target the United States because of our friendship with Israel. They're trying to target the West and our democracy. And Israel is part of that. So I want to be very clear about that. But the fact is, to answer your question about Trump and Bibi, sure, there's now disagreement, as they have with every world leader. I wouldn't overemphasize that or exaggerate it to view it as some kind of strain on the relations. If there's any strain in the relations, I would see that if we have a Democrat president next, because that's something that they've been talking about, the left and Democrats. They highlight that. That's a very heavy part of their campaign. But on the right or with the current framework, no, we're going to have our disagreements. But Trump very much understands Israeli interests and how U.S. national security interests are tied up in that. I want to be very clear, having worked in this for a long time, the U.S. goes after its national security interests unapologetically. It doesn't operate, it doesn't think, oh, well, let me see how I can work and expend national treasure to benefit another country, even if it's an ally. That's not how U.S. national security functions.
The welcome return of summer sunshine doesn't mean you need to be uncomfortable. Life is too short to be fidgeting all night in the paltry breeze of a bedroom fan. The smart move is to switch to Cozy Earth. They don't exaggerate. This is the most comfortable, cooling, and cozy bedding and loungewear available anywhere on Earth. That's why you hear so much about them and why so many of their customers keep going back for more. There's a massive range of products covering everything from towels to pajamas and footwear. Head to CozyEarth.com and use my code PIERS, P-I-E-R-S, for an exclusive 20% off. That's code PIERS for an exclusive 20% off. And if you see a post-purchase survey, mention that you heard about Cozy Earth right here on Uncensored. General Mark Kamen, let me bring you in. Welcome back to Uncensored. Is there any real difference, substantive difference, between this reported 14-point agreement, which is due to be signed on Friday, and the one that Barack Obama signed all those years ago, which Donald Trump tore up and dismissed as the worst deal ever seen?
Yeah, a couple of things. First of all, I think it's important to note that the JCPOA would be inactive at this point. So there was a time it had to be renegotiated anyways. The short answer is we don't know the answer to your question for two reasons. One, we haven't seen the MOU. Number two, we haven't seen the negotiations start for the final agreement. And number three, something that I'm always concerned about, which is inspection and verification. The fact remains is we really don't know the capacity of and capabilities of the Iranian nuclear program, because they had control over when, where, and how the IAEA could come down and inspect and verify. It was a fig leaf. We really had no idea, either as a country or as a world, what the Iranians were capable of. So to answer your question, if we have an agreement that says we have unfettered inspection and verification of the terms and conditions of the agreement, yes, I think it would be a better deal.
I want to play you, General Kim, a clip. This is Donald Trump talking about that if he doesn't like the final deal, this is what he will do.
Is the text of the agreement now final, or are you still?
No, it's not final. It's a memorandum of understanding. And if I don't like it, we'll go back to shooting at them, dropping bombs on their head.
When do you expect the wording?
If I don't like it, if they don't behave, we'll go right back to dropping bombs right smack in the middle of their head.
Now, we've had a lot of this kind of bellicose rhetoric from Donald Trump in the last 16 weeks of this war, much of which just hasn't materialized. Do threats like that have any significance anymore? Do you think the Iranians care when Trump saber rattles like that? And is, on a practical reality level, is it realistic to think that there could be, say, a pause of a month, 2 months, 60 days, whatever, and at the end of it, if Trump isn't happy, he starts the military attacks again, given what's been going on for the last 16 weeks?
Well, the answer to your question, your last question, is of course they could start the military campaign up again. Now, would it have any effect? I think we've got to understand that military success up to this point has not had a strategic effect. It really hasn't changed the behavior of the Iranian regime. And part of that is just the resistance model that is being used, which says they win by not losing. They win by outlasting their opponent. We've seen that with Hezbollah. We've seen that with Hamas. That is just the nature of resistance warfare. They win by not losing. In fact, if you think that they learned it from us, they taught it to us. In fact, they learned it from us. That's how we beat the British in 1776. We were on the verge of military defeat repeatedly, but the kingdom of George got weary, said it's no longer worth it. We don't want to fight anymore. It's not in our strategic interest. And we could be here for another 100 years, and those damn colonialists will not give up. So let's get out of here. I mean, doesn't that kind of sound like Iraq, Afghanistan, and now Iran?
That sounds like a wild comparison, but okay, I don't know.
Yeah, and without that devastating reality, 250 years ago, you'd be speaking in a nice English accent, General Kimmett.
Well, thank God we don't.
Let me bring in Lieutenant Colonel Chuck Duvall. Welcome to Uncensored. we do know, broadly speaking, because it's been leaked to CNN and various other Al Jazeera, I think, as well. Now, this 14-point agreement, I've read it. Now, a lot could change between now and Friday, particularly given the ferocious backlash it's already receiving from many people who've been very supportive to this point of Donald Trump's war in Iran. So it may be that they go back and change some of this. But so far, what it indicates is that there would be an immediate and permanent end to the war on all fronts, including Lebanon. And both sides would undertake that from now on, Iran will not launch any hostile action against each other, neither would, and will refrain from the threat or use of force against each other. Each side refrains from interfering in each other's internal affairs. Each will negotiate and reach a final agreement within a maximum 60 days. Iran will open the Strait of Hormuz to international shipping, while the US will lift its naval blockade on Iranian ports within 30 days. And then this significant part, I think, here, the rehabilitation and economic development of the Islamic Republic of Iran, ensuring financing of at least $300 billion and the unfreezing of assets of $25 billion, all sanctions currently facing the Islamic Republic of Iran to be lifted. And the Islamic Republic of Iran reiterates, in other words, repeats, that it will never produce nuclear weapons. The fate of enriched material, the fate of all mutually agreed nuclear-related issues, including Iran's nuclear needs, will be adequately addressed in a final agreement. And both sides agree the final agreement will be approved for a binding resolution of the UN Security Council. So, I've read that, and I don't see much difference with the Obama deal, particularly on the crucial stuff.
Oh my God.
Like the ability to enrich uranium, the nukes stuff. There's nothing concrete there whatsoever, which takes things, I think, any further than the Obama deal. And this idea, Lieutenant Colonel Chuck DeVore, if I'd said to you on day one of this war, at the end of it, Iran would be the losers, apparently, but be given $300 billion.
Oh, never mind. He's coming at it from the other angle.
I understand. You'd have said I was nuts, wouldn't you? No loser ends up with that, do they?
Well, first of all, great to be on your show. Secondly, I think it's important to understand that all of this information we're getting about this deal is being leaked likely from one side. Just a few minutes ago, I was listening to President Trump speak with India Prime Minister Modi, and he indicated that he wasn't entirely sure whether or not the deal would be to his liking on Friday. He was basically admitting that there are details that are being worked out. But let's go ahead and compare the JCPOA with facts on the ground today. The general mentioned a few things that I think are bear expanding upon, which is that the JCPOA did nothing to restrain the Iranian ballistic missile program, which you could argue is technologically behind their nuclear program. Nuclear weapons aren't all that good unless you have a reliable long-range platform that you can use to deliver those nuclear weapons. Well, that infrastructure has been largely obliterated as the result of this war. That specialty steel factory that made the alloy that was needed to make the missile bodies, that has been destroyed. A lot of the missile scientists have similarly been killed as well. So that's number one. Number two, the JCPOA unlocked billions and billions of dollars up front to Iran in an attempt to buy them off. That money went directly to their proxy network throughout the Middle East, to Hezbollah in Lebanon, to Hamas.
So why wouldn't this money do the same? I don't understand. Why would this money?
Here's why. Because so far as we know, right, again, the details are somewhat sketchy, but so far as we know, it's all conditions-based. In other words, if you behave, you may start to get access to some of this money. If you don't behave, you won't get access to it, which was very different than the JCPOA, which front-loaded the money regardless of behavior. One last point. I heard the president say that Israel had the right to defend itself against Hezbollah just this morning, but he asked that Netanyahu be circumspect about that retaliation or about the scale with which they fought back. So he acknowledged this morning that Israel has the right to defend itself. And one last point. Facts on the ground, again, have changed significantly. Iran doesn't have the stockpiles of munitions nor the cash to send to Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis. And if you haven't noticed, there's been a change of management in Syria, which makes it a lot more difficult to resupply Hezbollah over land or via air. It's not as easy as it was just last year.
Okay, Brian Tyler Cohen, welcome back to Uncensored TV. I want to start with you by playing a clip from Mike Pence, because I think this is quite a significant comment from somebody who was, of course, Donald Trump's vice president.
It sounds like you think, from what we know so far, this is a mistake by the Trump administration.
Well, it's much bigger than a mistake. I think it's ill-advised. We ought to keep the pressure on, keep the blockade on, and if need be, let our armed forces get back to work.
I mean, worse than a mistake. And I did say again, I don't want to play, Monday morning clever dick, but I couldn't really understand why Donald Trump was doing this, given all his pledges not to take America back into, as he put them, pointless Middle Eastern wars, and with the obvious impact on cost of living, which he'd also campaigned on reducing the cost of inflation and so on. None of it really made much sense to me. And also, I couldn't see what the end game was going to be. And now we see the end game is at best a mess, and at worst, as Mike Pence, Trump's former number two, and normally pretty loyal to him actually, saying, worse than a mistake. And I did say this could end up being Trump's legacy, but it might also be something which could cost the Republicans the House and the Senate potentially in the midterm elections and maybe even the next general election. These things have enormous consequences.
Well, they have enormous consequences because everything that he's engaging in right now is severely unpopular. And Trump himself knows that it's unpopular because these are the things, as you said, that he campaigned expressly against. It was him who came out and said he was not going to engage in any of these endless, pointless foreign wars in the Middle East. It was him who said that he was going to focus on making sure the gas prices are low. Well, gas prices are high as the result of this war. It was him who said, who even today, you want to talk about cognitive dissonance, today Donald Trump said, and I'm going to quote this, the JCPOA done by Obama, he handed them $1.7 billion in cash. They tried to bribe their way out of it. And you know what the Iranians did? They laughed at Obama and they said he's a stupid son of a bitch. So that was Trump saying that today, as he is in the midst of negotiating a deal where the Iranians would get not only $300 billion, but they would also have the ability to
Sanctions
basically use the Strait of Hormuz as a toll route. And so on issue after issue, as it relates to this whole, what does he call this, an excursion, issue after issue, Donald Trump is undermining the very promises that he made. And yet, this is a small part of a larger whole. Everything that Trump said when he was campaigning has been undermined by his presidency, whether he said that he was going to keep costs low, and of course he launched a trade war that sent the cost of everything surging. He was going to keep gas prices low. Gas prices are high. He said he was going to protect healthcare. Healthcare has been gutted for 17 million Americans who rely on Medicaid, 24 million Americans who rely on the ACA. Food assistance has been gutted. That's not going to help with cost of living. Inflation is up, not down since he took office. And so, again, issue after issue, Trump is undermining the very promises that he exploited people's votes for now that he's got power, now that he's got what he needs.
Pretty fucked.
Cenk, I want to play you a clip from Ben Shapiro, who's furious about the prospect of this deal.
I'm noticing that Mohammed Khalibaf, who will apparently on Friday be literally in a photo op with the Vice President of the United States. I cannot express to you how stomach turning that is. I don't care who the Vice President is. I don't care who the President is. Leaders of the United States of America in a photo op with a mass murdering terrorist supporter like Mohammed Khalibaf shaking hands.
What did he say
6
about the
months
North
after he
Korea
blew away
shit?
42,000
Just
innocent people in
curious.
the streets.
I mean, there's something completely weird going on
Cenk,
here.
call into
where
question the number.
Shapiro is
42,000,
ranting away
Cenk? No
against
way is
the
that
Trump
real. Where does that
administration
number
having
come
been
from,
the biggest
Cenk?
supporter
Come on,
of
Cenk.
the war in the first place.
You can do it.
And there's you opening this show by broadly supporting what the president is doing, albeit not from a deep abiding love of Donald Trump. But it seems that people like Ben Shapiro, Mark Levin and others, they put all their chips in the casino on the red of Trump charging into Iran and getting rid of the regime and so on. But the moment that he looks like he's not going to do Benjamin Netanyahu's bidding, they've turned on him like rattlesnakes. What do you make of this?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's one small part that I agree with Ben on. So when our leaders shake hands with terrorist leaders who've slaughtered tens of thousands of civilians, like Benjamin Netanyahu, it is stomach churning. When our Congress gives him standing ovations when he's a genocidal maniac and probably the largest terrorist leader in the world, it is stomach churning. But that's Netanyahu, not anyone else. They have a worse civilian kill ratio than Hamas or Hezbollah, and IDF has murdered 100 times the civilians of Hamas and Hezbollah. By any definition, they're a terrorist state. But it's interesting because, as you point out, Shapiro and Levin, oh my God, we love Trump. Oh, he's not doing Israel's bidding anymore. We hate Trump. Did you know that Miriam Adelson, and that's why I called it Miriam's war, because her family paid over $317 million to Trump's campaigns to make sure that they got a war like this, and they got the war that they ordered. Now all of a sudden they say, oh, there's a problem with the war we ordered. Well, that's kind of on you and not on us. So I'll get back to that in a second. But did you know that Miriam Adelson and Larry Ellison used to donate to Bill Clinton before they donated to Donald Trump? Because they don't care about Democrats or Republicans, and neither does Shapiro or any of the Israel First pundits. They only care about their beloved Israel. And it's obvious. They don't change their position on taxes, on Social Security, on healthcare. They only change based on whether Trump is in favor of Israel's actions or against Israel's actions. So what you're seeing playing out in American media and the government is Team America versus Team Israel. So if you're on Team America, hey, they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. That was our only concern. The Strait of Hormuz is open.
Let's bring in Ben Shapiro, editor-in-chief.
Okay, this is a long time ago. He must have been more hawkish back then. There's no way he was dick-sucking Trump here, right?
Of the Daily Wire, syndicated columnist and the host of the Ben Shapiro Show. Ben, good morning to you. Morning.
Hey, how are you?
Well, we saw some history. First time an American president has ever exchanged words with any leader from North Korea. Now they start the detail-light process of denuking North Korea. What's your major concern?
Well, a major concern is that if you thought of the flag that was next to the American flag as a Nazi flag rather than a North Korean flag, then I think everybody would see the concern. This is a slave state with 25 million prisoners and a gulag system, hundreds of thousands of people alive. The president's praise for the dictator of North Korea was disquieting, and here's the reality. Diplomacy is a tactic. It is not an outcome. And the triumphalism that seems to be appearing in so many places this morning where everybody's very excited that President Trump met with Kim, that's not justified by the outcome yet. Okay, maybe it will be. Maybe President Trump actually got some serious concessions out of the Kim family, but that would be the first time because virtually every other president has failed in doing that. And the piece of paper that got signed yesterday is frankly weak. I mean, this is not a strong piece of paper. If what Trump says in that interview with Sean is exactly correct, then we'll all be celebrating. But I want to wait to see if that actually ends up being correct because there's no history of this family ever having not lied to the West.
Well, it appears that he wants to make some changes. I mean, he fired three of his dad's hardliners and seems to be taking advice from other people instead of the people that ran that awful regime before. Clearly, this guy also has killed some of his family members. You're right about the 25 million. What does the president need to do to try to change his mindset so that he takes all of these people out of captivity and treats them fairly and feeds them?
Frankly, I think the best thing the president has done thus far has been all of the strength leading up to this particular summit, not the actual summit itself. I think that when President Trump was demonstrating full scale that he was willing to do whatever was necessary in order to denuclearize the peninsula and to ensure that North Korea eventually transitions into a place that is more friendly to human rights, that's a lot better than going there and patting Kim Jong-un on the back. I don't understand, frankly, why we would have a summit like this from the president of the United States shaking hands and giving a thumbs up to a dictator when the president, we are the greatest country in the history of the world. It's the freest country in the history of the world.
I think more people were a little bit more critical-ish of some of the Trump shit back in the first term, so I would have been surprised if we would have been a massive Trump dick suck here.
The economy is going to hopefully get a little bit better now, right? Than at least in the middle of the war, right? If we continue in the war, the economy is definitely going to get worse. Gas prices are going to go up, inflation is going to go up, and it endangers the entire global economy. So as far as American interests are concerned, we should absolutely leave. And honestly, there's really no question about that. So the argument that the Team Israel makes now is, yeah, but what about Iran's proxies, Hamas and Hezbollah? To which I say, so what? Why are we basing our entire foreign policy on the needs of a country whose population is the size of Papua New Guinea. Why do we care what Israel wants in terms of, oh no, it has to wipe out everyone who might oppose their fascist empire in the Middle East. It has to destroy Iraq and Iran and all 7 of their neighbors and take more of Gaza, more of the West Bank. Now we owe them southern Lebanon? Why do we owe them southern Lebanon? Well, and that's not defense, that's offense. They're stealing southern Lebanon. And no, we don't have to finance that. We have no moral or strategic or military obligation to Israel at all, which is a force for darkness in this world. In fact, literally every nation on earth is opposed to this war, except one, Israel. And we're having a debate, and it's 50-50 on whether we should listen to Americans, we should listen to the entire world, or if everyone should bow to Israel and do their demands of wiping out all of their neighbors so they can take more territory. No, this is a no-brainer. If you're on Team America, you come home, you get the peace, you improve your economy. If you're on Team Israel, you always want war. You always want ethnic cleansing and land grabbing.
Israel.
We don't have to serve their imperial empire.
Okay. Hagar, you said this week Trump needs to tell the Iranians that Lebanon is off the table. They don't like it. We can make things more painful for them. And I want to play you a clip from J.D. Vance's interview with Megyn Kelly on this subject.
And then you get to the next stage.
Is it included? Is Lebanon included? Hezbollah?
It is a regional peace deal. It's going to include the Gulf. It's going to include Israel. It's going to include Lebanon. The idea is this is a true regional peace deal because
How do
again,
we do that
if the
without
Iranians
Netanyahu?
comply,
Sorry, forgive me for interrupting.
No. The idea is that if the Iranians comply, then we are going to have a true transformative deal for the Middle East.
Now, there's a lot of ifs there, Hagar, but the bottom line is the Iranians have made it crystal clear that if Lebanon's not included in this deal, they're not interested in doing a deal at all. And if they want to, they can just go back and shut the Strait of Hormuz and fire a few missiles off at the Gulf states, and we're back where we were before. They know they've got that now in their asymmetric war arsenal, and it's very effective. So I'm not quite sure how anyone's going to bully the Iranians into excluding Lebanon from all this when they've made it a pivotal part of the deal.
Yes, that's right, Piers. I mean, this is the thing I would say I'm most concerned with at the moment. And so let's take it back a little bit because the Iranian regime is struggling generally, right? With the United States and Israel has assassinated 50 of its leaders. They don't have nuclear capabilities at the moment. They've lost a significant number of their ballistic missiles. They have no military, no navy. They're practically bankrupt, and their currency is worth nothing. At the same time, the Iranian regime has discovered all these new cards and bargaining chips they can play that are very effective and cheap, by the way. Playing in the Strait of Hormuz, of course, attacking the Gulf. They fashioned a new terrorist group called Ha'i, which has now launched at least 17 attacks across Europe, though very few people are talking about it. And then you have playing the Lebanon card, because Lebanon, the thing about Lebanon is that you can see where you've got this peace process. There have been peace talks since April 14th, and they're going generally well. There's a long way to go. I work on Lebanon-Israel peace, by the way, efforts. I have an organization to do that, and there's a lot of potential there and opportunity. But the last thing that the Iranian regime wants is any kind of peace deal or normalization for any Arab country with Israel. And secondly, they definitely don't want Hezbollah to be undermined because it's their most important proxy. So the longer the military operations go in Lebanon, the weaker Hezbollah gets. So the thing that to back up, you started off by saying that I had said that Trump should not sell Lebanon to Iran, and that when Iran insisted that Lebanon be included in these talks, my opinion is that Trump should have told the Iranian
from the kid right here that IDF has dogs that rape. Is that true? No, it's almost certainly not.
No, Lebanon is not on the table. Come to me with something else. What is it else? What else do you want as part of this negotiation? And the reason is because we, the United States, lose on a very key national security interest for us. We want a peace deal between the Lebanese and Israelis. Right now, you have Lebanese and Israeli partners that are working really well. The only thing preventing them from a peace deal is Hezbollah. And so if you have a ceasefire, the way the Iranians want it, and let's be very clear, the Iranian regime does not want stability for Lebanon. They couldn't care less about the Lebanese people. A ceasefire with zero terms is a gift to Hezbollah. It allows it to rebuild, rearm, re-strategize. Whereas, and I'm not trying to imply that war is always better. If you have a ceasefire that has specific terms stipulated, for example, how will the disarmament of Hezbollah go? Who will do that disarmament? Who's going to monitor and verify that disarmament? How do you ensure they can't rebuild? What is the relationship between the Lebanese and Israeli militaries? What is the role of the U.S. military in that regard? These are all typical things you figure out in a ceasefire. However, if you indicate to the Iranian regime, you know what? If you, the Iranian regime, want a ceasefire in Lebanon, then you have the right to negotiate on behalf of the Lebanese government, something that the Lebanese leaders have been repeatedly begging not to confuse the two.
Okay, General Kimmy, I want to play you a clip. This is Hillary Clinton yesterday saying that Netanyahu had been pushing hard for this war when she was in an administration. Let's take a look.
When I was secretary, it was a constant, theme by Netanyahu and his then government, the then defense minister, Ehud Barak, the former prime minister. It was relentless. It was a constant push. I remember...
what would he say to you?
What?
What would he say to you?
He would basically say, you need to support us in attacking Iran. And they would say things like, our planes are on the tarmac. And I'd say, well, good luck. I mean, great. Why are you doing this?
Where else would planes be other than in the air?
But on the tarmac, ready to take off. Yes.
Now, this follows a theme, General Kimmick. We've heard, from other secretaries of state, Antony Blinken and others, and from other people working in administrations, that administration after administration was put on a lot of heat by Netanyahu to try and engage America in a war with Israel against Iran. And it seems like in Donald Trump, they finally found a willing partner in this exercise. Now, as I said earlier, I don't for a moment think that ultimately the buck doesn't stop with Donald Trump. Of course it does. He's the president of the United States. He's the commander-in-chief. He's the one that makes this decision. But I also think it's pretty clear from everything we've now gleaned about the build-up to all this that he bought in to Netanyahu's view of what would happen. And that has simply not materialized. Do you think that if Trump had his time again, he would go into this war?
Yeah, well, it's a good thing that Keir Starmer is not our prime minister, having lost the war in 1776, because we know how that would turn out.
Oh my God, dude.
Well, actually, I agree with you about that.
Obsessed with
Let's pull back a second. It has been the policy of every president since the discovery of the illegal Iranian nuclear program and their illegal extended range missile program that America would not tolerate a nuclear weapon in Iran. And we've tried everything. We talk about the typical tools of American power: diplomacy, information, military, economic. Well, the fact remains is through every other administration, those tools haven't worked because the military was not part of that. Now, we can talk about that, but it was inevitable that sooner or later, the Americans would be going to war, or the region would be going to war with Iran. Now, there's this false argument about it wasn't an imminent threat. Well, you know what an imminent threat is? If you have to wait till the 19 terrorists get on the airplanes because that's your definition of imminency, I'm not sure I would want to go with it. But the fact remains is that it was inevitable that sooner or later, one of two things were going to happen.
It was inevitable that sooner or later, Drew!
Which would then lead to the major problem, which was proliferation of nuclear weapons in that region, as Saudi Arabia would get one.
Immediate threat to inevitable threat? And now, so we can just do anything ever.
So the question I have is, we can argue about how the war has been worked out, but I'm not sure that anybody has a better idea of how to disarm the Iranians from their nuclear aspirations. And any suggestion that the JCPOA was the right answer, well, the fact remains, if it was the right answer, why didn't Biden renew the agreement when he was president? So look, but we can talk about
Trump had torn it up. Oh, we just got to keep going over and over and over and over and over again. Drew,
it was inevitable, and let's just accept that. Let's do it now rather than later.
I mean, my issue with what you've said is that if we go back to a year ago, last summer, there was the 12-day war, which looked brutally simple, short, and effective. And we were told by the President of the United States this would put back the nuclear capability and aspirations of Iran by decades. And I believed him. I thought, great. And I applauded that action. It was 12 days. It seemed very surgical. It seemed very precise. They'd taken out all the nuclear bases. They'd taken out the nuclear scientists. It seemed very specific, a bit like when Trump took out Soleimani. But there we were, General Kim, only 8 months later, where far from putting it back decades, it turned out we hadn't even put it back 8 months. And we're supposed to believe then the threat was so imminent, it required an immediate attack to stop Iran developing these nuclear weapons within weeks. And so I'm scratching my head going, well, how can both those things be true? Which one are we supposed to believe? Are we supposed to believe what was said last year, or are we supposed to believe what we heard in February?
I see the failure coming out of people like Chuck DeVore. He's a military intelligence officer. The BDA assessment that was done by our intelligence services was pretty lousy. I think Chuck would have to agree with that as well, because it turns out we really didn't obliterate it. But the fact remains that we have not begun to scratch the surface.
Oh, so that wasn't Trump's fault. That was the intelligence agency's fault. It's the thing, right? No good users, or what the fuck is what's the thing? Bad Chef Boyardees?
A strategic bombing campaign. Britain knows what a strategic bombing campaign looks like. It was called the Battle of Britain. Now, I'm not suggesting or advocating for significant amounts of attacks against civilian infrastructure.
Does this guy ever
but
fucking land?
It
Hello?
has to be done if the option is better we have a significantly damaged Iran in every sense of the word than an Iranian regime that has a nuclear weapon. And let's talk about this world of
Iran.
So
you are advocating for it.
I'm advocating.
You are advocating for it.
Uh-oh. May I finish, Cenk? Now, what I'm saying is, if it is clear that this agreement does not stop Iran's permanent path to a nuclear weapon, then we have to continue the war in order to extract that agreement out of them.
But how do we know?
Hang
on one second, Jay. I mean, General Kim, my response would be, you repeatedly said you wouldn't trust the Iranian regime as far as you could throw them. According to this leaked agreement, they're going to get $300 billion, in fact, $325 billion. I wouldn't trust them to spend that how we'd like them to, would you? Why would they not just do exactly what Hamas did when they were given billions funneled through and encouraged by Netanyahu?
The first thing I did say in my first answer was this agreement better have an intrusive inspection and verification process. Otherwise, you're right, we can't trust them. And if we don't get that, then I will tell you I don't agree with this agreement.
Wow, brave.
Okay, let me bring in Lieutenant Colonel.
Can we have the same process for Israel?
Cenk,
I'll come to you, Cenk, in a second.
Inspection process for Israel?
Cenk, you're talking about...
I mean, there is a country that has weapons of mass destruction, right? There's a country in the Middle East that's super dangerous, has attacked 7 of its neighbors, and already has weapons of mass destruction, and weapons that they stole from us. They stole the nuclear technology, they stole the uranium, they stole the nuclear triggers. That's Israel. So why are you not concerned about the out-of-control rogue state that already has a nuclear weapon and threatens all of their neighbors? And you're concerned with someone who doesn't have that and is now promising to never have that.
You can let me answer.
So by your standard, we should invade Israel.
Nope.
Okay, three things I'd say. Look, I don't know what your relationship is with your country of birth, but you want to talk about genocide, let's talk about Armenia. And if you want to talk
Damn. Okay.
about not being able
nice
to go,
distraction. Yeah, I can talk about it.
Let me finish. And then the next issue is, if you talk about not going into Lebanon, in fact, Turkey over the last few years has established, just like the Israelis have in Lebanon, a foothold in the first 30 kilometers of Syria because they're afraid of the terrorism coming from the PKK.
Kurds, the PKK, the Kurdish people. That's true. Whoa! Uh-oh.
And the third, I mean, just like Iran feels it's threatened. It's logical for them to want a nuclear weapon. You know why it's logical? When an Egyptian general told me, we're not worried about Iran, because if they get a nuclear weapon, we're friends with them. You need to worry about Iran, about Israel having a nuclear weapon. And I said, look, if I had been invaded by every one of my neighbors repeatedly, maybe I'd have a nuclear weapon to protect me as well. It's pretty good deterrence.
Well, that's what's happening in Iran right now. So by your logic, Iran should have a nuclear weapon to deter Israel from invading it. I mean, you just said it. You said if you get invaded by your neighbors, like Iran is getting invaded by Israel right now, you would logically want to have a weapon of mass destruction. Now, I want to answer the questions you said.
Piers, I didn't know I was coming on the Cenk show.
Yeah, okay, well, that's your problem for saying things that are incorrect and having me to correct you. So now you made it seem like I care what the Turkish government's doing. I don't care at all. I'm an American. So I think that Turkey being in northern Syria is wrong. And I know a lot about the Armenian genocide because I grew up with Turkish propaganda.
We should remove Turkey from NATO then, right? He should ask him that.
And I, like a lot of the Israelis now, I believe the same things. Oh, it's not a genocide. They were hiding behind human shields. We were doing self-defense. We had to move them for their own benefit. So I know exactly what genocide denial propaganda sounds like. And it's exactly what the Israelis are doing now. It's exactly what Team Israel in America, which you sound like you're on, is doing right now to justify all of Israel's wars and genocide and make it seem in some bizarro Alice in Wonderland type of situation that Israel is defending itself. What part of Israel is in southern Lebanon? No, they're aggressively taking land. Netanyahu bragged that they already have 60% of Gaza and they're going to take 70% of Gaza. What happened to self-defense? It was about land theft. Oh, no, I'm just speaking against Israel. Oh, Team Israel wants me to hurry up. Don't say things. Remember, the boogeyman is Muslim. And this Kemet is talking about how, oh my God, what if Turkey has a nuclear weapon? Turkey's a NATO ally. So you have a problem with a NATO ally being stronger, but you don't have a problem with a deeply hostile state like Israel that has attacked 7 of its neighbors, that has taken their land, having a weapon of mass destruction that they stole from us, and lording it over the Middle East. You know, they call this Team America, brother. We got no interest in Israel stealing southern Lebanon. Let's get the hell out of there. We have no interest in murdering Iranians on behalf of Israel. Let's get the hell out of there. Is anybody talking about gas prices, the food prices, affordability? Nobody cares about American citizens. You're all obsessed with Israel.
Cenk, you talked about a lot of things, so let me just go to some of the other guests. Lieutenant Colonel DeVore, I want to take you back to, I think, a Sidewinder missile which came your way from General Kimmett. Or unless I misheard him, I think he called you lousy.
No, I say American intelligence is lousy. Yeah. That's what we do with all of our intelligence officers. We beat them up repeatedly because they're not
This is true. This is true.
No, I'm all for panelists going after each other, but I've had a good old military two-way like this for a while. But
look,
to that point, though.
A few big points that have been made that I really think need to be responded to. Okay, so first of all, about the urgency of this operation after Midnight Hammer. Iran was rapidly adding to their ballistic missile inventory with the help of the People's Republic of China. The fear was that they were very quickly going to reach the point beyond which they would be able to saturate the anti-missile defenses of the region, Israel and the Gulf Arab allies, as well as any U.S. anti-missile platforms in the region. Once they got to that point with over 10,000 ballistic missiles, which they were rapidly approaching.
Has Brian got to speak at all on this?
With China's help, the fear was that they would reach a point of invulnerability where any sort of effort to try to prevent the reassembling of that nuclear program would be met with mass casualties throughout the Middle East. Now, to the issue of nuclear weapons in the region. Israel has had nuclear weapons for probably going on 40 plus years. They have not used them on anyone. The Iranian regime chants death to America and death to America and death to Israel constantly. Say again?
Why don't they admit it? Why don't they just admit it like what everybody else
It's the typical thing of strategic ambiguity. It's like the U.S. policy towards Taiwan. We might or we might not do something. So the point is that
I really don't. Sorry, just to labor that point. Hang on one second. I really do not understand why it is, and I've raised this point many times on this show. I do not understand why Israel, which demands full transparency from countries like Iran, right down to exactly how much enriched uranium they've got, why it's generally agreed that they have a huge number of nuclear weapons themselves, but they get a pass. They're the only country in the world that doesn't have to even admit they've got nuclear weapons. And, you know, to General Kimmett's point, if Saudi Arabia did want one, or Qatar wanted one, or the UAE wanted one, I'm at a bit of a loss to understand why if Israel's allowed to have a lot of them, why they shouldn't be allowed to.
It's really simple. General Kimmett mentioned it. They've been invaded by all of their neighbors in recent history. The missile force that they have, the bombs that they have, roughly 30 or 40, are a deterrent against a second Holocaust. The big difference between them and the state of Iran is not a typical Westphalian state. They are like a death cult. They believe, they have a millenarian belief that if they cause enough chaos, they can usher in the arrival of the 12th Imam, the Mahdi. And so when you have a group of people who actually want to use a nuclear weapon, then they're hard to deter because it's part of their eschatology. They are not a normal
given,
state.
Okay, but that's given.
Wait.
Hang on, Cenk. Hang on. Still my show, just I think. Hang on. Still my show. It's called Cenk Uyghur Uncensored. And by the way, we should maybe have that conversation. But until it is, I conduct the thing here. This is fine. But again, if you take the principle that if you come under attack, you should be allowed to have a nuclear weapon. Well, what about the Gulf states? They've all come under attack from Iran. The Americans believe that Iran is literally weeks away from developing nuclear weapons. That threat doesn't seem to have been diminished at all by any of this warmongering in the last 16 weeks from what I can see. So if you take that argument, if you extrapolate that out, if you're Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, whatever, given that you've come under attack from your neighbor, Iran, why should you not be allowed to have the same nuclear deterrent that Israel has?
So here's the challenge, right? Israel has had nuclear weapons for probably 40 plus years. The Middle East, minus Iran, has shockingly been without nuclear weapons. So if the UAE, if Saudi Arabia, if Turkey were to suddenly want a nuclear weapon, now why is that? What's the proximate trigger? It certainly wasn't Israel having nuclear weapons. No, it's the Islamic Republic of Iran having nuclear weapons that is the trigger. Right. And it is longstanding U.S. policy to be opposed to nuclear proliferation. It makes things progressively more difficult.
Except Israel.
The more nations that are armed with nuclear weapons.
Like so has the United States? Well, hang on. Has the United States actively sought to stop Israel having more nuclear weapons in the last 20, 30 years, or has it just allowed it to?
I'm aware of no policy one way or the other with regards to the U.S. and Israel. There may be some classified negotiations, but what shockingly, prior to this conversation with Cenk, you don't really hear a lot of concern about Israel's nuclear weapons program because they haven't used it, nor do they threaten their neighbors with it constantly.
They've used it to attack all their neighbors. They use the threat of it, and they say, well, you can't attack us back because we have nuclear weapons. And
What? Who doesn't attack? What? He's like too. I don't know. Okay.
The one country that has nuclear weapons in the Middle East has launched wars against almost all of its neighbors. So they've got that as backup. They've got Iron Dome as backup, and it has emboldened them to take land in Gaza, to take land in Lebanon, which you guys are denying. Iran has taken no land. Israel has taken land over and over again. Do you know that in 1948, only 6% of the land was Jewish? Now it's...
Oh my God, all the talking points.
78% is owned by Israel. How did the settler colony get from 6% to 78%?
Campaign
of ethnic cleansing and genocide.
Southern Lebanon in 1986 with the IDF. Land that the IDF voluntarily left. Why were they there?
Sense.
They went up to try to kick out the PLO. You know who rescued the PLO? To begin to talk over
campaign of ethnic cleansing and genocide.
Southern Lebanon in 1986 with the IDF. Land that the IDF voluntarily left. Why were they there?
Sense.
They went up to try to kick out the PLO. You know who rescued the PLO? President Reagan and the Americans rescued the Palestine Liberation Organization. Israel left Lebanon. They left Gaza. So they were attempting to trade land for
peace.
And
then they came back in.
Unfortunately,
and they came back in. Didn't they come back in 3 times?
And got into Southern Lebanon.
They keep wanting to take Lebanon, and you just told us you're with the IDF.
The United Nations was supposed to prevent Hezbollah from getting to be a murderous force, and they utterly failed. In fact, Hezbollah built
You make it sound like Lebanon invaded Israel. Israel invaded Lebanon. You're inverting reality. You're making it sound like Lebanon invaded Israel. No, Israel is inside of Lebanon right now. Do you condemn Israel for being inside of Lebanon? Do you condemn them for taking 70% of Gaza?
Imagine if America was taking missiles daily from Tijuana, Mexico. Tijuana would be
Well, you're making an argument for
Hezbollah.
You're making I can't believe you're making a pro-Hezbollah argument, because what Hezbollah is saying is, can you imagine if America was invaded and they took half of Texas, as they're doing right now? Israel invaded Lebanon and has taken southern Lebanon. Well, of course we would fight back.
This whole comparison is just dumb because Israel already has nuclear weapons. We don't have a time. It's all dumb because nobody gives a fuck about anything, especially Cenk. What an amoral retard. Especially if you want to reference like Israel going into Lebanon in the fucking 80s. If you wanted a virtue signal over that, like this guy brings this up, why not talk about the, like probably one of the most objectively bad guy things that Israel did was when they were, I think this was like I don't know how deep into Lebanon this was. Where were the fucking camps for the, I don't remember the names of this. It's been so long. Basically, the IDF was occupying this area, and I believe it was the Christian Lebanese forces that basically fucking mass murdered like 2,000, 3,000 civilians. Sabra and Shatila. I think if you read the accounts of the time, it was like the IDF forces could hear like the screams of the they could hear the screams of the people as they were being fucking murdered by Lebanese forces, and the IDF just kind of like chilled and was like, that was objective. I'm sorry, I'm laughing. It's not funny. It was horrible. But I don't even know if Cenk knows about this. But like, oh yeah, Sabra and Shatila, the Sabra and Shatila massacre, I think is what it's referred to. But maybe Cenk doesn't even know about this. I don't know. But it's objectively one of the worst parts, I think, of Israeli history in terms of things that they allowed to happen.
You're saying, and I agree, and that's what Hezbollah is saying. Well, of course we're going to fight back there in our land. They're literally stealing our homes.
Our land. What a disgusting... Our land, Hezbollah. Our land. Oh, so it's not the state of Lebanon. It's Hezbollah's country.
That's to do. I surrender to the mighty Israelis.
Hezbollah is a cat's paw for Iran. Hezbollah is an Iranian proxy that Iran has spent billions of dollars training and equipping.
So what? So what? They're not allowed to own part of Lebanon? Iran can't have part of Lebanon? Bro?
priorities are Israel's priorities.
Hezbollah and the
Hezbollah
Iranians
is defending
were
Lebanon
responsible
against
for
Israel.
killing
So what?
hundreds of U.S.
We're not
Marine
responsible
Corps,
for Israel. Israel is
hundreds
not
of
our daddy.
Marines
Israel
in
might be your
Beirut
daddy,
in
but Israel's not our
1983.
daddy.
Iran has been at war with
All
us
right,
since 1979, sir.
All right. Let me bring in Brian, who's been waiting.
Israel's been at war with us the entire time. Israel stole our technology. Israel stole $300 billion from us. Israel made us fight 7 wars for $8 trillion. Israel's
your
actually
name
our
isn't
enemy.
Brian.
And you guys keep aiding and abetting our enemies.
Cenk, you keep aiding and abetting my failure to include other panelists, so we've all got a cross to bear. Let me bring in Brian. Brian, Donald Trump said this. Just remember, the Iranians never won a war, but never lost a negotiation. Are those words coming back to haunt him, do you think?
I would say so. I mean, if you just look at the details of this negotiation unto himself, I mean, he had said initially that the whole point of this thing was to prevent the Iranians from enriching uranium. Now he's coming out in just the last 24 hours and says, basically, I don't care about enriched materials. Then there's the point of the $300 billion that Iran's going to have access to. Iran's going to have access to $300 billion. There's the point of the Strait of Hormuz being basically a toll route that Iran's going to be able to benefit from financially in perpetuity. And so, if you look at this, I don't see where the United States is better off. I mean, I guess you could, have Donald Trump point to this idea that Iran's nuclear facilities were obliterated, but even he again came out and said that he doesn't care about enriched materials anymore. So I don't know
the
how
real
you
problem,
look at
Brian,
this negotiation and think that we came out.
The
as
real
winners.
problem. Yeah, the real problem, it seems to me, is here's what I think may happen in the next 48 hours. The backlash against the leaks of this report have been so big, and many from Trump's traditional support, really supportive base.
He's going to get embarrassed. And he's going to renege on his own deal.
Well, exactly my point. But then he's going to try and change things to be more adverse to the Iranian regime. And the Iranian regime knows all it has to do is bang shut the Strait of Hormuz again and toss some missiles over to the Gulf states. And we're right back where we were when they first worked out that was going to be the most effective weapon in their arsenal. And I just don't understand how Trump gets out of that problem without, in the end, doing what I've been recommending he do for quite a while, which is claim some kind of Pyrrhic victory and get the hell out of this. Because the problem he's got, until that regime's gone, they now know what the most effective weapons they have are. And they're not nuclear. In fact, they're pretty cheap. And they can unleash them at any time they like. A few drones into the Gulf states and shut down a bit of water. That's all they have to do. And by doing that, they hold the world over an economic energy barrel.
And by the way, I think any person on this panel would have been able to say that Iran would be able to deploy using the Strait of Hormuz as a weapon against the United States at any point in this entire process. But I think you're right. I think Donald Trump is going to see the extent to which this is being berated on both the left and right across the political spectrum, and he's going to renege. And the Iranians have something that the United States doesn't have, which is time. I mean, we have midterms coming up, and so political pressure exists in the United States. And as we get closer and closer to midterms, there is a sense that Donald Trump is going to have to at least make an effort, some modicum of an effort, to keep gas prices down. Well, that's not going to happen.
I'm ignorant, but for Shatila, was Israel obligated to do anything? Well, I think the thing was that the only way was this Christians against Muslims. I think that the IDF basically facilitated it such that they created the security condition necessary for that massacre to happen, and then they basically just stood by and listened, and they knew what was going on. Not good.
And the Iranians know that, and they don't have the same political pressures that the United States has.
I would argue that they do. The blockade is starving the Iranian regime. Every day that goes by, they miss out on some $500 million.
But they don't care. The Iranian regime don't care if their people... Yeah, but here's the problem. The Iranian regime don't care if their people are starving. They don't care.
Well, they do care to make payroll for the besieged and for the IRGC, and they do care to try to keep their proxies afloat. And if that money is scarce or absent, then the whole edifice becomes rotten and may collapse.
So that prompts the question, why on earth would you agree a deal where you give them $325 billion?
Because that's not the deal. That's not the deal. So
that is in the deal.
$300 billion is not money the Iranian regime has access to. And the Lieutenant Colonel already said this. And Piers, I have to tell you, you have 3 people here who are foreign policy experts who serve their country with distinction, and we know what we're talking about. The $300 billion. And look, I don't like this deal, and I didn't like the JCPOA.
Forgive me, Hagar. With all due respect, forgive me if my confidence in the so-called experts in all this has taken a bit of a battering in the last 16 weeks, because it was little old me, it was little old civilian non-expert Piers who called all this from day one. And very sadly, everything I warned has happened. So woe be it for me to challenge your expertise, but it seems like my amateurish view turned out to be, sadly, the correct one. I wish Donald Trump had listened to me and not the experts. Anyway, on that bombshell,
Here's perhaps you say you have an expertise, but you keep saying that they have access to $300 billion, and I'm trying to correct you on something that's false. They're not going to have access.
Well, I'm only reading what I read in the... All I'm doing is I'm reading the 14-point memorandum, and in that it makes it clear. Hang on, makes it clear there will be financing.
They're no liars.
This is actually the agreed memorandum. Okay. But unfortunately, Donald Trump now knows no one's going to buy it, so he's now trying to change it. Okay. Well, unfortunately, they are listening and they are reading. Anyway, I've got to leave it there.
I'm going to be very clear about
we will
this,
see.
because like I said, I don't deal in hyperbole. I don't have time for it. I want to tell you the facts on this, because you keep repeating, and it's a disservice to your viewers. Vice
I'm
President
literally
Vance
reading
very
out a
clear about
clause from the
$300
memorandum.
billion is nothing more than a potential opportunity if things go according to plan, which, by the way, I don't think they will. I don't think the Iranians are going to give up their
No,
material.
it's insured
I think they're going to
financing
continue
of
to
it.
behave
It's
badly in the Strait of
insured
Hormuz.
financing.
The
No,
$300
it's
billion
insured
is-
financing. It is insured
It's
financing.
investment.
You can keep talking over me as much as you like, but I will have the last word on this. In the current 14-point agreement, the rehabilitation and economic development.
What are we not talking about, or am I crazy? I need to do more research on this. I feel like the big point, I don't know if they brought this up here, is the sanctions relief. I feel like that's a really, really, really big deal. But I feel like they didn't talk about it here. But also, this might just be because it's a fucking Piers panel.
Of the Islamic Republic of Iran, ensuring financing of at least $300 billion, also unfreezing assets of $25 billion. If that is a good deal for America, given what its supposed war aims were, my name is Donald Trump. And last time I checked, it isn't. So thank you all very much. We're going to leave it there. I appreciate it.
Okay, I don't care. Shh. Okay, we're done. Now we're politics. Politics sucks. We all hate politics here. Adjust your OBS settings because there shouldn't be a reason your YouTube is delayed. Oh, I think it's delayed because one of the people that watches it is your mom, and the data has to travel so far around her massive fucking body to have the data get into her fat fucking brain while I'm smashing that mom puss while I'm drilling her. You know exactly what I mean.
Got new numbers for Monster Slaying this month. Check them out.
Gotta admit, the watch is a lot more impressive than it was a couple of years back.
Shut up, loser. Bro, this chick hates Tifa, and Tifa hates her. Oh my god.
Welcome home, honey. Took your sweet time.
Jesus Christ. Wait! Is this an anime voice actress? It can't be. I can't be remembering people from my childhood, because those people are probably way too old by now. Never mind.
Psych. Are you gonna let me in so we can talk in private? Guess I'll get right to the point then.
Huh. What have you got there?
An apology for not getting you on the mission. Or not. What do you think it is?
A proposition.
Nailed it in one. Gonna have to ask you to keep all this a secret from the others, though. It's a personal matter. Something I need to sort out tonight.
Tonight?
Uh-oh.
Tonight. You and me, together. I want you to come with me to the Sector 7 plate. I'll give you the details on the way.
That's fine by me, but don't you have a pretty big day ahead of you?
I do, but if I don't deal with this now, it's only gonna get harder. Anyway, I can count on you, can't I?
Hell yeah!
A down payment. Doubt we'll be back before morning, in case you were planning on traveling light. Make sure you've got everything you need before we leave. I'll wait here.
I have an infinitely sized inventory, so I'm good to go. I don't need this shit anymore. Can you, do a thing? I don't know what I was asking. It's probably worth it. What was I looking for? My brain is shut off. There was something I was looking for. Oh, can you have more than Oh wait, can I not boost my HP anymore? Can you have more than 9,999 HP? Probably not, huh? Oh. Okay.
You all set?
Yeah. I think so, right? Wait.
Take all the time, but seriously, get your...
Yeah, oh yeah. Wait, I've done everything here, right? Cleared. Okay, yeah, let's go.
You all set?
I'm ready.
Awesome. Meet me at the station after dark. Don't be late.
It's just another job.
Yeah. Wow.
Huh?
Tough break. They changed the times.
Charlie!
Last train's already left. Which is why we borrowed these bikes. Need a lift to the plate?
How did you guess?
Easy. You've been acting weird. Like talking about one thing when you're obviously thinking about something else.
Yeah, and don't get me started on all that pep.
All right, I'll give you that. But how did you know I wanted to head topside? Was I talking in my sleep? What else did I say?
No, we just figured you wanted to see your parents, that's all.
Nailed it, huh?
Yep, right on the head.
So, seeing as we don't have any family of our own, how about you let us be a part of yours for a bit? You know, spread the wealth.
Are your parents still around?
I was born in a test tube.
No.
Good job, Cloud.
Then. Guess you're all invited. Here's to awkward family reunions.
Yeah!
I take it you boys have your brand spanking new IDs?
Yes, ma'am.
Then let's lay down some rubber.
Crank that throttle!
Okay, you got it.
You hear me?
Yeah.
No.
Just so you know, I'm not going plateside for the reason they think I am.
Uh-oh.
Look, you saw the way the reactor went up. It was huge, right?
Because of all the Mako. Isn't that what you said?
Yeah. That was wishful thinking. Deep down, I know it was my fault. I used a more powerful blasting agent than the directions called for. It had nothing to do with the Mako.
Let's say you're right. So what?
I'm planning on using a weaker blasting agent this time. But, since I can't get in touch with my supplier, our only option is to loot a warehouse owned by Shinra.
Shinra? Good luck with that.
With your help, we won't need luck.
Wait, what is the bike challenge?
ID scan, ready?
Or is it listed anywhere or no? Stay above 80 HP, 80% HP? Is there a way to know if I completed or not?
Alright, here comes the hard part.
That is?
The fake IDs may have held up, but from this point on, if we get pinged by a scan...
They'll come for us.
Yeah, what he said.
She will kiss you.
Just like that?
Oh, thank God.
Don't worry, we've got Cloud, remember? Hey, you do know how to drive, right?
Soldiers get mandatory training.
Driving?
You gonna take my breath away? Make my head spin with your amazing skills?
Don't blame me if you get sick.
We've got company!
Someone's having fun.
You pretty much have to do it on easy? Oh, really? Really? Oh, this, wait, it's 85% HP through the whole segment, including when the one guy shows up or whatever?
Wait, is it just me or did we slow down?
Just you.
God.
I think we've bitten off more than we can chew. What do we do?
Shut up.
We should keep our distance to be safe, yeah?
Okay, we got this, no problem.
Moving to intersect. Got more company.
A-team's here.
We'll make the sound of that.
We're not screwed, are we?
No, no, no.
Keep it up, Cloud.
Wow, Cloud, you really are good at this. Not much of a challenge, huh?
Easy, see?
Heads up, drones!
One thing after another. Come on, Wedge, gun it! I am gunning it! We're good. Nothing about this is good. You got me. Fair enough. All right then, do your thing. I almost feel sorry for the other guys. Look at it go.
Soldier en route. HQ saying he's less than a few minutes out.
Copy. Think it's him?
Well, more reason to finish this quick. That kind of trouble.
Oh my god. Is that it? If I get shot one time, am I below 85%? How do I know what percentage I'm at? There's no way to actually see it, am I? I think you are fine. It's not worth it, trust. What's not worth it? It's 70%, not 80%. How do I know what letter is 70%? Do these things hurt me if I hit the... Does it hurt if I hit him?
Keep going till we hit the station.
No, head straight for
Okay,
the
no, it's only if I make contact with an enemy thing.
Our magical ride is almost at an end.
Why are you talking like we're not here?
Because you're not.
Clearly we are.
Okay.
Not over yet. Cloud, little help.
Okay, we don't care about him. Oh my god. There's no way. Okay, alright. Oh, wait. Wait, what just happened? Wait, is that like a cheat? Am I...
Not over yet. Cloud, little help. Freaking ridiculous.
You better hurry, Cloud.
Did it reset my HP? I feel like I hacked the game, bro. Master hacker.
Heads up. Break off before he shows. Copy.
What's going on? Who's that?
A soldier.
Well, hello!
Who's this?
Too quick for the eye. You cross him, you die. Now, mind if I cut in? Woo! Splendid! I've been looking for a new dance partner. Private party, huh? I'll settle for a race then. Just
talking to me?
What, do you have to do the entire thing again? What is retry from last battle if not the entire thing again, no?
So terribly sorry. Your words failed to reach my ears. Sluggish and slow as they are.
What's this guy's deal?
The lady's curiosity has been piqued. My name is Rose, but you may address me by the more accurate appellation. Speed Team!
Heard that, huh?
My ears are attuned to the feminine voice.
Say the worst.
Yes, this is the contest I've been waiting for. Need to recharge? Well, hello!
Who's this?
Too quick for the eye. You cross him, you die. Now.
Wait, there's no way that this counts, no?
Woo! Splendid! I've been looking for a new dance partner. Private party, huh? That's fine. I'll settle for a race then. Just look.
You talking to me?
I most certainly am.
No.
So terribly sorry. Your words failed to reach my ears. This must be slow as they are.
Oh my god.
What's this guy's deal?
The lady's curiosity has been piqued. My name is Rose, but you may address me by the more accurate appellation. Speed Demon!
Heard that, huh?
My ears are attuned to the feminine voice.
Say the worst.
Yes, this is the contest I've been waiting for. I only have eyes for you. Too slow.
If it doesn't, you have to do the whole thing. What is the name of the achievement? Oh, biker boy. Oh. If you restart the boss fight, it won't count. Holy.
A firing gift for you.
Alright, this counts as practice, I guess.
Don't you dare look away! Your eyes are for me alone! Careful, Cloud! Feel like dancing, friend? Really?
Really, bro?
Not bad. You have promise and a bonding affection for your
Right.
aunt. But one cannot simply ride one's bike. Nay, one must unlock its true potential. Become one with the machine. Like this.
We have to save them.
You know you love it too!
Screw this!
Shall I keep you company? Save me! Once more! Enjoying yourself?
Okay, and then after this guy, the segment is over, right? Okay. We can do this on normal, though. This is chapter... Is this 4 right now? You can do it on easy. Okay, what if we did it on... What if we did do it on hard, though? What if we were able to do it on hard?
So far, so good.
All right, here comes the hard part.
And that is...
The fake IDs may have held up, but from this point on, if we get pinged by a scam...
They'll come for us.
Yeah, what he said.
Oh, man. Just like that?
No need to worry. We've got Cloud, remember? Hey, you do know how to drive, right?
Soldiers get mandatory training.
Well then, you gonna take my breath away? Make my head spin with your amazing skills?
Don't blame me if you get sick.
Oh, this does do damage to you. Wait. Oh, no, wait. No, it's not. That was already there.
Someone's having fun.
Okay. You have to get hit by a thing, I think, for it to do any damage.
A young couple thrust together by fate race through the neon street night.
Get off.
You better hurry, Cloud. Oh, my hero.
Straight to lethal force?
What, so you just pull over if they ask nicely?
You got a point.
No!
So don't go holding back now. Woo!
Perfect. That's a perfect run. Okay. Oh.
Have the cold-eyed mercenaries' hearts suddenly begun to melt? I won't forget that. Wait, is it just me or did we slow down?
Just you.
Wedge's HP counts 2. Shut the fuck up.
I think we've bitten off more than we can chew. What do we do?
Shut up.
Freaking ridiculous.
See? Still perfect. Oh! Okay. Whoa!
Damn it.
Okay. Doesn't matter. Easy, guys.
Got more company.
They're gonna drop bombs.
A-team's here.
Don't like the sound of that.
We're not screwed, are we? Screw this!
Okay.
Feeling good back here.
Bob, we need help! Please!
Shut up. No! Okay, easy. Easy. Flawless run. Okay, now these guys. I just can't let them do the thing on me.
Come on, Wedge. Gun it! I am gunning it!
That thing, no!
Nothing about this is good. You got me. Fair enough. All right then. Do your thing.
That's undodgeable.
Now you're just spoiling me.
Okay, that's okay. One hit is fine. One hit is fine.
Wow, Cloud, you really are good at this.
Easy.
Soldier en route. HQ saying he's less than a few minutes out. Copy. Think it's him? Well, the more reason to finish this quick. That catch trouble.
No. Easy. Okay, okay, okay. No.
Damn it!
The man's unstoppable!
Not much of a challenge, huh?
We're fine, we're fine, we're fine.
That's an ex-soldier for you. Next to him, you look like kids on trikes.
You're damn right you do.
You're part of that weed too, you know. We made it! Woo! Topside!
Keep going till we hit the station.
I don't know why that.
For the warehouse.
I just wasted that. Okay.
Aww. Our magical ride is almost at an end.
Why are you talking like we're not here?
Because you're not.
Clearly we are. Not over yet. Cloud! Little help!
I don't even know what's shooting me.
Keep it up, Cloud!
Do these guys do anything? They don't do anything to help, huh? Oh no, he shot at him. Okay. Losers. Barely. The ramps recharge your special meter? Wait, where? What? You're lying. There aren't even ramps.
That's up. Break off before he shows. Got me.
What's going on?
The question mark boxes give you items that can help you / hurt your opponents. Oh, really?
Well, hello.
Who's this?
Too
Okay.
quick for the eye.
I just have to not get hit a single time and we're good. Easy.
Woo! Splendid! I've been looking for a new dance partner. Private party, huh?
Okay, one hit is fine. We're okay.
You talking to me? I most certainly am. Then no.
So far, so good.
All right, here comes the hard part.
That is...
The fake IDs may have held up, but from this point on, if we get pinged by a scan...
They'll come for us.
Yeah, what he said.
Wait, is the guard actually good? Like, does it block 100% of the damage or no?
No need to worry. We've got Cloud, remember? Hey, you do know how to drive, right?
Soldiers get mandatory training.
Well then, you gonna take my breath away? Make my head spin with your amazing skills?
Don't blame me if you get sick.
We've got company!
Someone's having fun.
How can I not?
Wait, did that damage me?
So far, so good.
All right, here comes the hard part.
And that is...
The fake IDs may have held up, but from this point on, if we get pinged by a scam...
They'll come for us.
Yeah, what he said.
Oh, man. Just like that?
No need to worry. We've got Cloud, remember? Hey, you do know how to drive, right?
Soldiers get mandatory training.
Well then, you gonna take my breath away? Make my head spin with your amazing skills?
Don't blame me if you get sick.
We've got company!
Someone's having fun.
How can I not? Pursued by villains, a young couple thrust together by fate race through the neon street night.
Get off.
These things can't take too much
Did that hit me?
Tough break. They changed the...
So far, so good.
All right, here comes the hard part.
And that is...
The fake IDs may have held up, but from this point on, if we get pinged by a scam...
They'll come for us.
Yeah, what he said.
Oh, man. Just like that?
No need to worry. We've got Cloud, remember? Hey, you do know how to drive, right?
Soldiers get mandatory training.
Well then, you gonna take my breath away? Make my head spin with your amazing skills?
Don't blame me if you get sick.
We've got company!
Someone's having fun.
How can I not? Pursued by villains, a young couple thrust together by fate race through the neon street night.
Get off.
Enough, Cloud.
Oh, my hero!
Straight to lethal force?
Oh, there are ramps.
Pull over if they ask nicely?
Wait, what the fuck?
Don't go over
He's shooting at me from over there!
Holy shit.
That's some super secret technique? You got a fancy name for it?
Of course not.
More of them?
I think we've bitten off more than we can chew. What do we do?
Shut up.
Stick.
Oh fuck, I missed the ramp.
Loving this.
Oh, okay, I won't get hit anymore. I was gonna do a ramp.
Got more company.
18's here.
I don't like the sound of that.
We're not screwed, are we?
Did I?
Cloud, we need help. Please.
I just won't get hit again, I'll be fine.
Not much of a challenge, huh?
Whoa!
Heads up! Drones!
One thing after another.
Okay.
Come on, Wedge. Gun it. I
No.
am gunning it.
It's a break. Change the times.
So far, so good.
All right, here comes the hard part.
And that is...
The fake IDs may have held up, but from this point on, if we get pinged by a scam...
They'll come for us.
Yeah, what he said.
Oh, man. Just like that?
No need to worry. We've got Cloud, remember? Hey, you do know how to drive, right?
Soldiers get mandatory training.
Well then, you gonna take my breath away?
Whoa! Oh, it totally fills your special up. What? Are there really question mark boxes? No, shut the fuck up.
Someone's having fun.
How can I not? Oh my goodness. A young couple thrust together by fate raced through the neon street night.
Get off.
Boom! My ramps. Ah!
Streets of lethal force?
What, so you just pull over if they ask nicely?
Got a point.
See? So don't go holding back now.
I just jumped right into that guy's machine gun fire. That's okay. Barely did anything.
Have the cold-eyed mercenaries' hearts suddenly begun to melt?
Nope.
I won't forget it. Wait, is it just me or did we slow down?
Just you.
I think we've bitten off more than we can chew. What do we do?
Shut up.
I am loving this.
No, the ramp! I missed the ramp! That's okay. Okay. Easy, guys.
Got more company. A-team's here.
I don't like the sound of that.
We're not screwed, are we? Bob, we need help! Please!
I think my heart just skipped a beat.
Keep it up, Cloud!
Okay.
Drones!
These guys, easy.
Come on, Wedge. Gun it! I am gunning it! We're good. Nothing about this is good. You got me? Fair enough. All right, then. Do your thing.
No!
Hey! You okay?
It was just one hit. That's okay.
Not much of a challenge,
Okay,
huh?
I'm practiced now. Now I know how to dodge it. We wait for that, and then he does that, and then we boom. Easy.
Feeling good back here.
There we go. Okay. Move.
Soldier en route. HQ saying he's less than a few minutes out. Copy. Think it's him? Well, we want to finish this quick. I'm guessing you don't need our help.
Wow, Cloud, you really are good at this.
Easy.
That's an ex-soldier for you. Next to him. Like kids on trial.
Move.
You're damn
Okay.
right you do.
You're part of that weed too, you know.
Ah. Go outside. Okay.
We made it! Woo!
Now these two guys come up, but I don't have to do anything to them because
Head straight for the warehouse.
the boss guy's gonna appear. So I should save my spinning slash for the guy.
Almost at an end.
Why are you talking like we're not here?
Because we're not.
Clearly we are.
Frickin' epic, bro. Okay, these guys are goofy.
Not over yet. Cloud! A little help! Damn! That was so cool!
We have to save them.
Freaking ridiculous! The man's unstoppable!
Okay, these two guys. Boss is coming after these two guys.
That's up. Break off before he shows.
Exactly. There we go.
What's going on?
what a cool guy. Why would he kill his own team, though? Isn't that kind of crazy?
Well, hello. Who's this? Too quick for the eye.
Okay, we give him a little bit of that. Okay, there we go, there we go. Okay, and then we... Wait.
Splendid. I've been looking for a new dance
Okay, L2 to dodge if I need to. Okay, that was one dodge. Okay, okay.
Talking to me? I was certainly
I didn't dodge that one, but that's okay. I didn't need to.
so terribly sorry. Your words failed to reach my ears, sluggish and slow as they are.
Okay, I didn't dodge that one. That's okay. You can't dodge them all.
Lady's curiosity has been piqued. My name is Roach, but you may address me by the more accurate
Okay, it's all right. We'll dodge the next one.
Heard that, huh?
There we go.
With a feminine voice.
Ugh, this day is the worst.
Yes, this is the contest I've been waiting for. Need to recharge.
Okay, as long as I don't get hit at all anymore, we should be good.
I only have eyes for you.
Okay, practice.
Take care of your bike. Whoa! We need backup.
What say we shift it into high gear?
No! Okay, well, that's okay. Nice, good miss, good miss.
On our side. Oh, that's
What is he up to now?
He's gonna do the lightning thing? I think always in the middle, right? Oh, I don't know.
And a mind affection for your mouth. But one cannot simply ride one's bike. Nay, one must unlock its true potential, become one with the machine. Like this.
Did that hit me? I don't think so. Did it?
Embrace your emotions. Enter your heart to the world. What a wonderful gift you've given to me. One heartbeat faster by the second. 2.
That hit me. Okay.
Damn it! Enjoying yourself?
Okay. We got it now. We got it. We got it. We got it. We got it. We can do this.
Huh?
Tough break. They changed the times. Last train's already left. Which is why we borrowed these bikes. Need a lift to the plate?
How did you guess?
Easy. You've been acting weird. Like talking about one thing when you're obviously thinking about something else.
Yeah, and don't get me started on all that pep.
All right, I'll give you that. But how did you know I wanted to head top?
Please make sure to block, not just dodge the lightning. Wait, why?
So far, so good.
All right, here comes the hard part.
That is...
The fake IDs may have held up. But from
Less
this point
damage?
on, we can pay
What if I
for
just dodge it completely, though?
For us.
Yeah, what he said.
Oh, man. Just like that?
No need to worry. We've got Cloud, remember? Hey, you do know how to drive, right?
Soldiers get mandatory training.
Well then, you gonna take my friend along?
Oh, I missed
Make my head spin with your amazing skills?
Looks like we get sick.
We've got company!
Someone's having fun.
How can I not? Pursued by villains, a young couple thrust together by fate race through the neon street night.
Get off.
Ah!
Why did he shoot right at me?
Got a point.
See? So don't go holding back now. Nice one. Have the cold-eyed mercenary's heart suddenly begun to melt? I won't forget. Wait, is it just me or did he slow down?
Just you.
I think we've bitten off more than we can chew. What do we do?
Shut up. Hey, Klaus! Give you some help here! Get up, Klaus! Target sighted. Moving to intersect. Got more company! A-team's here.
I don't like the sound of that.
We're not screwed, are we?
Better hurry, Cloud.
That's okay. I'm not gonna get hit by anything else for the rest of this run.
Not much of a challenge, huh? I am loving this. Woo! Heads up! Drones!
One thing after another. Come on, Wedge. Gun it! I am gunning it! We're good. Nothing about this is good. You got me. Fair enough. All right, then. Do your thing.
Wow, Cloud, you really are good at this.
That didn't hit me, right? No.
Soldier en route. HQ saying he's less than a few minutes out.
Think it's him? More reason to finish this quick. With that kind of trouble. That stinks.
Oh, no.
We can't take him by ourselves. That's an ex-soldier for you. Thanks to him, we look like kids on trikes.
You're damn right you do.
You're part of that weed too, you know.
Woo!
Supply.
Keep going till we hit the station?
No, head straight for the warehouse. Aww. Our magical ride is almost at an end.
Why are you talking like we're not here?
Because you're not.
Clearly we are. Not over yet.
Shooting at me.
Little help! Wow, we need backup!
Freaking ridiculous!
Okay.
Time's up. Break off before he soaks.
Easy.
Got me.
What's going on? Who's that?
A soldier.
Well, hello!
Who's this?
Too quick for the eye. You cross it, you die. Now, mind if I cut in? Woo! Splendid! I've been looking for a new dance partner. Private party, huh?
Easy. Oh my god, that was so easy. Okay, I got it.
You talking to me?
I just gotta dodge from the other side. That's okay. If I don't get hit one more time, we're good. Is it always from left to right?
What's this guy's deal?
The lady's curiosity has been piqued. My name is Roy.
Oh, it is.
But you may address me by the more accurate appellation. Speed Demon.
heard that, huh?
My ears are attuned to the feminine voice.
Save them first.
Yes, yes, this is the contest I've been waiting for. What say we shift it into high gear?
What is he up to now?
Same shit. Being a dumbass.
Not bad. You have romance and an abiding affection for your mount. But one cannot simply ride one's bike. Nay, one must unlock its true potential. Become one with the machine. Like this.
Oh my god.
Damn it.
That didn't hit me, no. Then he does that a little bit. Give him a good old, like that. There we go, okay.
My heart rate's faster by the second. 2. No!
Do this little jump thing. Okay.
How the fire rages!
One more of these. Okay.
We're not gonna make it! Good one!
Okay. All right. Okay. That's not too bad. That's the last section, right? Okay.
You
So,
passed the test.
not really though, right?
Driving.
Did more than just pass.
What does she say if you...
Not really. You made it by the skin of your teeth, if we're being honest.
No!
Huh?
So far, so good.
All right, here comes the hard part.
That is...
The big IDs may have held up, but from this point on, if we get pinged by a scan...
They'll come for us.
Yeah, what he said.
Oh, man. Just like that?
No need to worry. We've got cloud, remember? Hey, you do know how to drive, right?
The soldiers get mandatory training.
Well then, are you gonna take my breath away? Make my head spin with your amazing skills?
Don't blame me if you get sick.
We've got company!
Someone's having fun.
How can I not? Pursued by villains, a young couple thrust together by fate raced through the neon street night.
Get off.
Oh, my hero!
We should keep our distance to be safe, man. Streets a legal force?
What, do you just pull over if they ask nicely?
Got a point.
See? So don't go holding back now.
Damn it.
Have the cool-eyed mercenaries' hearts suddenly begun to melt? I won't forget that. Wait, is it just me or did we slow down?
Just...
I think we've bitten off more than we can chew.
Fuck.
What do we do?
Shut up.
I am loving this.
Moving to intersect.
Got more company.
A-team's here.
I don't like the sound of that.
We're not screwed, are we?
No! No! No. No! Dad!
What the hell? so good.
All right, here comes the hard part.
And that is?
The big IDs may have held up, but from this point on, if we get pinged by a scan...
They'll come for us.
Yeah, what he said.
Oh, man.
Just like that?
No need to worry. They've got Cloud, remember? Hey, you do know how to drive, right?
Soldiers get mandatory training.
Well then, you gonna take my breath away? Make my head spin with your amazing skills?
Don't blame me if you get sick.
We've got company!
Someone's having fun.
How can I not? Pursued by villains, a young couple thrust together by fate raced through the neon street night.
Get off.
Keep it up, Cloud.
Oh, my hero! What, do you just pull over and
Speed running tactics right there. Holy shit.
see? So don't go holding back now.
Make it look pretty easy. More of them.
Think we've bitten off more than we can chew. What do we do?
Shut up.
I think my heart just skipped a beat. I am loving this.
Target sighted. Moving to intercept.
Got more company.
A-team's here.
I don't like the sound of that.
We're not screwed, are we? We should keep our distance to be safe, yeah?
Yeah, you should.
I suppose we had it coming.
Okay. I'm gonna time this perfectly for the robots? No, I'm not.
Heads up! Roll!
Oh, yes, I am! Was that a twofer? Okay, he does his thing, charge, and then...
Nothing about this.
Okay.
is good.
Whoa!
You got me. Fair enough. All right then. Do your thing.
Very nicely done.
Okay. Hello? Oh, okay.
Soldier en route. HQ saying he must been a few minutes out. Come. Think it's him? More reason to finish this quick. With that kind of trouble.
Nice one.
Oh my god. Outside. Full HP.
That's an ex-soldier for you. Next to him, we look like kids on trikes.
You're damn right you do.
You're part of that weed too, you know.
We made it! Woo! Topside!
Keep going till we hit the station?
No, head straight for the warehouse. Aww. The magical ride is almost at an end.
Why are you talking like we're not here?
Because you're not.
Clearly we are. Not over yet.
Clown! Little help!
No! Oh, that's okay, whatever. Small damage, small damage.
Screw this!
Can I not catch up to this guy? Hello?
Save me! Bob, we need help! Please! Damn it!
Okay. Full HP, basically. So easy.
Time's up. Break off before he shows. Copy.
What's going
He does his first little thing up there.
Splendid! I've been
No
looking for a
problem.
new dance
Okay.
partner.
You always hug the right wall.
Private party, huh? That's right. I'll settle for a race then. Just one.
Talking to me?
I most certainly am.
Then no.
So terribly sorry.
That's okay. One for free. We always give him one for free.
What's this guy's deal? The lady's curiosity has been piqued. My name is Rose. You may address me by the more
Okay. I don't know if I'm...
speed demon.
I should, if I don't get hit one more time, I should be good, right?
My ears are attuned to the feminine voice. He's the worst. Yes, this is the contest I've been waiting for. No! Enjoying yourself?
What is he up to now?
I think we're good. We're good. We're definitely good. We're definitely good.
Not bad. You have promise and an abiding affection for your mount. But one cannot simply ride one bike. Nay, one must unlock its true potential. Become one with the machine.
Oh my god. That's okay, that's okay, that's okay. We're still good, we're still good, we're still good, we're still good. We're still good, we're still good. Fuck, never mind. You know what? We'll do this tomorrow, okay? I'm gonna go to sleep early tonight. We can stream again at 1 sharp tomorrow, 1 EST. Be careful. I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? Don't die.